Pocket Hunting Dimension. Chapter 1201, Undying Battle Intent. A week later, beams of light flashed across the entrance of the war domain. It was the Bloodstone race, Abstruse Lightning race, Single-Armed race, and the Abyssal race. The leaders of the four races were even stronger than Riley and the others. Bloodstone race Hossie looked around. Strange, isn't the entrance to that war domain here? Why don't we see it? The news of the war domain spread in the Bloodstone city. The location was here. However, they didn't find an entrance here. How was this possible? The Abyssal race leader frowned. Did it change? Abstruse Lightning race said, I've never heard of the war domain entrance changing. After the atmosphere fell silent again, Hachi opened his mouth and said, let's search the surroundings. They headed off to search. Moments later, they flipped the entire place upside down and gathered together again. Didn't find it. I didn't find anything. None of them found anything. The Single-Armed race said, it seems that a huge change occurred here. Let's go back. Once they revive, we will be able to know why. They nodded and left this region. In an extremely distant grass plain, a crisp green ship was parked. Luze and the girls were inside. Luze and the girls were sitting on the bed cultivating. At this moment, Luze opened his eyes. Bronze light flashed and powerful battle intent surged. He panted and smiled. During this week, he didn't learn the God Art orbs from the Pocket Hunting Dimension. He was learning the battle intent seeds from before. With the help of the super purple liquid, blue dew, and blue crystal, his learning speed was at the pinnacle. In just a week, his battle intent was near domain level mastery. However, the battle intent seeds weren't as useful to him as before. There were many more battle intent seeds, but Luze didn't plan to use them. He might as well leave it to the elders. As for the rest, he could learn it in the phenomenon that he would get when he broke through to the cosmic realm state. Luze looked around. The girls were still cultivating, and it wasn't time for the Pocket Hunting Dimension yet. He had some time, so he planned to check out that Cosmic Lord Divine Art. One could only imagine how high the prerequisite for God Art mastery was. The Cosmic Lord Divine Art was very hard to understand despite Luze's battle will God Art reaching near domain level. However, Luze understood the basic information of it. This divine art was called Undying Battle Will. One could use Battle Will to improve his own combat power, cultivation level, body, and mental force. The beginner's mastery alone could increase one's combat power by 1 to 2 small levels. And this Undying Battle Will increased a person's basic combat power, so that meant that power amplification through God Art and Divine Art would be more terrifying. If he could cultivate Undying Battle Will into beginner's mastery, he could even reach Battle Cosmic Realm state with his current cultivation level. Luze was very excited. This was too strong. However, it was too hard to learn. Luze estimated that he would need at least a month to reach beginner mastery. 3 hours later, Luze rubbed his forehead. His eyes were fatigued. Just after 3 hours of learning, he felt a headache and a lack of mental force. He stopped learning and looked around. The girls had left. When he got out, he found that they had already started eating, so Luze joined them. Afterwards, they went back and kept cultivating. This time, they went into the Pocket Hunting Dimension. Lately, the overlords didn't fight, so they had no chances of freeloading. During this week, the strongest beast they killed was only a level 7 Cosmic Cloud State Ruby Scorpion, and this was because it had lost a battle against another level 7 Cosmic Cloud State Super Golden Lightning Eagle. Otherwise, they could at most fight with level 6 Cosmic Cloud State Super Beasts. Luze and the girls appeared in the desert. They concealed their chi. After one short day, they acquired quite some loot. They killed an ordinary peak Cosmic Cloud State Earth Wolf. Rumble. Roar. Re. At this moment, terrifying roars and chi sounded. Luze and the girls stiffened, but they rejoiced. Lu Li said, "It's finally here." The rest of them smiled excitedly. Battle of the Overlords. They had been waiting for this. Rumble. A series of terrifying waves spread in all directions. The sand was ravaged. Countless beasts fled in terror. The battle region wasn't too far from Luze and the girls. Red fire waves shot at them. That terrifying pressure made their faces go pale. Luze quickly used the space domain and broke through the space of this fire domain and left with the girls. They appeared a few 100,000 light years away. Luze's face was pale. "Good thing my space god art has reached domain level, or we would have all died there." Kyuyuhesha said, "Let's hide first." They were very accustomed to handling this situation. This time, the battle was quite similar to the last time. However, it was more intense. All 5 overlords were covered in wounds. Despite this, they were still attacking each other like crazy. This battle lasted even longer than the previous one. Only when their chi dropped to almost peak cosmic cloud state super beasts did they stop. The fire and ice birds were the weakest and most heavily injured. They quickly fled. Soon, Luze and the girls came out of the desert. Luze smiled. "Let's go find peak cosmic cloud state super beasts." They were very short on trump cards right now. Chapter 1202, Powerful. Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. Entering the battlefield, Luze and the girls started to search for powerful injured beasts. At the border of the battlefield, the beasts had ordinary powers. The strongest was only a level 6 cosmic cloud state super beast. They have found 2 of these on the way. The rest were below that. As they went deeper, they found better loot. They found a level 7 cosmic cloud state golden lightning eagle in a sea of fire. Luze killed the eagle and found an oasis. They got quite some golden dew and blue dew from there. 3 hours later, the beasts were getting stronger and stronger. As they were flying, Lin Ling's eyes glowed and scanned a region surging with golden lightning. She said, "Ze, there's something in that level 8 cosmic cloud state." Luze and the girls became excited immediately. It was definitely not an ordinary level 8 cosmic cloud state beast to be able to survive in that region. It could only be a super beast. Luze hurriedly said, "Let's go see." They flew to that region. The region was a few light years wide and covered in golden lightning. The thin sand was blasted into crystal by the lightning. There were still remnant lightning arcs releasing terrifying chi. Ordinary level 2 or level 3 cosmic cloud states would explode on the spot if they touched one of the arcs. They avoided the intense regions and kept going deeper. Soon, they found their target in a ditch. There was a lot of golden lightning circulating in the area. A giant ruby scorpion lay at the bottom of the ditch. It was covered in cracks, and the lightning was entering through the cracks. The scorpion was shivering, and its chi was rapidly dissipating. Luze and the girls panted. They came in time. Any later, the scorpion would die. Luze hurriedly said, "Wait for me here, I'll go down." Luze came to the bottom of the ditch. Golden light flashed around him. The lightning in the ditch didn't strike him and instead, moved around him. He looked like a lightning god. Luze pressed down a golden lightning ball into the cracks of the scorpion. Rumble. The scorpion died immediately, leaving behind drops. A level 8 cosmic cloud state super beast summoning crystal. Luze happily picked it up. They finally had a trump card now. Luze returned to the girls and said, "Let's go." In the next few hours, the strongest beast they found was only a level 7 cosmic cloud state super beast. They didn't even find one level 8 cosmic cloud state. That scorpion probably happened to get struck by lightning from the golden lightning eagle overlord. Otherwise, it wouldn't be in that pitiful state. 6 hours later, they even felt some pressure from the remnant forces. There were more injured beasts, and the weakest was a level 6 cosmic cloud state super beast. They found a few more level 7 super beasts and even one sealed level 8 lightning eagle. They shattered the ice and the eagle died along with it. They acquired another level 8 cosmic cloud state super beast summoning crystal. They had 2 now. Moments later, Lin Ling rejoiced again. There's another beast. Peak cosmic cloud state. Luze and the girls gasped. Peak cosmic cloud state super beast. Let's go. They quickly moved to the location. There was a 100-meter tall ice block. Inside was a 50-meter tall red wolf. It was a peak cosmic cloud state fire wolf. The flames on the surface of its body were gone. Only dark red rays flashed on its body. Its chi was very weak but was still stronger than Luze's. Its fire power and the outside ice power seemed to have reached a balance. Its chi didn't grow weaker. Instead, it was about to recover. Nangongjing looked at Luze and asked, "Ze, what do we do?" Luze fell silent, then he smiled and said, "We must fight straight up. The longer we wait, the more this beast will recover. Now, if we can't beat it we can still run. And if we shatter this ice block, it might shatter with it too, like that golden eagle." Lu Li slightly smiled. "Then, let's begin." Luze and the girls formed fireballs, and soon, a few hundred of them floated in the air. They blasted the fireballs towards the ice. Rumble. Terrifying explosions sounded. Even Luze and the girls retreated. Seeing the fire wave, their eyes flashed. "I wonder if it worked." At this moment, a terrifying howl sounded. Roar! A huge burning fire charged at Luze and the girls. It was the fire wolf. Its body was covered in wounds, but it was very ferocious. Luze's eyes narrowed. He quickly took the girls and appeared a few thousand kilometers away. Luze looked at the wolf in shock. So strong. It just broke free, but it still had this much power. It was stronger than a level 6 cosmic cloud state super beast. The wolf continued to charge at them. Seeing this, Luze's eyes flashed with ferocity. "Support me!" He charged towards the fire wolf. Layers of flames spun around him. The fire sea instantly covered the fire wolf until the flames around it disappeared. The wolf was stunned but fireballs appeared around it. The wolf shot towards Luze and tried to claw him. Luze quickly gave up on the fireballs and crossed his arms. Rumble. Luze felt an immense force from the claws. His body instantly fell back as his face went pale. He fell back a few hundred kilometers before stopping. He looked at the wolf in shock. This was his first time fighting a peak cosmic cloud state super beast head-on. The super sand anaconda was bound by space. The wolf charged at him again. Luze licked his lips. Perfect, he could test his poison fireball. Chapter 1203, Free? Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. Rumble. A thud could be heard from the sky. The red fire god art domain was tainted with traces of dark green smoke. Luze's face instantly turned pale. He combined fire and poison god art domain. With his current power, this would, at most, last 3 seconds. However, he didn't stop at all. The fire and poison mist fused and produced a dark green fireball. There was a mist surging from the surface of the fireball, and it made a screeching sound in the air. Spirit force around Luze spun like crazy as he instantly formed tens of fireballs and threw them out. The wolf felt the lethal threat, and its fur stood up. It was planning to run. At this moment, it felt that its mind was in a trance. A set of shackles seemed to have been placed on its body. It felt its body pause for a moment. If it was in its prime, this would not affect him at all. But right now, he was heavily injured. He was weakened in all aspects. This slight pause for the wolf was extremely lethal. Those poison fireballs stuck it instantly. Rumble. The dark green fire waves spread as the wolf howled in pain. The fire wolf's chi was rapidly weakening. In just a short instant, its life force was gone. When the fire wave calmed down, the wolf was burnt crisp. Several corrosion marks appeared on its flesh, causing it to look pitiful. The massive body fell heavily on the frost-covered ground. Thud. The body slowly turned to dust. Luze was drenched in sweat as he fell to the ground as well. At this moment, Luze felt a warm hug. Kyoyohesha looked at Luze with some worry. Little brother Luze, are you okay? Luze's face was pale. He felt the emptiness in his lower body, the feeble flesh. He almost depleted his mental power. Thereafter, he shook his head. I'm fine, I just used too much power. Using 2 domains at the same time was too taxing. He also used fire and poison ball fusion divine art. This drained all his power up in an instant. Nangongjing patted Luze's shoulder. Ze, your fusion divine art worked. This alcoholic. He was out of power, but she still slapped him that hard. He rolled his eyes. Yet. Fusion divine art is so powerful. Nangongjing remarked. It wasn't too plausible to kill that fire wolf with their power. However, it got instantly killed by the fusion divine art. Lu Li and the girls nodded. Alice looked at Luze with admiration. Senior is indeed the strongest. Both of those divine arts were cosmic cloud state divine arts. Luze was only a cosmic cloud state. To be able to fuse the two in such a short time would be considered impossible to others. Others should be amazing enough to even learn it. Of course, Luze had the most advantage due to the pocket hunting dimension, which allowed him to experiment unlimited times without dying. Luze soon recovered. He moved out of Kyoyohesha's warm arms and smiled. Okay, let's go and pick things up. The girls were very hopeful. They looked at the ground. Since a long time had passed, the body was gone. Only drops were left behind. They flew over and looked. Super red and purple liquid, fire god art orb, divine art rune shard, and 2 red crystals. One was a summoning crystal and one was an equipment crystal. However, that diamond crystal didn't appear. That was the best treasure for Luze. It seemed that not every peak cosmic cloud state beast would drop it. Lu Li smiled and said, there should be other peak cosmic cloud state beasts. Let's keep searching. The group went further. They found 4 more level 7 cosmic cloud state and 2 more level 8 cosmic cloud state super beasts. However, there were no more cosmic cloud state peak beasts. At this moment, Lin Ling suddenly turned toward a region greatly affected by lightning and fire. Violent chi surged in there. Even Luze and the girls sensed it. Peak cosmic cloud state super beast. They looked at each other. Let's go in and see. The group leaned against each other. Luze used fire and lightning god art to direct the fire and golden lightning away. They carefully tread in. Soon, they saw a crystal warhorse lying on the ground while covered in cracks. Green light formed a barrier around it, blocking the surrounding lightning and fire. With every flicker of the lightning and fire, the horse's chi would weaken. Its chi was even weaker than Luze's now. It would probably be torn apart soon. It was very easy for them to kill it now. It was a free peak cosmic cloud state super beast. Luze smiled. Let's go over. You guys support me. As they got closer, the horse also sensed their kais. Its head shot up and looked coldly at the group. However, the horse wasn't able to get up. Luze grinned. A few hundred fireballs appeared as he waved them towards the horse. Roar! Luze and the girls felt a terrifying chi. As soon as they looked up, they saw a 5-meter-long fireball shoot at them. Rumble! They died instantly. When they woke up back in their room, they didn't feel too good. They were clearly about to kill that warhorse, but they encountered another peak cosmic cloud state fire wolf. Did it seem to be in its prime? Was it there to freeload too? Chapter 1204, Good Children Shouldn't Look. Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. After a while, the painful sensation subsided. They took note of the loot they had gathered before they went back to cultivation. 2 weeks later, an invisible wave spread from Luze. The girls on the side sensed this and looked at him. A smile formed on their faces. Luze was breaking through level 4 cosmic cloud state. The invisible wave lasted for a while. Luze's power was increasing in all aspects. When he opened his eyes, a milky white light flashed. Luze breathed out and grinned. Finally, he reached level 4 cosmic cloud state. By this time, his combat power should be greatly amplified than before. Hence, even if he used one domain, he would probably be able to last a minute. Alice greeted, "Senior, congratulations on reaching level 4 cosmic cloud state." Luze patted her hair and gave her a smile in return. "Alice, today is a good today. How about making the dinner tonight more abundant?" The other girls rolled their eyes. "We knew you would say this." Luze argued, "What? Do you not want to eat? When you guys broke through a few days ago, you ordered Alice and the others to cook a lot of good food too." Nangongjing coughed and looked away. Lu smiled. "Let's go out first. Let's ask Lily and Louisa to join us." Alice's eyes lit up, and she nodded. She pulled up her sleeves and smiled. "All right, I'm going to show off my skills today." Everyone laughed as they exited the room. In the living room, Ying Ying was sitting on the couch as she watched cartoons. When she saw Luze and the girls coming out, she turned around and looked. After sensing the chi around Luze, Ying Ying blinked and felt surprised. Luze smiled proudly. "Little girl, now you know how strong I am." "Shocking. Soon, I will be able to surpass you. Then, I will take back all the food you stole from me." "Wait. I will take everything." However, Ying Ying simply directed her eyes back to the cartoons she was watching. Luze, Alice, Lu Li and Lin Ling had reached the kitchen soon. Lin Ling smiled. "We're going to cook. Sister Jing, Sister Hesha, go and call Lily and Louisa." Nangongjing patted her chest and smiled. "I'll go then." Luze and Hesha sat on the couch. Hesha hugged Ying Ying, and they watched cartoons with her. Moments later, Nangongjing brought along Lily and Louisa. The other two girls seemed confused. Lily asked, "Jing Jing, why are we having a feast again?" They did like eating Alice's cooking though. Moreover, they would have access to golden fruit wine as well. Nevertheless, they were still digesting the resources from the Tower of War. Nangongjing grinned. "How about taking a guess?" Lily was dumbfounded. Luze broke through. She couldn't sense Luze's cultivation level, but she felt a slight difference in his chi. Louisa was stunned, and she exclaimed, "What?" The two looked at each other and smiled bitterly. Lily rolled her eyes. "So it's because Ze broke through. No wonder." Louisa said, "You guys are really monsters. Jing Jing and Hesha broke through a few days ago, and now, Ze did too." Lily nodded. "If others knew of your cultivation speed, they would be utterly dejected." They were deeply envious. Their cultivation speed was like a snail crawling compared to the exceptional speed of Luze and the girls. On the other hand, Lily only improved a little bit upon reaching the cosmic realm state. Nangongjing dragged them to sit down. "Let's not talk about that. Let's just drink instead." Lily's and Louisa's eyes lit up. "Let's drink." A dab of pink hue painted their cheeks. Ying Ying looked at them with big curious eyes. Hesha immediately covered her eyes. Kids can't look. Moments later, Alice and the other girls had finished cooking. The table was filled with all sorts of spirit food. Lu Li smiled. Time to eat. Ying Ying's and Luze's eyes lit up. Ying Ying rushed out of Kai Huyuhesha's arms and immediately appeared on the seat. She stared at the food seriously. Right after, Kai Huyuhesha walked over. Lin Ling said, Sister Jing, don't drink too much later. Nangong Jing complained, I won't end up drunk. Moreover, I enjoy drinking with them. Lily and Louisa nodded at the same time. That's right. Luze's mouth twitched. The last time when Lily and Louisa broke through, they also had a feast. In the end, Lily and Louisa revealed that the advanced elf race reproduced through the Tree of Life. They soon grew curious about the way humans reproduced. Nangong Jing immediately said that she would show it to Lily and Louisa and almost pressed Luze down on the ground to perform. Luze was truly scared. The other girls had a headache too. This meal lasted 2 hours, and eventually, Nangong Jing and her buddies got drunk. Before they could lose their rationality completely and behave wildly, Luze and Kai Huyuhesha knocked them all out and threw them on the couch before they continued to eat. After the meal, the three slowly woke up. They all went back to cultivate. Luze tested his new combat power in the pocket hunting dimension tonight. He could barely kill level 7 Cosmic Cloud State Super Beast with 2 domains and Poison Fireball. This was a major increase in combat power. After that, Luze allowed the girls to go off and hunt by themselves while he fused his divine art. He wanted to study lightning and fireball, as well as lightning and poison ball fusion. Chapter 1205, Can Open Shop Again. Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. As time flew by, Luze and the girls spent the next 2 months searching for resources while moving towards the Night Demon City. The Xavier Ancient Ruins possessed extremely abundant resources. Lin Ling's Spirit Eye God art became valuable in searching for spirit items. In just 2 months, Luze and the girls found enough resources to fill a few storage rings to the brim. The spirit resources they acquired ranged from Star State to Cosmic Cloud State. Although Luze and the girls didn't have a need for Star State spirit items, they would still be useful to the human race. Even if the elders were already Cosmic Cloud States, the rest of their people weren't. Most of the prodigies and powerful humans were just Star States. Moreover, during this time, they also encountered various races. Those hostile races who noticed the disparity between Lily, who was a peak Cosmic Cloud State, and Luze's group wanted to rob the latter. However, they were clueless as to how powerful Luze and his girls were. But those who dared to rob them were slain by Luze and the girls. In the end, the resources their opponents had ended up in the pocket of Luze and his companions. At the same time, the overlords had fought 3 more times in the pocket hunting dimension. During their second time fighting, the fire overlord was almost killed. The group could barely escape. When the firebird overlord was heavily injured, Luze and the girls even tried to finish it off. However, it was still an overlord beast. The fire god art domain didn't even give Luze any advantage, so they were slapped to death. At that time, Luze's cultivation level was already at level 5 Cosmic Cloud State, and his combat power wasn't bad. They could even kill some weaker level 8 Cosmic Cloud State super beasts together. Luze didn't feel good. Nevertheless, they earned several things during the other 2 fights, especially the last one a few days ago. Luze just broke through to level 6 Cosmic Cloud State. They could barely defend against those super beasts that reached the peak Cosmic Cloud State. On the brighter side, they could easily kill those ones that were already injured. As for those who were at the pinnacle of the peak Cosmic Cloud State super beasts, Luze and the girls wouldn't be a match, even if the beast was heavily injured. Just a few days ago, Luze and his group killed 5 peak Cosmic Cloud State super beasts. Other than the summoning crystals of 5 super beasts, they also got 2 peak cosmic cloud state diamond crystals. Those crystals were Luze's strongest trump card. They also got more than 8 summoning crystals of peak cosmic cloud state super beasts. In addition, they gathered 17 summoning crystals of level 8 super beasts. There were over 100 of those below level 7 cosmic cloud state. If he summoned all of these crystals, they could probably wipe out the weakest type of cosmic realm state civilizations. After all, peak cosmic cloud state super beasts could possess a power reaching level 2 cosmic realm state. 8 of these super beasts were pretty much absurd. In addition, there were other super beasts. Luze gave each of the girls 1 peak cosmic cloud state super beasts summoning crystal. He handed out some low-leveled ones to them as well. Both Lily and Louisa also received one from Luze to protect themselves. When they saw it, they ended up dumbfounded. After all, this was a level 7 cosmic cloud state super beast. Their power could even reach the cosmic realm state. They might even be slightly stronger than Lily. They didn't expect Luze to give them such a valuable treasure. They were deeply touched. Luze and the girls were flying above a vast ocean. There were several aquatic marine life with different shapes. Some of these animals were palm-sized, but some were also planet-sized. Their power managed to reach the peak cosmic cloud state. However, most of these organisms were not too hostile. They would only slay and keep the bodies of those who would attack them. At this moment, Lin Ling's eyes flashed. A distant battle light manifested itself. Luze raised his brow. Lu Li asked, 3 peak cosmic cloud states. In the entire Xavier ancient ruins, peak cosmic cloud states were rare. It was rather fortuitous to encounter one. However, there were 3 right now. Lin Ling remarked, 2 peak cosmic cloud states are attacking 1 peak cosmic cloud state. Is this a hunt? Luze grinned. We can open the shop again. Luze would approach them and offer them salvation if they agree to pay with their treasures. Let's go over. One of the 3 beings looked very similar to the human race. She could be considered a breathtaking beauty among humans. However, her hair seemed to be made up of water elements. Even her skin was surging with mist. One of the other 2 peak cosmic cloud states was 3 meters tall and possessed a dinosaur-like head. The other one had black skin but had no palms. The palm was replaced by 2 piercing black spikes. They were clashing non-stop in the air. Very far away from the battlefield, there was a blue shield floating on the ocean. There were 4 humans watching the battlefield nervously. One was a star state, middle-aged man. He looked at the heavily injured old man and said, "Boss, is predecessor Sabrina all right?" On his side, there was an exceptionally beautiful woman with a worried face. "Master is fine. She's a cosmic realm state." But a star state, gray-haired woman paused and looked at the battle without saying anything. They weren't very strong and couldn't see the battle clearly. However, judging from what they know, Sabrina probably couldn't handle her opponents easily. What about Senator Eric? His life force was getting weaker and weaker by the minute. Rumble. Sabrina's face turned pale. She looked at those other 2 coldly. The black-thorned being said, "I've long known that Water Spirit Ambassador Sabrina is very talented. You have reached the cosmic realm state at such a young age. Your strength is also highly commendable. I wonder how much I can sell you for." The dragon-headed being said, "Sabrina, where is that ant?" Sabrina smiled. "You guys think you have won already?" Strands of blue mist surged from the sea, and all of them went into Sabrina's body. Her chi rose up immediately again. Chapter 1206, You Still Have Pals. Upon witnessing this, the 2 opponents were taken aback. They roared, "Kill!" Following the remark, they charged at Sabrina. At this moment, a silver light flashed, and Luze, together with the girls, appeared in the sky. All of the 3 beings were stunned by the sudden interruption. The three split off and looked at Luze and the girls vigilantly. They couldn't even figure out how these beings went over. But upon seeing Luze and the girls, they felt greatly surprised. The middle-aged man inside the round shield was shocked. Oh shit! Human race? Why would there be humans here? In their impression, the human race shouldn't be capable of producing powerful prodigies. Their four saints merely had a cosmic system state cultivation level. Those saints should be guarding the human race. They wouldn't have the time to visit the Xavier ancient ruins. In conclusion, these newly arrived humans should only be star states, right? But what was wrong with these few people? How could they stroll along a peak cosmic cloud state battlefield without being worried? However, those two who scared them also moved away. This wasn't something a star state could do. Even a cosmic system state would be torn to pieces here, right? Were they cosmic cloud states then? How was this possible? They could see the confusion from each other's eyes. The blue-haired woman asked, "Are they really humans?" Everyone had the same question. Our race couldn't have nurtured this level of being, right? Cosmic cloud state, how is that possible? Yet, we just haven't been back for a few decades. Even the very top civilization couldn't produce a cosmic cloud state in just a span of a few decades, could they? They didn't really believe that these few people were from the human race. Even if the human race had cosmic cloud states, they wouldn't need to enter the Xavier ancient ruins this early. The star states and cosmic system states in the Xavier ancient ruins were mostly from weak civilizations. At this moment, the blue-haired woman gazed at Luze and the girls. She asked shakily, "Look, are those two from the elf race?" Both the middle-aged man and the grey-haired woman looked over. When they saw Lily and Louisa, they were greatly taken aback. It really is the elf race. Their human race had connections to the elf cosmic realm. The middle-aged man questioned, "Are they really from the human race?" Within the area of the battlefield, the atmosphere grew silent since the entrance of Luze and the girls. Luze realized that he teleported the entire team too close. The intense battle had stopped due to their unexpected appearance. Luze laughed. Can you guys continue? Don't mind us, we are just passing by. The Black Peak Cosmic Cloud State said coldly, "You have friends? Where is that insect?" Luze and the girls. Luze remarked, "Friends? What friends? How dare you pretend to be innocent?" They wanted to attack, but when they saw Lily on the side, they hesitated. Damn it! There was another peak cosmic cloud state. Sabrina was already tough enough to deal with. If another one came, the two of them wouldn't have it easy. They should have found a few more helpers. Sabrina frowned and looked at Luze and the girls. She didn't expect to encounter her disciples' fellow race here. However, didn't her disciple say their race only had a few cosmic system states? The strongest among them were the four elders who were merely cosmic system states. These few people. They were cosmic cloud states. 3 of them were level 6 cosmic cloud states. This should be impossible. She looked at Lily. This person's chi. Wasn't she a peak cosmic cloud state? She was probably a cosmic realm state too. This being seemed really close to these humans though. Sabrina wondered whether she should ask their identities. At this moment, a short-haired woman at the back of the male human looked in the direction behind her with shock. Sabrina's eyes narrowed in surprise. No way! Did she find their location? That shield could conceal chi. Even those 2 peak cosmic cloud states hadn't even discovered their location. How can a mere level 5 cosmic cloud state find it? Suddenly, Lin Ling mumbled something. Luze and the rest of his team asked, "What's wrong, Lin Ling?" Lin Ling looked at a certain empty region in the sea. There is something there. I can't see through it. With Lin Ling's current cultivation level, ordinary cosmic realm state items might not be able to block her vision. At the very least, Up until now, nothing but the Tower of War could impede her vision. Luze was immediately interested. Does it seem to be a treasure? Luze reached out his right hand. He was on the verge of grasping the seemingly empty spot. Sabrina was worried. She quickly called out, "Wait!" Her disciple was inside. Luze looked at Sabrina and stopped. To be honest, Sabrina appealed to the human race's aesthetic standard. They trusted Sabrina more compared to those two aliens. Of course, these two alien races looked at them with murderous intent. "You there?" Luze looked at Sabrina and said. "What's wrong, girl?" Sabrina opened her mouth and didn't know how to answer. The two peak cosmic cloud states noticed Lin Ling's reaction and exclaimed, "It's there!" The dragon-headed male formed a giant spirit hand and grabbed at the region of the sea that Luze was facing. The humans in the shield looked at the giant hand in terror. The middle-aged man uttered, "Oh no! They discovered us! What do we do? We still haven't brought back the news regarding the Ruby Flame Saint." At this moment, Sabrina burst out. "How dare you!" Luze frowned. Lin Ling found it first, and he clearly made the first move. How come this bastard dared to fight him? Luze grew unhappy. He swung his hand and hit the incoming giant hand with his own white spirit force hand. The two spirit force hands collapsed. Everyone was taken aback. What? Impossible! Chapter 1207, We don't resemble the human race that much? Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. Everyone gasped at Luze. Luze's cultivation level was only at level 6 cosmic cloud state. The dragon-headed alien was originally a cosmic realm state but got suppressed to a peak cosmic cloud state. Although he hadn't resorted to using his full power yet, his spirit force giant claw was simply slapped away by the level 6 cosmic cloud state Luze. This was absurd. The three humans inside the shield looked at each other and became speechless. These people are definitely not from the human race. What a joke! They knew the insides and outs of the human race by heart. Monsters like those people never existed in their race. This time, the other two girls nodded. Sabrina narrowed her eyes, and she looked at Luze with vigilance. These people were much stronger than she imagined. Luze disappeared from the spot and appeared before the dragon-headed being. His right hand flowed with spirit flame, from which a terrifying chi surged. The dragon-headed being was shocked. Exceptionally strong. This power couldn't compare with his unsuppressed power, but right now, he was subject to the power restrictions. The power that Luze revealed now wasn't much weaker than his. Roar! Following his battle cry, his muscles bulged. Faint red spirit light glowed. He had to resist it with full power. If not, the opponent might take advantage of any slight opening. On the other side, that black-skinned being glowed with black spirit light. He moved to stab Luze with his two piercing spikes. Screech! Two screeches could soon be heard. The black spikes shot out two black beams towards Luze's back. The power Luze manifested was unbelievably overwhelming. He was forced to help the dragon-headed being. White spirit light and golden spirit light entwined and formed a domain. They expanded from Luze's body. The blood chi around the dragon-headed being immediately vanished. More than half of his power was depleted. Meanwhile, the black spirit light behind Luze disappeared. The two aliens. This scene was too eerie. What? Where are my god art and divine art? While they were stunned, Luze's fist didn't stop, and it hit the dragon-headed being's breastplate. Rumble. Upon making contact, the breastplate received damage. Crack. The dragon-headed being coughed out blood. His body was instantly struck back. Rumble. His body fell into the water and created a huge wave. The dark-skinned being was taken aback. What? He knew how strong the dragon-headed being was. Yet, he didn't even manage to block a single punch. How was this possible? He didn't dare to believe it. Luze put away his domain. He then disappeared from the spot. When he appeared once more, he was already before the dark-skinned being. The being was shocked and suddenly took a step back. Arg! Sensing his own terror, the black-skinned being roared. He suppressed the terror in his heart. He directed the black spirit light towards Luze again. Luze grinned. The sharp metal god art domain appeared again. The black-skinned being's metal god art and divine art suddenly dissipated. He felt dumbfounded. This time around, he realized the reason for the disappearance of his attack. What was this? At this moment, he felt a terrifying wave coming from his side. He saw a right leg sweeping at him. That terrifying power scared him. He wanted to block it, but after losing his most powerful god art, his combat power dropped more than half. Rumble! Luze's right leg swept the black-skinned being's waist. Crack! His black-skinned body even manifested some cracks. His body was flung towards the sea and left a huge wave. Luze put away the domain as he panted. To him, he only used a little bit of his spirit force. He couldn't help but smile. During this time in the pocket hunting dimension, he not only tested fusing divine arts, but he also practiced improving his domain. Now, he could use the domain whenever he needed and quickly put it away. That way, his energy consumption could be reduced. His cultivation level was at level 6 cosmic cloud state. This sort of battle didn't cost him too much energy anymore. Luze looked at Sabrina. What did you want to say before? Sabrina. Seeing Luze's smile, her mouth twitched. What was this monster? A level 6 cosmic cloud state could easily beat 2 peak cosmic cloud states. Moreover, these 2 peak cosmic cloud states weren't even ordinary ones. They were those cosmic realm states who only had their cultivation levels suppressed. These 2 beings couldn't even stop one of this guy's attacks. What was wrong with this world? Sabrina didn't know what to say. The atmosphere fell silent for a while as Sabrina smiled bitterly. Even she couldn't beat those 2 beings who teamed up together. She wondered whether she would ever be on par with Luze. If she didn't speak, she wouldn't even be able to stop him. She gradually said, "That's my treasure." She waved at the area in the sea where Lin Ling looked. A blue light shot over and approached. Seeing this, Luze and his team's eyes flashed with a trace of surprise. Especially Luze. He was confident in his sensing ability, but in the end, he failed to notice this. If it wasn't for Lin Ling, they would have probably all been tricked. Soon, the blue shield appeared next to Sabrina. A rune spun in her hand and revealed a blue ball shield. A vibrant blue light flashed. Following this, a few people appeared in the sky. After seeing the people, Luze and his girls were shocked. Human race! Luze exclaimed. There were humans in the Xavier ancient ruins. But Luze suddenly thought of Lu Xiun. Didn't they enter Xavier ancient ruins too? However, the danger in this region of the sea was rather great. Luze looked at the humans intently. Upon focusing on their state, the white-haired man's armor was cracked, and blood painted his entire body. His chi was extremely feeble. Luze and the girls frowned. The people looked back at Luze and Nangongjing, along with the other girls, as well as Lily and Louisa. The blue-haired woman asked, "Are you guys humans?" Luze pointed at himself. "Do we not resemble humans that much?" Oh shit! Chapter 1208, Still a Youth Who's Not Yet 30. Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. The 3 humans were utterly speechless. At the same time, Sabrina was at a loss for words. Given the overall reaction, Luze and the girls were dumbfounded. Oh shit! Who gave you the confidence to make you think that you guys resemble humans? How could the human race produce such a powerful prodigy? Immediately, the atmosphere turned silent. What did they say wrong? At this point, Nangongjing saw the old man's face and grew dazed. Senator Eric. Why is he injured like that? Luze looked at Nangongjing and inquired, Jing, do you know this old man? Nangongjing nodded in response. He's someone who went out with my father to search for advanced level energy for Alice. He is a senator of the Federation. Luze and the rest of the girls frowned. Nangongjing's father wasn't with him now though. They instantly had an ominous feeling about this. Upon discovering that Nangongjing knew Senator Eric, they felt taken aback. The pale blue-haired woman asked, "Who is your father?" Nangongjing responded, "Nangonglin." "Have you seen my father?" "Nangonglin." They looked at Nangongjing in shock. "You're Saint Nangong's granddaughter." Nangongjing nodded. Accordingly, the three smiled and didn't look at them with vigilance anymore. After all, the human race was too weak. Luze and the girls were cosmic cloud states. They possessed a terrifying combat power. With their ability, they really didn't need to play tricks with them to attack the human race. The blue-haired woman smiled bitterly. "We don't know. We just encountered a heavily injured Senator Eric a few days ago. My master has some healing abilities but couldn't cure him completely. We were planning to take him out for treatment, but we encountered those two cosmic cloud states on the way here. We were then chased." Luze looked at that human-looking alien. She was a peak cosmic cloud state but still couldn't cure Senator Eric. The middle-aged man said nervously, "We need to hurry and leave now. With his injury, we can't afford to wait any longer." Luze gave them a reassuring smile. "Let me have a look." He moved next to the middle-aged man, causing the latter to become stunned. Luze scanned his body with his mental force and frowned. "There's a strand of demonic qi ruining his body." Sabrina nodded. "This demonic qi is very weak, but its essence contained a cosmic realm state energy. I can only help him suppress it." Luze showed a grateful smile. "Thank you, predecessor. If it wasn't for you, he would have died." This demonic qi was devouring Eric's life force. The blue-haired girl asked, "Predecessor, can you save Senator Eric?" "Predecessor? He was a youth who hasn't even reached 30 yet. She was a cosmic system state and probably at least 1,000 years old." Luze simply smiled. "Of course, it's just demonic qi." The faces of the three humans visibly lit up with hope. Meanwhile, Sabrina looked at Luze with shock. A bit of demonic qi seemed to have sipped inside the old man's body by accident. However, despite the measly quantity, the quality was greatly potent. Its source was even a cosmic realm state. Most importantly, the owner of the qi had mastered the demonic qi and almost reached the domain level. Even Sabrina had to use her full power to suppress it. During this time, Luze pressed his hand on Eric's chest. He used Darkness God Art Domain and subjected Eric to it, wiping away the demonic qi inside his body. Luze was a little surprised. The owner of this demonic qi was on the verge of learning the domain. Nevertheless, the power turned out to be too weak. Otherwise, Luze would have a tough time destroying it. But now, things progressed smoothly. A green light soon flashed on his hand. Almost instantly, Eric's wounds healed, and his turbulent qi calmed down. Given the turn of events, Sabrina and the three humans couldn't grasp reality. Their eyes widened in utter shock. That quickly. Even Sabrina could only stop Eric's wound from deteriorating, but this human cured him at unimaginable speed without breaking a sweat at all. Sabrina scanned Eric with her mental force. He was indeed completely healed. At this juncture, she suddenly thought of something. She looked at Luze with a sliver of shock. A domain. Only a dark domain user could wipe this level of demonic qi away so easily. At the same time, Sabrina recalled how Luze fought those two beings. The sudden disappearance of their god art made her terrified. That was domain 2. That was probably body god art domain and metal domain. Now, he just used the darkness domain. This guy. A level 6 cosmic cloud state mastered 3 domains. What kind of monster was this? How come her disciple said that the human race was weak? Even if her disciple claimed that the human race was cosmic lord civilization, she would believe it. Sabrina spoke telepathically, Shuiyu, is your human race really a cosmic system state civilization? Shuiyu didn't know what to say. Luze smiled. Senator Eric is too exhausted. He might need a moment to recover. The 3 humans were very grateful. The middle-aged man looked at Luze. Predecessor, how come we've never heard about you in the race? Are you a predecessor who went out to travel as soon as the human race entered the galactic era? Luze didn't know how to explain things. Chapter 1209, Where is my father? Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. Luze laughed it off. You will know that after you return. He looked at them and asked, by the way, who are you guys? The blue-haired woman answered, Predecessor, I'm Zhang Shuiyu, the leader of the Shuiyu Alliance Adventure Squad. These two are Shang Qizi and Carol. Luze was surprised to hear the response. Shuiyu Alliance. It was the same type of guild as Lu Xiun's Zhiwang Guild. They all left the Milky Way early during the Galactic Era. They were also considered as one of the largest guilds. Even during the celebration of Luze becoming a monarch, the Shuiyu Alliance sent representatives to congratulate him. Luze flashed a smile. So it's you guys? Zhang Shuiyu asked, Predecessor, you know about our Shuiyu Alliance? Luze nodded in confirmation. You guys have been searching for resources for the Federation non-stop. You made quite some contributions. He paused before continuing, your representative at the Federation even invited me to join. Luze's words made Zhang Shuiyu and the rest perplexed. What? Zhang Shuiyu gradually smiled. You're really humorous, predecessor. With your cultivation level, how can our alliance dare to invite you? Luze smiled and didn't explain it properly. Kaiyu Hesha then interjected, why are you guys the only ones left in the Shuiyu alliance? Zhang Shuiyu appeared to have hesitated upon hearing the words. Gloom soon fell upon her face. Zhang Shuiyu explained, 2 years ago, we encountered a cosmic system state beast at the Xavier ancient ruins. The rest died except for us 3. The other 2 burst out in tears. With this reaction, Luze and the girls didn't interrupt. The atmosphere grew tense. Luze couldn't help but sigh. It was a pity that those who left the Milky Way were too weak. Zhiwang Guild was only able to return to the Federation safely mostly because of luck. At this point, Luze raised the corners of his lips. Perfect, we managed to collect a lot of stuff lately. We're planning to return to the Federation. You guys can come back with us. We have quite a lot of resources now. It should be enough for you guys. The other 3 didn't expect his offer. Zhang Shuiyu looked at Sabrina and seemed to be hesitant. Her master was a cosmic realm state. If she followed her master, she would have the resources she needed without taking up the resources of the Federation. Even so, she also really wanted to return. The annihilation of her guild made her feel fatigued. She really wanted to go home and rest. The best situation was to return to the Federation with her master tagging along. But, she didn't know what the male predecessor would think. She was quite reluctant, but she looked at Luze and asked, Predecessor, can my master come back with us? Luze replied with a smile and looked at Sabrina, Predecessor, you're Shuiyu's master. How about coming with us to the Federation? To be honest, even if Sabrina didn't agree, Luze would forcefully take her back. After all, she had seen Luze use several god art domains. If this news spread out, it might catch the attention of the universe. Things would be complicated if cosmic lord civilizations noticed. Sabrina's eyes flashed with curiosity. In that case, I'll go too. She was deeply curious about the race that could give birth to a prodigy like Luze. His terrifying talent ignited her hopes for revenge. Luze felt greatly relieved. He didn't really want to fight her. After a while, Eric woke up. He looked around in confusion and then jumped up from Shang Qizi's arms with vigilance. When he looked around, he was dumbfounded. Human race. A bitter smile appeared on his face. So in the end, I couldn't be saved? I didn't expect to end up in another world after death. Is this heaven then? Too bad, I can't take the precious resources back to the Federation. Everyone was a little speechless. Eric looked at Zhang Shuiyu. Shuiyu, you died too? It's my fault for bringing you guys into this. He still remembered when Zhang Shuiyu and the others found him. Zhang Shuiyu was at a loss for words. She smiled awkwardly. Senator Eric, you're not dead. The information shocked Eric. He felt the power return in his body and rejoiced. That's amazing. I'm not dead. The heavens treat me well. He looked at Zhang Shuiyu and said desperately, Shuiyu, are we free from the hunt? Quick, we need to return to the Federation. There are hopes for the human race to rise. We can at least become a cosmic cloud state. No, we maybe even become a cosmic realm state civilization. Zhang Shuiyu revealed a strange expression. Cosmic cloud state? Cosmic realm state civilization? They recalled what Luze did. This time, they didn't know what to say. Wouldn't that mean that the human race had already risen now? Eric quickly said, what's with that look? I'm serious. A desperate voice cut through from his behind, Senator Eric, didn't you leave the Federation with my father? Where is he? Eric looked around and saw a dark-haired woman looking at him nervously. He asked, you are? Who is your father? Nanggong Jing replied, I'm Nanggong Jing. My father is Nanggong Lin. Eric's body stiffened, and his expression suddenly changed. Nanggong Jing's heart skipped a beat. She subconsciously released her qi simultaneously, causing a golden spirit light to surge. Where is my father? Her combat power was almost at the cosmic realm state, so her qi was naturally deeply terrifying for the others. Senator Eric was merely a star state. If Luze didn't block the pressure for him immediately, he would have probably been crushed to death by Nanggong Jing. Despite this, his face grew pale. Zhang Shuiyu and the rest were also affected. They didn't expect this girl to be this strong too. Wait. Nanggong Jing? Nanggong Lin's daughter. Wasn't she only in her 30s? How could she be this strong? Her qi was only slightly weaker than Sabrina's. How was this possible? What was going on with the human race right now? Chapter 1210, Chaos Star Realm. Eric and the rest were startled by the sudden outburst of Nanggong Jing's qi. Nanggong Jing laid out the question again, where is my father? Eric's face turned a little sad. Little Jing, your father might be. His words trailed as he remained silent. Nanggong Jing's face went pale. She looked coldly at Eric. Impossible. My father will be fine. You're lying. Sensing Nanggong Jing's murderous intent, Eric's face also lost its color. Luze hugged Nanggong Jing and patted her back. Jing, don't worry. Eric only said might be. Don't fret, you have me. I won't let anything happen to your dad. Nanggong Jing shuddered and burrowed her head into Luze's chest. Tears soon flowed out. She knew her father's power was relatively weak within the Xavier ancient ruins. It was highly likely that something unfortunate occurred to him. She didn't have the strength to face the possibility, so she didn't even dare to believe it. Luze's heart ached. The rest of his girls had the same sentiments. They moved closer to Nangongjing and comforted her. Don't feel bad, Sister Jing. Perhaps your dad is doing good, Alice said. Yes, T-Rex, we're not weak anymore. Even if your dad is in some trouble, we can save him for sure. Luze looked at Eric, and his face tensed up. What's going on? Lily and Louisa shrugged when they saw Luze's gaze. During the time they had been together, Luze always had the image of a casual and comical person. This was their first time to see him act like this. They felt a little scared too. Eric said, after leaving the Federation, we have been searching for high-level spirit fruit and resources. We have been to various places and even encountered the Red Flame Saint. We then headed to the Xavier Ancient Ruins together. The resources here are greatly abundant. There are a lot of cosmic cloud state spirit items. As long as we can find it, then. He looked at everyone. I believe you guys know there's a prodigy in our race. Luze felt dumbfounded and moved his gaze to Alice. Thereafter, Alice wore a complicated expression on her face. Everyone ventured out to look for a high-level energy resource, with the hope that her source flame would awaken. Luze nodded. Continue. Eric acquiesced, but with our power, even if we find an advanced level spirit item, we can't beat the guardian beasts. We have attempted some ways and even paid the price of sacrificing a few lives, but we weren't able to acquire any high-level spirit item in the end. Even the Red Flame Saint was on the verge of death a few times. He explained further, later on, we finally thought of a way. Since we can't acquire a high-level spirit item, we would gather large amounts of low-level spirit item and trade it for a high-level spirit item. The man then continued, but, a few months ago, things changed. The Gus race of the Chaos Star Realm found a star ore mine. The star ores can be used in cultivation. It's a cosmic cloud state spirit item. The Gus race didn't have enough people, so they hired someone else to excavate it. If we excavate enough, we will get a corresponding reward and even have a chance of acquiring star ore. Therefore, we all signed up to mine. He elaborated, however, that mine is tainted with a blood-curdling demonic qi. If you mined in the area, you would be afflicted with demonic qi. Ordinary cosmic cloud state beings can't defend against at all. All the hired miners were from foreign races. Not a single individual from the Gus race came. We wanted to leave, but Gus race didn't allow us to go. The eyes of Luze and the rest went cold. From what Eric described, those humans were probably in grave danger, right? Luze didn't expect that other than Nangong Lin, even Alice's grandfather was there. The color on Alice's face was deeply drained. All these humans were in danger because of her. Feelings of guilt overwhelmed her heart. Luze could tell what she was thinking. He said, regardless, we can go to the Gus mine region and have a look. Perhaps they are not dead yet. They might just be held in captivity. After all, the Gus race wouldn't want their race members to mine by themselves, right? Alice looked at Luze with some hope. Really, Senior? Luze smiled bitterly. He wasn't absolutely certain too, but now, they had to see it through regardless. If something really happened to them. Luze's eyes flashed with murderous intent. He would annihilate the entire race. But as of this moment, he had to comfort Nangongjing and Alice first. He nodded. For sure. Sabrina chimed in, perhaps your race members are fine for now. Nangongjing questioned, predecessor, do you know something? Sabrina nodded. The Gus race is a race from the Chaos Star Realm. That is a very chaotic region. There are countless races and lone survivors there. There are no established rules. But they regard strength as the law. Slave trade is normalized there. Gus race is a civilization that is about to reach the cosmic monarch state. If they captured your race members, they would either sell them or force them to mine. They would extract all the possible value out of them. So, they probably wouldn't be dead. Luze and the girl's eyes lit up. There was still hope. However, Sabrina continued, the Chaos Star Realm is a swamp. There are many cosmic monarch state civilizations behind it. The interests there are great. If you really start trouble there. This meant that there might be cosmic monarch states there? How could they save their fellow race if they were up for slave trade? Well, they still had Ying Ying though. As long as they don't annihilate the place, it shouldn't be too hard to save someone. Luze's eyes flashed with killing intent. Let's go, we should check that mining cave first. Chapter 1211, Responsible No Matter What. Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. Eric was a little hesitant. Nangongjing revealed a strong power, but the Gus race was also very strong and numerous. He said, Predecessor, although it's not good for me to say this, I think we should bring back the star crystals we worked so hard to get first. It will definitely be useful for Alice. This is the hard work of Red Flame Saint, Nangong Lin, and all the other people. Luze and the girls were stunned. Luze said, show me that star crystal. Eric was hesitant. These people seemed very strong. What if they wanted to rob it? He didn't dare to gamble. Luze and the girls felt quite complicated upon seeing how careful Eric was. The human race was really too weak before. This star crystal was probably just a cosmic cloud state spirit item. It was worthless to them. But to the others, it was something worth sacrificing their lives for. It must be the key to awakening Alice's god art. After the atmosphere fell silent, Luze said, don't worry, they're all our own people. Just take it out. Nangongjing looked at Eric and nodded. Take it out. Eric sighed and carefully took out a fist-sized crystal. It was half-transparent and black. However, the darkness was flickering with white light. There were strands of spirit force seeping out. By the looks of this, there was a lot of energy contained in this crystal. It was much stronger than the green hill fruit. Eric said, this is a star crystal. Zhang Shuiyu and the others were dazed. Such a dense spirit force. This crystal contained a spirit force that was approaching the cosmic realm state. It was beneficial even to her. No wonder this human was so careful. Luze and the girls were calm. Luze took out a human-sized red jade-like fruit. Immediately, spirit force seeped out and covered the star crystal's spirit force. The star crystal wasn't less than the spirit fruit, but the difference in quantity was too big. Eric and the others were dumbfounded. They had such rare spirit fruit? Luze raised a brow. He didn't know how he got this red jade fruit. He took too many storage rings before. He had a large pile of this type of stuff. He said, this is probably better than the star crystal. Eric was awakened from his shock. His face was more desperate now. Predecessor, you have such treasure, then you can't go even more. Take this back. If Alice can use it. Lily, Louisa, and Sabrina were speechless. Luze and the girls felt even more complicated. In Eric's impression, the human race was way too weak. Only by being this careful could they ensure the safety of the human race. But Eric didn't know what the human race was like now. Luze opened his mouth and said, since I have such a spirit item, why wouldn't Alice awaken her god art? Alice is right here. Eric was shocked and looked up. What? Alice is here. Alice's chi surged. A huge wave erupted as blue flames lit up around Alice. It boiled the seawater below them. Seeing the source flame on Alice's body, Eric's body trembled. After some silence, his eyes went red as tears flowed down. Ha ha, ha ha ha, the source flame, it's awakened indeed. I really didn't expect it. What we weren't able to do was already done. Although he had only seen Alice when she was an infant, there was no denying that was the source flame. He was almost instantly certain that this child was Alice. Eric felt like his wish had been completed. Sabrina was dazed. Source flame? It's such a powerful god art. With this god art, it was highly likely that Alice would become a cosmic lord. At worst, she would be a cosmic monarch state. If she didn't know Luze's and Nangang Jing's power before, she would be very shocked. But now, she is rather calm. Looking at this old man, he probably thought the source flame girl was the most talented one. Sabrina was speechless, but she was more curious about the human race now. And when Luze saw that Eric recognized Alice, he said, "See, Alice isn't weak now, and her god art has awakened. You don't need to worry. Let's hurry up and go to the mine." But Eric hesitated. Alice and Nangang Jing seemed strong, but they were still weaker than the powers at the mine. Alice is so strong and talented. She should forbear and cultivate, and get revenge when she becomes exceptionally strong. Nangang Jing's eyes went red. "Old thing. I didn't force you purely because you're an elder. Hurry up and lead the way. Otherwise, I'm going to kill you." Even Luze was almost unable to hold back. If it wasn't for the saints and Nangang Lin's lives, he would be raging too. He opened up the little barrier in front of Eric and allowed him to feel Nangang Jing's terrifying power. He shuddered and nodded. "Okay. I'll take you guys now, but try speaking one more word again." Nangang Jing clenched her fists. Eric took a deep breath. Chapter 1212, So Painful It's Hard to Breathe. Eric sighed. He looked around and pointed. "If I remember correctly, it's that direction. It might be a bit far." Luze nodded. "I'll take you guys over." Nangang Jing and Alice were very desperate now. He had to make way at full speed. He took everyone inside the silver light. In an instant, they had appeared above a forest. Before they could take a glance, space distorted again. Luze used space transmission god art at full force. His speed was on par with medium to high-level cosmic realm state. When necessary, Luze used spirit force serum to recover spirit force. After a few hours, they appeared in a mountain range. This place was mostly filled with barren rocks. There was only sparse grass and trees growing. Eric gasped. "It's here. That mine region is in this mountain range. They had spent a lot of time trying to escape here. How did they come back in a few hours?" Luze and the girls looked at the depth of the mountain range. They could feel a powerful force there. Sabrina's face was a bit solemn, and she said, "There's a battle in that direction. They're very strong." Luze said, "It's fine, let's go over." Nangang Jing was quite nervous about her father. Luze patted her in comfort. They left in a spark of silver light again. The next time they appeared, they were in the depths of the mountain range. In a distant region, they saw a vast black mountain surging with dark demonic qi. Roar! Rumble! Black demonic qi ravaged the place. Luze and the girls frowned. This was such a powerful qi. Zhang Shuiyu and the others felt they were on the verge of death. Luze took out a summoning crystal and handed it to Eric. "Insert your spirit force into the crystal, and you can summon a level 6 cosmic cloud state beast. Its combat power is in the cosmic realm state. It can guarantee your safety." Eric and the rest were dumbfounded. Even Sabrina was confused. What thing was this? Luze took out another one and gave it to Zhang Shuiyu. "This one is the same. The beings at the mining region are strong. We're going over to have a look. Stay here. With these 2 crystals, ordinary people can't do anything to you." Luze could feel a powerful demonic qi there. It was very terrifying. It even gave Luze the feeling that he was facing a peak cosmic cloud state super beast. Its mastery of god art was at an extremely high level. Luze didn't want to let them die there. Eric and the rest were confused. The human race had something like this? How come they didn't know? If they had this, they could easily annihilate ordinary cosmic cloud state civilizations. How could the human race be a cosmic system state civilization then? This guy was dreaming, right? Even Sabrina doubted if it was real. Luze was helpless seeing their doubt. He said to Eric, "Try inserting your spirit force into the crystal." Eric dubiously did as he was told. Hiss! A red beam shot out of the crystal and formed an orb. Soon, a giant red scorpion appeared. It seemed to be made out of rubies and looked like an exquisite work of art. Its cultivation level was indeed level 6 cosmic cloud state, and its chi was even more terrifying. "It's real," Eric said painfully. This is such a waste. If we have something this strong, why don't we take it back to our race? That way, the human race can be more confident." He looked hopefully at Luze. "Can this beast be put back? Can it be used again?" Luze tugged at the corner of his mouth and said, "It can only last an hour after summoning." He didn't dare to say it would last 10 days if it didn't fight. Otherwise, Eric would probably not use it even in danger. Eric's eyes went red. Such a powerful crystal was used by him like that. He was a sinner of the Federation. Luze said, "Don't worry, I have a lot of these crystals." Eric slightly felt better but still felt pity. After that, Luze no longer cared about Eric's people. He turned his head to look at Nangongjing's people nearby and said, "Let's go over." Sabrina also left. She was more and more curious about Luze and the girls now. Zheng Shuiyu nodded. "Thank you, Master." After Luze and the girls left, Eric said, "Shuiyu, who is that predecessor?" Zheng Shuiyu nodded blankly. "I don't know either." He said seriously, "No matter what, you must not use the crystal in your hand, okay? We have to bring back such a treasure." Zheng Shuiyu nodded. "I thought the same." Chapter 1213, Is there some misunderstanding? Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. In the depths of the mining region, 100-meter-tall black lion was fighting with 4 beings from the gray-skinned race with 2 pairs of eyes. They were all peak cosmic cloud states. However, the power they manifested was far beyond a peak cosmic cloud state. Even an ordinary level 1 cosmic realm state might not be a match for them. Roar! The black lion roared and the black demon chi formed another lion that was exactly the same. The 2 lions charged towards the 4 beings at the same time. The 4 beings from the Gus race gasped. What? They didn't expect this. Hiya! One being from the Gus race held a huge frosted axe. He sliced towards one of the lions. With this strike, space itself seemed to have frozen. This lion formed a 4-meter-long black ball and shot it at the axe. Rumble! The explosion filled the world. On the other side, the hand of the being from the Gus race flowed with flames. He formed hand signs and created a huge flaming hand that slapped towards the other black lion. Roar! The lion slapped back towards the flaming palm. Rumble! Another roar filled the world. The other 2 Gus beings also charged next to the lions and attacked them. At this moment, the lion released a black mist and dodged 2 attacks. It counterattacked and forced back the 2 beings. After this, a black lion suddenly charged into the middle of the 4 people. A black light flashed, and spirit force shot up. Seeing this, the 4 of them gasped. Dodge! They retreated like crazy. Rumble! The huge lion exploded. A terrifying spirit force wave shot in all directions. Even the distant mountain ranges were charged by the powerful spirit force. The earth rattled as cracks appeared on the mountain. Huge rocks fell. In the center of the explosion, a section of the mountain was wiped away. Only a huge basin appeared. The 4 beings from the Gus race were injured a little. They looked at the black lion tensely. Damn it, it's not enough. We need more reinforcements. This beast is too strong. Damn it. It's here again. The black lion charged over again. Seeing this, their faces changed. This beast was terrifying. They were the strongest batch of prodigies in their race. Their combat power was very powerful, and they were famous even in the Chaos Star realm. However, the four of them were no match for this beast. At this point, a few beams rapidly neared the battlefield. They all sensed the appearance of these few chi and stopped. The black lion retreated a little in vigilance. It was smart and knew that if more cultivators came, it would be difficult to stop them. The Gus race rejoiced. Is there reinforcement? Who would it be? But soon, their faces changed. No. This isn't someone from our race. Foreign race. Damn it. Luze and the girls appeared. You guys, this is the mining region of the Gus race. What race are you guys? What are you doing here? The one holding the frost axe said. He looked at Sabrina and Lily. They were peak cosmic cloud states, but their chi was clearly beyond that. Usually, they wouldn't care, but here, there was the lion too. Luze was studying the Gus race too. They weren't that much weaker than the peak cosmic cloud state super beasts. With his current cultivation level, he could fight one. Lin Ling looked around. She pointed behind the Gus race. There's a group of people hiding there inside a formation. It's probably their excavation base. Luze and the girl's eyes lit up. Nangongjing's quiet golden eyes flashed. Let's go over now. Luze nodded. Jing Jing, you guys go over. I'll handle these people here. The Gus race had a bad feeling. Luze smiled at the girls. Go, be careful. They nodded. Then, Luze looked at the nearing being from the Gus race with killing intent. He licked his lips. Who are we? He inserted spirit force into a summoning crystal. Roar! A huge fire wolf appeared. Terrifying flames rotated around it. It was a peak cosmic cloud state cultivation level, and its chi was shocking. Even the black lion was shocked. So strong. It retreated silently and fused into the demonic chi. Are these two groups of people enemies? Great, it can watch the show. What? Damn it, is this a guardian beast? Who is this guy? Just what background did this guy have? Seeing the girls head towards their base, their faces sunk. Damn it, how did they find the base? They paid quite the price to hide the base. However, they didn't dare to move as that wolf was watching them. Don't worry, the base's defenses aren't weak. They can't break it. The most important opponent is the one in front. The one with frost axe forced out a smile. Friend, is there some misunderstanding between us? Luze grinned. The wolf roared, and the flames around it soared. The temperature became extremely high. The fire wolf charged towards the four Gus race. The four strong ancients were speechless. Damn it! This guy was a madman. Why was he targeting them like this? They didn't seem to have messed with this guy before. Meanwhile, Luze looked at the black lion. The black lion became nervous. Chapter 1214, You've taken care of my elders. Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. This was Luze's first time to see such a powerful beast in the universe. It possessed a peak cosmic cloud state combat power. Basically, its talent was on par with prodigies from Cosmic Lord civilization, right? Would a beast like that taste delicious? Luze wanted a bite. In fact, it was difficult for a beast to acquire such talent. At most, its cultivation level was capped at peak cosmic cloud state within the Xavier ancient ruins. If it were to venture into the galaxy, the beast could have been much more formidable. Perhaps it could become a cosmic lord boss in the future? Although they have summoning crystals and don't need these beasts themselves, can they bring this beast back and turn it into a guardian beast? However, he had no way to control the beast. If he brought it back and it caused severe damage to the race, he would be unable to prevent the havoc. At this point, he had to find the Red Flame Saint and Nangong Lin. He shouldn't waste time attempting to tame the beast. But then, he couldn't help but change his mind. He decided he would eat its meat. The black lion noticed Luze's eyes and subconsciously took a step back. This guy. What is up with those eyes? The beast could sense the difference between the odd two-legged animal and the other two-legged animals. How come there seems to be a lethal threat? Roar! The black lion released a blood-curdling roar and directed it at Luze. Seeing the black lion's hideous eyes, Luze remained unusually calm. As he was about to use a diamond crystal and kill the beast, the black lion suddenly turned and disappeared into the demonic chi. The whole process was done in a blink. Luze was at a loss for words. He felt dumbfounded by the turn of events. What? Did that beast flee just like that? Shouldn't it be supposed to protect its home? Are the instincts of beasts this accurate now? Was it aware that it was about to get eaten then? Rumble. Suddenly, deafening eruptions bombarded the area. Along with it, red fire waves and spirit light flashed. A shockwave was noticeably spreading across all directions. In turn, the black demonic chi was blown away as the mountain range quaked with immense force. The fire wolf had already clashed with the four beings from the Gus race. One had to admit that the four beings from the Gus race were not weak by all means. Combining all of their strength alone could stall the fire wolf for some time. Rumble. The figures of the opposing sides flashed continuously without any signs of stopping at all. Damn it! Who is this guy? Why is he targeting the Gus race like that? A bulky being from the Gus race clashed with the fire wolf and looked coldly at Luze. The one with the frost axe said, "Don't worry, there's still that lion to think about. It should be fiercely territorial. It probably won't let that guy go." However, his words trailed abruptly. Because, he just discovered that the black lion fled. It fled? It wasn't just him who was dumbfounded, the rest of his companions also gasped. How is this possible? Oh shit! What is with this situation? Previously, they were fighting for their lives. Even then, they didn't manage to drive the beast away. But how come it ran away during this time? The four beings were stupefied, but they didn't have time to ponder on it. The fire wolf alone was enough to keep them occupied, given the pressure it imposed on them. All they had to do now is to fight using the fullest of their power. Meanwhile, Luze decided to let the lion escape after thinking for a bit. If he had the opportunity in the future, he could just return and tame it. He should be able to bring it back to his race by then. This time, he would let it go. With those thoughts, Luze focused on the battlefield. His eyes flashed with a sliver of killing intent. Thereafter, he instantly appeared in front of the bulky being from the Gus race. His eyes flashed with spirit flames. He used body god art domain and instantly subjected his opponent to it. Straight away, the bulky being sensed the disappearance of his body god art. His once powerful chi turned feeble. It dropped down dramatically. What? The bulky being gasped and felt as though he was in a trance. At this point, the fire wolf from afar roared. Fire waves were shot out and eventually released a few hundred fireballs at the other three beings from the Gus race. It then vanished into a red light and appeared once again in front of the Gus race. It lifted up its sharp claws that were ablaze with fire and swiped toward the Gus race. Feeling the overwhelming power, the face of one of the beings turned pale. His heart went cold. Too strong. He lost his access to body god art and couldn't even use divine art. He couldn't block it at all. Nevertheless, he wasn't going to sit there and wait. Roar! He suddenly let out a battle cry, and the muscles on his arms bulged. The spirit force ran rampant. Rumble! The fire wolf's claws clashed with the hands of the being from the Gus race. Immediately, the fire wave and spirit force set off. Crack! 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 The sounds of bone cracking could be heard. The being from the Gus race spat some blood and fell back. His 2 hands sank excruciatingly. The bones inside were completely crushed. 1 hit and he was heavily injured. The other 3 from the Gus race were taken aback. What? Gugu. How is that possible? That person had the strongest defenses out of the 4. As Gugu was falling back, Luze emerged out of nowhere. Pale white spirit flames ignited around him as his body made the space rattle. He swung his leg and kicked. Die! Gugu had no power to dodge anymore. He could only watch as the right leg made contact with his waist. Rumble! Gugu's spine was shattered, and his body ended up dislocated in an eerie way. The organs within and muscles were torn apart. He died almost instantly. He was murdered so fast that the other 3 from the Gus race couldn't react on time. After witnessing Gugu's body smash into a mountain that collapsed subsequently, they finally regained their bearings. Damn it! Bastard, you killed Gugu. Who are you? What conflict do we have with you? Even though they were shouting, they were deeply terrified. The power that this guy displayed was way beyond theirs. Luze grinned. After all, you took care of my elders before. Naturally, I have to pay you back now. The 3 couldn't believe what was happening. The one with the frost axe said, "Friend." "No, master, are you perhaps mistaken? We have never seen your elder." Luze retorted, "My elders were brought here by you to mine." The 3 were speechless. The races of those miners had only reached the cosmic cloud state. In addition, they weren't even powerful among the cosmic cloud state races. If they were, they wouldn't need to offer themselves to become a miner for some trivial rewards. Yet, this scary guy was claiming that his elders were working here. How was he so shameless? Obviously, this guy was only coveting their mine, so he found some random excuse to attack them. Chapter 1215, Not Time to Die Yet. Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. Luze was going to kill these 3 regardless. Even now, he had no clue how Red Flame Saint and Nangong Lin were doing. They were Jingjing's and Alice's family. With such thoughts, a much intense killing intent burned in his eyes. He ordered the fire wolf to keep attacking the 3 beings from the Gus race. Roar! The wolf's fire caused some distortions in the sky. Right after, a few hundred fireballs appeared and targeted the 3 beings from the Gus race. "Stand together and defend," the one with the frost axe declared. They didn't know what exactly happened to Gugu before, but this guy clearly possessed some unknown trump card. If they split up now, they would only be killed one by one. The one with the frost axe released a thick ice shield at the outer layer. The middle layer was a sharp sword intent and the inner layer was a red flame shield. These fireballs were immensely tough to deal with. They had to try their best. Watching their struggle, Luze felt delighted. Thereafter, he appeared in front of them as he emitted blue and red lights. Simultaneously, he used fire and water god art domain. After all, the ice element was derived from the water element. Under the influence of the water god art domain, the ice shield began to crumble immediately. The inner layer of the fire shield also disappeared abruptly. The 3 were taken aback. What's going on? The one with the powerful sword intent from the Gus race was dumbfounded. Did his pals lose their minds? How could they make mistakes at this juncture? The one with the frost axe from the Gus race exclaimed in disbelief, "Something is interfering with my god art." The being with fire god art from the Gus race was more terrified. "My god art doesn't work at all. I've lost control of all fire elements." Meanwhile, the dense cluster of fireballs had already struck the cracked ice shield. Almost instantly, the shield was torn apart. The 3 of them quickly defended. The unluckiest was the being with fire god art from the Gus race. Usually, fireballs and any kind of fire divine arts would be the least effective on him, but now, he had lost his control over fire god art. He used a one-time defense card against those fireballs. He even used all his means but still ended up being burnt. The being with the frost axe exhausted all of his available means but still ended up heavily injured. Only the one with sword intent wasn't greatly affected. He only ended up with a pale face. Before they could catch their breath, Luze appeared behind the one with sword intent. Rumble. Endless flames extended from his body. The being from the Gus race looked at Luze in shock. He was a bit scared. When did Luze appear? What sort of monster was this guy? He appeared out of nowhere and had such magical means. At this moment, he saw that a few hundred fireballs formed around him in the sea of fire. They emitted a terrifying power that was on par with what the fire wolf had. His body grew cold. Who was this guy? The opponent was just a level 6 cosmic cloud state, but the attacks he employed were this heaven-defying. Meanwhile, his own actual cultivation level was at a high-level cosmic realm state. His combat power was rather strong among his peers. Yet, he still felt a lethal threat. At this juncture, Luze clenched his fist, and all the fireballs shot at the being from the Gus race. Arg! An extremely sharp sword intent moved in all directions and sliced at the fireball. Rumble! The fire domain was a bit rattled, but soon, some fireballs breached his defenses and struck his body. His face went pale as he spat a mouthful of blood. Even his counterattacks were stalled. This brief moment was too lethal. Almost instantly, the remaining fireballs all landed on him. Rumble! The fire waves swirled. Luze withdrew his fire god art domain and watched the fire waves disappear. During this time, only a charred body floated in the air and slowly dropped to the ground. Luze looked in the other direction. The one with the frost axe saw his remaining pal burnt badly. He couldn't help but shudder. He wanted to run, but the gaze of the fire wolf was trained on him. He had no chances of escaping. This guy was exceptionally strong. He didn't seem like a level 6 cosmic cloud state at all. How did they mess with such a monster? He looked at the expressionless Luze and said in terror, "Damned bastard, how did the Gus race mess with you?" Luze responded, "I said it before already. You guys bullied my elders." The remaining being from the Gus race couldn't respond properly. "Bullshit. Do you think we are dumb? You're this strong, so how can we bully your elders?" He wore a desperate expression. "If you don't tell me, fine. We're weaker. We'll take it." Luze didn't bother thinking much. He willed the fire wolf to attack the last being from the Gus race. He didn't want to give up resisting, but he was slapped into the mountain like a fly. Luze grabbed at the mountain, and the bloodied being from the Gus race flew out. He flew before Luze. In response, Luze frowned. "It's not time for you to die yet." The other party seemed to be someone with a high level of authority. In case they don't find Red Flame Saint in the mining base, they would have to go to the Chaos Star realm. This guy should be useful. A green light surged and moved into the hand of the remaining being from the race. Seeing this, the remaining being was shocked. He couldn't even die. "Just what do you want?" Luze didn't reply. He just flicked a strand of golden lightning into his body. The remaining being seemed to be in pain. Then, he could immediately feel his power being sealed. Chapter 1216, Don't worry. We are very safe. Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. Nangongjing and the rest followed Lin Ling. They were heading towards the mining base. They didn't fly for long and soon heard a shocking sound behind them. Terrifying spirit force surged up behind them. Sabrina looked at the spirit light and said, "Is Luze okay being there alone? Would he be fine? Those 4 Gus race beings are so strong. There also seems to be a very powerful beast. Lu Li smiled. Don't worry, it's fine. Alice nodded. Senior is the strongest. They are no match for him. Sabrina was very curious seeing how confident these people were. Even Louisa and Lily were like this. Luze only showed level 6 cosmic cloud state cultivation level. Could his combat power be stronger than those super strong peak cosmic cloud states? She shook her head and stopped thinking. At this moment, Nangongjing said desperately, Lin Ling, are we there? Lin Ling nodded. It's just ahead. Then, let's speed up. Alice said. Soon, they came to an ordinary-looking mountain range. Lin Ling stopped and said, it's here. She pointed at 3 mountain peaks. Nangongjing released her golden fist force and punched without hesitation. Rumble. The terrifying golden fist force smashed towards where Lin Ling pointed. Rumble. Suddenly, a grey spirit light flashed. The 3 mountains rippled and disappeared. Instead, a mechanical city that was dozens of kilometers wide appeared. It was filled with all sorts of tall buildings. Outside the city was a faint grey hemisphere shield. Nangongjing's fist force struck this but only caused a small ripple. Nangongjing frowned. Such a powerful defense. Lin Ling on the side said, Sister Jing's attack is near a cosmic realm state, and it has no effect at all. The power of this shield is probably at a cosmic realm state. The Gus race spent quite some effort. Lily raised her brows. In that case, the resources in this mining region are much more abundant than we imagined. If the investment wasn't worth it, the Gus race wouldn't waste effort to build this base here. After all, they weren't dumb. Alice frowned. Now is not the time to talk about this. How do we open the shield? Nangongjing frowned. Damn it. She used all her spirit force and formed fireballs before her. She formed a few hundred of them. During this time, Nangongjing also learned fireball to perfect mastery. It was stronger than her golden battle blood, body god art and earth-shocking blow combined. This was her strongest attack. Sabrina was shocked upon seeing this many fireballs. Nangongjing was only a level 6 cosmic cloud state, but she could release such a powerful attack. From the looks of it, Luze was still stronger than her. She was truly shocked by their power. This was the power that only the very pinnacle prodigies of cosmic lord civilizations could possess. Go! Nangongjing yelled and fireballs struck the grey barrier shield. Rumble! A terrifying shock wave spread. The fire waves spread across the entire mountain range. Even Nangongjing and the rest felt a scorching chi. As Nangongjing attacked, a sharp alarm in the center structure of the city was triggered. People charged out of the rooms. A Gus race wearing black armor with a peak cloud state power said in shock, Our base is found? Who is attacking our base? What is going on? Isn't our base camouflaged? Lord Sapple said no one can find it here. Everyone was worried, but soon, the fire disappeared, and the shield calmed down. Everyone breathed easy. One being from the Gus race smiled. Don't worry. We're very safe. The shield can't be broken. Lord Sapple said it can block one attack from a level 2 cosmic realm state. Ha ha ha, yet, who in the Xavier ancient ruins can have such power? Even if there are, we haven't messed with such beings. Everyone relaxed. Nangongjing frowned. After being silent for a while, Lu Li said, Sister Jing, use a summoning crystal. Nangongjing nodded. She took out a faint golden summoning crystal and inserted her spirit force. Roar! Terrifying chi spilled out as a golden lightning tiger appeared in the air. This golden lightning tiger was the peak cosmic cloud state beast they found in the oasis. Its power was on par with the golden lightning eagle. Nangongjing ordered, attack this shield with full power. The tiger opened its mouth, and a lightning ball formed. Rumble! The lightning ball struck the shield. The shield shook vigorously, and even a slight crack appeared. What happened? Such a powerful ripple. Everyone looked up with a bad feeling. Soon, the cracks on the shield expanded. Impossible. It's just one stroke, and the shield is almost broken. Everyone opened their eyes in disbelief. Didn't that mean that just that strike alone had a level 2 cosmic realm state power? How was this possible? Everyone looked at each other, and a cold feeling rose from their heart. What sort of monster is outside? Is Lord Sapple and the others all right? Everyone was terrified thinking about this. Did something happen to those 4 lords? Luze ordered the tiger to attack again, but this time, the tiger charged up and attacked with its claws. After all, Nangongjing didn't want the base to be destroyed after the shield was broken. Rumble. The shield cracked, and the people inside the base froze. So strong. So powerful. Their hearts were full of despair. Nangongjing and the others flew into the base. Everyone in the base thought that the beast attacked them on its own. However, there were actually people behind them. The leading Gus race bowed. Lords, who are you? Where did we offend you? Sabrina felt very complicated. The Gus race had a fierce reputation even in the Chaos Star realm. However, they were so humble now. Nangongjing said nothing. The tiger released red lightning and struck the Gus race. The weak Gus races were burned to ashes while the stronger ones still fell dead. Only the strongest level 8 cosmic cloud state and peak Gus race beings didn't die. But even peak cosmic cloud states were half dead. Looking at the 2 or 3 kittens left, Nangongjing looked at Kaiuyuhesha. Fox Demon, go see if they're here. Kaiuyuhesha controlled the Gus race and questioned, where are the miners? Chapter 1217, Give me a quick death. Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. The Gus race being had a pale face, and his injuries were quite serious, but he still struggled to say, Master, I'll take you over. Kaiuyuhesha nodded. Then, they flew towards a huge black structure. A few Gus race soldiers were guarding there. They were shivering. Before Nangongjing could do anything, they were slapped by the Gus race who was controlled. Arg! After a few howls, those guards completely disappeared. The Gus race being coughed blood, but he turned around and smiled sycophantically. Master, this way. Sabrina was speechless. This was her first time seeing Kaiuyuhesha use such a god art. Her heart felt cold. These humans were so strong. Her disciples and friends couldn't compare with them at all. And, it was completely different from what her disciple said. Even she felt quite some threat facing these people, yet the strongest of them was only a level 6 cosmic cloud state. As they entered the building, they found that the place was very dark. There were many small rooms, and each room was made of special black metal. Kaiuyuhesha and the others could see what was inside through small windows. Each of these rooms contained different races, but they all had some injuries. Some of them were about to die. These miners looked up at them, but their eyes seemed to be dull. They already knew they were going to die here. Nangongjing and the others started searching but didn't find a single human. Nangongjing frowned slightly and said, Are these miners always staying here? The Gus race being explained, These miners are the miners we found before we dug out that lion. Nangongjing raised her brows. So, are all the miners here? The Gus race being shook his head. No, because when the lion was dug out, there was a huge commotion. The scene was very chaotic. Some of those miners escaped. Their injuries are due to that. Did you capture those miners who tried to escape? Gus nodded. Some miners ran and took some crystals, so we sent someone after them. Usually, we would take them back to the Chaos Star realm either for research or slave trade. Nangongjing and the others surged with cold chi. They looked around the entire building and didn't find a single human. Kaiuyuhesha asked, Are all the miners in this base here? The Gus race nodded. Everyone's eyes flashed. Alice said worriedly, "It seems that my grandfather and the other people were taken back to the Chaos Star realm." Nangang Jing's eyes were full of murderous intent. Even Alice's face was burning with anger. Kai Uyuhesha patted Nangang Jing's shoulder. "Calm down a little. Perhaps they will be taking us back to the Gus Race's planet soon." Lu Li nodded. "Let's decide after Luze comes back." The two of them took a cold breath and calmed down. At this moment, a silver light flashed. Luze and the fire wolf suddenly appeared before the city. The Gus being with the frost axe in his hand was still with him. Luze landed next to them and asked, "How is it?" Alice answered dejectedly, "They're not here. They're probably taken to the Chaos Star realm." The Gus being in Luze's hands looked around. There was another one of such a beast. Who was in such a race? But, they were at the mining camp. Were their elders really tricked here to become miners? Then, he laughed. He must have been beaten dumb. How could the elders of such a prodigy be tricked like that? Then, let's go to the Chaos Star realm, Luze said. He asked, "Where is your Gus race domain? How strong are you?" The Gus race sneered, "Keep dreaming. Even if I die now, I won't sell my race. Give me a quick death." Luze nodded. He looked at Kaiulyu Hesha. "Hesha, can you control this guy?" Kaiulyu Hesha looked at Sapple. Immediately, he grunted. Kaiulyu Hesha took a step back. She frowned. "Probably not, he's very strong. He's a high-level cosmic realm state. His current mental force is still quite strong." Sapple sneered, "Ha ha ha. I'm a level 8 cosmic realm state being after all. A mere level 6 cosmic cloud state insect wants to control me. Keep dreaming." Sapple was terrified on the inside though. He was so close to being controlled. This was because he was too heavily injured. Luckily, he broke free at the last moment. Luze raised a brow. "That's simple." He looked at Sapple, and he immediately made a painful howl. Argh! His mental force almost instantly weakened. Luze didn't have a divine art for his mental force god art, so he didn't really use it. However, his mental force god art reached domain level due to the source spirit fruit. If he had a powerful mental force divine art, it would be more lethal than the fireball. If he had a control-type mental force divine art, its effect might even be stronger than Kaiulyu Hesha's seduction god art. However, he still hadn't found one yet. Despite this, he could still weaken a cosmic realm state's mental force. Soon, Luze took back his mental force god art domain. Sapple was drenched in sweat. He almost died from pain. Luze frowned and used life god art to drag him back from the border of death. Luze smiled at Kaiulyu Hesha. "Try again." Kaiulyu Hesha nodded. Soon, Sapple smiled at Kaiulyu Hesha Master. Chapter 1218, You. Behind You. Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. Luze smiled. "Speak, tell us about your Gus race's power. How many cosmic realm states do you have? Who is the strongest?" Sapple opened his mouth and answered, "The strongest is our Grand Elder. Before he went into solitary cultivation, he was a peak cosmic realm state. He has been in solitary cultivation for 6,000 years. His power might have reached the cosmic monarch state. We also have 3 peak cosmic realm state elders, 14 level 8 cosmic realm state higher UPS. I'm one of them. As for cosmic realm states, we have nearly 200. Luze and the girls gasped. "The Gus race is this strong?" Lily nodded. "They are so much stronger than the elf race. The Gus race would be able to annihilate them easily." Luckily, the two races were very far away. They didn't even know about the Chaos Star realm, but their queen probably would. Luze looked at Ying Ying. "Let's go over." They had Ying Ying, who was a cosmic monarch state boss. The girls nodded. Sabrina, Lily, and Louisa looked at each other. Lily said, "Zee, there's a peak cosmic realm state and maybe even cosmic monarch state. Are you really going to go over? Although you guys are very strong, you're not a match for a peak cosmic realm state or even cosmic monarch state." Luze smiled. "Don't worry, we have our trump cards." Lily and Louisa then realized the being behind Luze would probably be intervening. Seeing this, they felt secure. Lily nodded. "In that case, okay." Sabrina didn't know about Luze's background. Seeing Lily and Louisa agree like that, she was dazed. Did they have so many trump cards to allow them to ignore the threat posed by Cosmic Monarch State? She was truly shocked. Who were these humans? Luze said to Sapple, "And, we don't necessarily have to face them head-on. Sapple is a high-level Gus race. It should be fine for him to save a few people. Let's pack up and go," Luze said. Then, everyone collected the crystals in the mine. They filled up 4 large storage rings and acquired a huge loot. They had killed all the other Gus race soldiers in the base and collected their belongings. This was another fortune. As for this mine, they didn't have the means to excavate it now, so they could only come back later on. Luze released all those miners. They were all from weak civilizations. The human race was one too. He knew their hardship. When they saw the dead Gus race beings, their eyes almost couldn't believe it. Moments later, they looked at Luze and the girls like they were gods. In their knowledge, the Gus race was super powerful. They had so many cosmic realm states. But now, their base was destroyed by these beings. Luze didn't bother asking for their resources as they were too weak. The strongest was only the cosmic system state, and there were only a few of them. Luze smiled. "Let's go find Eric and the others. Then we'll head off to the Chaos Star Realm." Nangongjing ordered the tiger, and the tiger shot a lightning ball at the base. Rumble. When the lightning dissipated, the base was completely gone. Only a huge basin remained. Luze and the girls didn't stop Nangongjing from releasing her anger. Luze patted her back. "Let's go." Outside the mountain ranges, Eric and the rest were sitting on a mountain with a ruby scorpion. They were quite worried. Eric paused and said, "Are they okay? Should I not have told them about this?" Zhang Shuiyu and the 3 other people at the side were worried. She said, "That predecessor is very strong. He should be fine. We'll find out soon." Eric nodded. He sighed, "I really didn't expect Alice to become this strong. Even Saint Jinyao's granddaughter is this terrifyingly strong. Unimaginable." Zhang Shuiyu asked, "Did something happen in the race that we don't know about?" Shang Qizi said, "Impossible, we only left for a few decades. Even if something happened, the change can't be this big. It hadn't even been 20 years for them, yet." At this moment, Luze and the girls appeared in a flash of silver light. There were 2 cosmic peak cloud states with them. Just the chi from the beasts made it hard for them to breathe. Luze blocked the pressure from these 2 beasts. Only then did Eric and the rest feel better. Eric nervously asked, "Are you guys okay? Did you find them?" Nangongjing shook her head. "No, we're planning to go to Chaos Star Realm, their territory." Eric and the rest were dazed. Eric pointed at Sapple behind Nangongjing with a pale face. "You, behind you." Zhang Shuiyu and the rest were also terrified. Kai Uyuhesha waved her hand. "Don't worry, he's been controlled by us. We've destroyed that base." Chapter 1219, 5 Badasses on the War Leaderboard. Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. Controlled. The 4 humans were dazed. Then, they saw the pale-faced being from the Gus race. He seemed injured, but even a trickle of his chi gave them a huge pressure. This being from the Gus race was a peak cosmic cloud state and not an ordinary one? Yet, he was still controlled. Eric and the rest looked at each other and were stunned. Killing was different from controlling. It was much harder. Luze opened his mouth and said, "Let's go to the Night Demon City first." The exit out of Night Demon City was not far from Chaos Star Realm. It was their fastest route now. Luze took everyone away. In a pitch-black forest, there was a huge city. The entire city was pitch black and looked hideous. Strands of demonic chi danced around in the air like demons. At this moment, Luze and the girls appeared. Sabrina glanced at the vast city filled with black magic and smiled. She said, "That's the Night Demon City." When Luze and the girls saw this vast city, they were stunned for a moment. Lu was a little surprised and said, "This is a city in the Xavier Ancient Ruins? It's so big. It's probably the size of a small star, right?" Sabrina smiled and said, "After all, it's built by the Night Demon race and a few other cosmic monarch state races together." Luze raised an eyebrow. "Let's go in first and leave." Usually, he would be interested in going around, but they had people to save now. Soon, they were at the walls. They were amazed by the towering walls. "This is grander than our race border defense," Lin Ling said. The human void border defense line was formed by joining huge planets together, but it still wasn't as great as this wall. After all, the human race was the only cosmic system state when they built that border. Sabrina smiled slightly upon seeing Luze's amazement. "We need to pay a fee to enter. Let's go over it." Sabrina led them to the city gates. There was a team of guards with black wings and white skin. They had strange runes on their bodies. Countless people were lining up to go to the city. Sabrina looked at the strangely looking team and whispered, "That's the Night Demon race. They are said to be a powerful race even among cosmic monarch state races." Luze glanced at the city gates. There were so many beings going in and out. No wonder they built a city here. They would be earning so much just from collecting entrance fees. Luze was envious. The girls thought the same. Nangongjing said quietly, "Later on, let's see if we can get elders to build a city here too." Kaiuyuhesha and the girls nodded. However, they had to wait until their power was at cosmic monarch state and could handle most of the problems. It was best if they had a pack of peak cosmic cloud state humans. Lily and Louisa admired this. They didn't have that much ambition. If the elf race built a city here, others wouldn't even be bothered with them. Lily smiled and said, "By then, the elf race can work for you." Hearing this, the other people lining up looked at them in contempt. These people were really ignorant. If they had the power to build a city, did they need to line up like that? However, some of the crowd were discussing. "By the way, there seems to be a huge change on the war leaderboard. Did you guys hear about it?" "What changed?" Quite some people looked over. A peak cosmic cloud state said, "I heard that 5 badasses appeared on the war leaderboard." "How bad?" "The first time they got on there, they reached top 1000. "Is that bad?" Everyone took in a cold breath. This person's talent should be unparalleled. And there's 5 of them. Another new cosmic lord civilization joined the ruins. And this race is very terrifying. Sabrina was shocked too. "I wonder which cosmic lord race they are from." Luze and the girls felt strange. What were they being talked about? The 5 girls went on the leaderboard and got into the top 1000. Someone asked, "Which race are they from?" "They will probably arouse attention from other cosmic lord races." This is very strange. None of them showed their races. They only showed their names. People were stunned. Then, what are their names? Another peak cosmic cloud state answered, "They are Nangongjing, Kaiuyuhesha, Linling, Lu Li, and Alice." They are very strange names. The crowd was confused. Eric and the rest who were also listening were dumbfounded. They turned around and looked at Luze and the girls. Weren't they the ones who went up there? Eric and the rest looked at the girls like they were gods. They were all humans, but how did the girls get on the war leaderboard? Wasn't this something only the prodigies from Cosmic Lord races could get on? It's said that everyone who went on the leaderboard had a great chance of becoming a Cosmic Lord. This meant the 5 of them had Cosmic Lord potential? Luze spoke telepathically to the group. Don't make noises about the leaderboard. Sabrina and the girls nodded. They understood why, but they were confused. Why wasn't Luze up there? He should be the strongest, right? A few hours later, they were finally able to enter. The Night Demon Guard said, "Pay the fee. Each person needs to hand in a spirit item or fruit equivalent to their cultivation level." Luze's and the girls' mouths twitched. This was so expensive. Many people probably wouldn't even be able to afford this. However, Luze and the girls still paid. They couldn't fight their way in after all. The Night Demon waved them in. The city gate was connected to a huge street. There were shops on both sides. Many people were coming and going. Luze took a glance, then retracted their gazes. "Predecessor Sabrina, take us to the exit." MHM. Chapter 1220, Luze is only so-so? Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. In the Night Demon City, Luze and the girls flew past the streets. All the discussions regarding 5 prodigies entering the war leaderboard reached their ears. Soon, they reached the central region of the city. An expansive square had been built in the area. There was a space whirlpool right above it. It pretty much resembled the very same whirlpool they used to enter. During this time, the square was crowded. Several teams accessed the whirlpool and disappeared thereafter. Numerous soldiers of Night Demon race were stationed at the entrance to guard the place. MHM. They require toll fees. Sure enough, the same system from when they entered the city was employed here. One was also required to pay in order to leave the Xavier ancient ruins. Sabrina remarked, "The necessary fee to set foot in the square is twice that of entering the city." Luze and the girls were at a loss for words. Truly, at this point, they couldn't help but be envious. Along the way, they had gained a better understanding of the Night Demon City through Sabrina. The city imposed a lot of fees on various things. A corresponding payment was necessary to book a room in a hotel, as well as to register a new business, rent land, process something, and so forth. The accumulated fee would then fall into the hands of the Night Demon race and a few other Cosmic Monarch state races. The income of this city alone would eliminate the need to search for resources elsewhere. Indeed, making platforms was the most profitable. Luze sighed, but he made up his mind as well. When the human race was strong enough, he would definitely persuade the elders to build a city here. By then, they would be overflowing with resources. As soon as they stepped into the square, Luze and his group went into the space whirlpool. They flew within the space whirlpool for a while and gradually emerged in the vast space. Seeing the familiar flash of starlight, everyone rejoiced. At this moment, Sabrina reminded, "Don't be so relaxed right away. We need to leave quickly. There are groups who would rob weak teams here." Lily and Louisa nodded. "You're right. There are cosmic pirates and some ferocious races who would wait outside. Let's go." Luze nodded as well. "Let's go then." Lily took out the elf ship, and everyone boarded it. They quickly disappeared from the spot and entered the warp dimension. Eric said shakily, "Alice, you people, did you really enter the top 1000 of the war leaderboard?" Zhang Shuiyu clarified, "All 5 of you went there." Alice nodded in affirmation. "Yes, we encountered a war domain and joined the trial at the Tower of War." Eric was trembling as his eyes reddened. He couldn't stop himself from sniffling. The human race is about to rise. With the 5 of you, the human race would soon become a powerful race. That way, even if something happened to Red Flame Saint and the others, their spirits would be at ease. Nangongjing glared at him. Old man! If you dare to say ominous words like that, look and see if I'll beat you up. Her father should be fine. Eric laughed it off. That's right. Red Flame Saint and Nangonglin have excellent descendants like you. Of course, they won't die so easily. Zhang Xiuyu said, even if the Saint and Nangonglin are still alive, how do we save them? That's the base of the Gus race. Aren't the powers there insurmountable? Alice looked at Sapple. He's a high-level Gus being, but he's under Sister Hesha's control. We can just get him to test the waters first. He should be able to take a few others out easily. Worst comes to worst, they would just tell Ying Ying to intervene. She should be able to sneak into a civilization without a cosmic monarch state and save a few people, right? Sapple grinned. Master, you're right. This is indeed not hard if I'm seen in the race. At this moment, Luze chose to ask, by the way, do you have the spaceship handed by the Gus race? Sapple nodded. Yes, Master. Luze said, let's board the ship of Gus race instead. Our current ship belongs to the elf race. Everyone nodded. At this juncture, an alarm blared on the ship. Luze and the group sensed an extremely powerful force shooting at them. Sabrina exclaimed, someone is ambushing us. Before she could continue speaking, Luze disappeared from the spot. He saw three strange-looking triangular ships stop before their ship in the warp dimension. There were four hideous-looking leaders who just reached the cosmic realm state while the rest were all cosmic cloud states. They weren't from the same race, but they were from the same organization. Luze blocked their attacks. He used his domain, and most of the attacks were dispelled on the spot. Luze instantly appeared amidst the crowd. They were still stunned when they saw their attacks vanish like thin air. Luze ignited with flames as he put everyone under his Fire God Art domain. Rumble. Fireballs were formed and directed towards the cosmic pirates. The warp dimension was thrown into chaos. Upon the ceasing of the shockwave, there was barely anything of the pirates left. Luze collected all that he could collect and returned. All right, it's done. They could feel that the four Kais outside were just slightly weaker than Sabrina. How come they were eliminated in such a short time? Given the strength he displayed, shouldn't he be on the war leaderboard too? Impossible. Only Sabrina looked at Luze with disbelief. He killed 4 cosmic realm states while only being a level 6 cosmic cloud state. There were even numerous high-level cosmic cloud states. How could this power not enter the war leaderboard? Did he not join? However, she didn't raise the question either. Luze informed, we're about to leave the warp dimension. Let's switch ships and head off. They got Sapple to take his ship out. It was black and square-like. The thing didn't seem high technology on the outside at all, but it was actually more advanced than the elf race's ship. Chapter 1221, How Weak. Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. 5 days later, they arrived at a wide-ranging cosmic realm. This realm had countless star clouds and astral bodies. A wormhole appeared, and a brick-shaped ship came out. Luze and his girls were cultivating on their beds. Luze rubbed his forehead. The undying battle intent was worth being called a cosmic lord divine art. It was much more difficult than he imagined. Even though his war god art was nearing the domain level, he still took nearly 2 months to attain beginner mastery. Still, he didn't make any progress for a few days. It seemed as though his battle intent had to be stronger while his cultivation level should be higher before he could reach familiar mastery. Luze shook his head and didn't dwell on it anymore. The girls were still cultivating, so he went out. During this time, Ying Ying was watching cartoons. She turned her head for a bit and looked at Luze. In the next second, she returned her focus to the show. Luze moved next to her and accompanied her watching. Suddenly, he asked, Ying Ying, can you feel how many cosmic monarch states or above are in this solar system? Ying Ying blinked and answered, there are 6 cosmic monarch states. Luze frowned. That number of cosmic monarch states exist in this cosmic realm. He then asked, how are they compared to you? Ying Ying replied, the 5 are quite weak, but the remaining one is very strong. She blinked once more. But that one is still weaker than me. Luze felt relieved. There was no issue then. After all, they can't beat Ying Ying. He smiled and rubbed her face. Ying Ying, we are infiltrating the Gus race soon. If there is no special circumstance that requires your intervention, do not make any move. And if we are caught by cosmic monarch states, then we could only rely on you. He explained, this time, we are saving Sister Jing's and Alice's families. If you save them, Sister Alice would be happy and cook a delicious feast. Ying Ying nodded and patted her chest. Leave it to me. At this time, she naturally knew that Nangongjing and Alice weren't in a good mood. If possible though, Luze didn't want any encounters with the cosmic monarch states in the Chaos Star realm. Earlier, Sabrina had pointed out the few numbers of cosmic monarch state civilizations behind the Chaos Star realm. Given Ying Ying's current power, Luze felt they probably couldn't fight with a few cosmic monarch state civilizations. If they forced it, the human race would be put in a precarious situation. It was in their best interest to avoid a fight right now. After all, Ying Ying was from the Star Spirit race. The Star Spirit race was an emperor race. If they appeared here, they would catch the attention of various factions. If the human race entered the line of sight of Cosmic Lord civilizations and Star Spirit race, they would be too passive. At this moment, the girls came out. Nangongjing and Alice still didn't seem to be in a good mood. Luze flashed a smile at them. We're in the Chaos Star realm. The group was surprised and looked outside. Their eyes lit up. Right then, someone knocked on their door. Luze went to open it and saw Sapple standing on the other side. During this time, his injuries had recovered a little, but Luze didn't dare to let him heal completely. Sapple said, Master, we have arrived at the Chaos Star realm. We can enter the Gus system in about 6 hours. Hearing this, Luze raised a brow. In that case, you can contact your race. Sapple nodded eagerly. Yes, Master. Then, the man turned to leave. Nangongjing asked, Zi, what do we do now? Luze responded, we can go with Sapple to the Gus system first. If Uncle Nangong and the rest are there, that would be great, but if they are not, we'll see what we can do. The girls nodded. 6 hours later, they were near the Gus system. They went to the foyer of the spaceship. The rest of the people were already waiting there. Sabrina had a rather serious expression, but Lily and Louisa were calmer. Meanwhile, Eric's group was extremely nervous. They were about to enter the base of the Gus race. There were a few peak cosmic realm state bosses here. Sapple looked at Luze and the group. He said, Master, I have contacted my race. I relayed that I'm bringing along prodigies whom I found in the Xavier ancient ruins. Luze and the rest nodded. Sapple asked, Masters, should we go down? Luze nodded. Don't be so respectful outside. This guy looked like a dog right now. It might arouse someone's suspicion. The group went off. As soon as they alighted, there were already numerous soldiers from the Gus race waiting outside. This was the Gus race defense force, and the leader was a cosmic realm state. His cultivation level seemed to have reached the cosmic realm state recently. The pack behind him consisted of cosmic cloud states. They all made strange hand signs to Sapple. The leader greeted respectfully, Welcome back, Lord Sapple. He asked in confusion, why didn't Lord Gugu and the rest return with you? Sapple frowned. They are still in the Xavier ancient ruins. That beast isn't weak. Although we have heavily injured it and caused it to flee, they still plan to guard there for a while. The Gus leader answered, so that's it. Then, he said, Lord Sapple, Grand Elder heard that you have returned. He wants you to see him. Sapple nodded. I know. Sapple suddenly said, by the way, a group of miners suddenly ran away last time. How many did we catch? The soldier responded, Lord, most of them have been caught. How dare those lowlives try to steal from our race? They're asking to die. Lord Sapple, what do you want to do with them? Why would Sapple ask about these lowly miners? Sapple glanced at him coldly. What? Do I need to explain to you what I am doing? The man from the Gus race shuddered. I don't dare. Sapple nodded. Where are they now? The man answered, probably on a prison planet, he continued, but a portion of them were taken to the Chaos Star realm. You know that the Heaven Star auction is about to begin. Some of them can be sold for a price. The soldier advised, I don't know the specifics too well. If you're interested, you can go to the prison planet and ask. Chapter 1222, Death Without Regret. Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. Sapple nodded. I'll go to the prison planet first then. The soldier was dazed. But Lord Sapple, Grand Elder. Sapple glanced at the strong soldier and said lightly, I'll go over in a moment. Yes. Sapple then led Luze and the girls out of the space station. The group looked at the Gus race's cosmic fortress. One had to say that the Gus race was much stronger than the elf race. Cosmic cloud states were everywhere. They also found that their technology was much more advanced than the elf race. The Gus race had teleportation formation. The elf race relied on the divine tree while the Gus race actually built them with a lot of resources. Therefore, they couldn't place teleportation formations on all major systems. However, they did place formations on important junctions. The prison planet was where the Gus race locked up prisoners. It was also a major junction. The guardian of the teleportation hall was also someone who just reached the cosmic realm state. This made Luze and the girls realize more how strong the Gus race was. It was just a space fortress, and there were 2 cosmic realm states. Luze and the girls went into the formation, and in a flash, they arrived at a dark hall. A surprised voice questioned, Sapple? Why are you here? Everyone turned around. It was someone from the Gus race wearing black armor. The chi the individual was emitting was distorting the space. His chi was extremely strong and just slightly weaker than Sapple. Sapple grinned. Babery, I didn't expect you to be guarding the prison planet teleportation formation. Clearly, the 2 of them were quite close. Barbary smiled and nodded. Didn't you go with those few gold guys to the Xavier ancient ruins? Are you done with your things? Sapple nodded. Done, I just came back. Barbary looked behind him, who are these few? Sapple smiled and said, a few prodigies I encountered at the Xavier ancient ruins. I'm taking them back to treat them at the race. Every race would try to connect better with prodigies. The Gus race was surviving in the Chaos Star realm, and they knew the importance of forming good alliances. If not, even a powerful race like the Gus race would be devoured by the pack of wolves. But... Barbary frowned. Why did you take them to the prison planet? Sapple flashed a smile and said, I'm not going to the central region. They were just curious about the slaves brought back from the Xavier ancient ruins. Mining slaves. Barbary had a strange expression. You're interested in low-level beings. Sapple simply raised the corners of his lips. Well, they're just there anyways. I'll take a few back to play. Barbary showed a clear smile. That is all right then. I'll let someone take you there. But let me say this first, you can't go to the central region. Don't make this hard for your brother. Agnes is also there. Sapple frowned and nodded. Barbary took a few soldiers and led Sapple and the others away. Barbary raised a brow. Strange, since when did Sapple become interested in these low-level beings? He shook his head. His spirit senses were rather accurate. That was Sapple for sure. Then, there should be no problem. Perhaps, he was just bored and wanted some fun. Barbary didn't think too much. There were no astral bodies around the prison planet. The entire body was dark, and the gravity was extremely high. The environment was very bad. However, there were still black clusters of buildings. Some of it was the Defense Force barracks, and some were the prisons. As soon as they left the teleportation hall, they felt the murderous chi in the air. It almost tainted the black space red. Kyohesha asked Sapple, "What's that region of space?" Sapple quickly responded, "Lord, that's the central region of the prison planet. They locked up all the traitors of the Gus race or major enemies of our race. They were very strong. The weakest was a cosmic realm state. It's said that there's even a cosmic monarch state locked up within." Luze and the girls were surprised. How could a cosmic monarch state be caught by the Gus race? Sapple smiled. Our ancestors captured him. Our ancestor was a cosmic monarch state. It's said that this being was locked up 2 billion years ago. But ever since our ancestor died, the Gus race hadn't had a cosmic monarch state for 1 billion years. Luze and the girls didn't expect that the Gus race once had a cosmic monarch state. This was really strong. However, Luze suddenly had an interesting idea. Soon, the Gus race brought them before a huge black structure. "Lord Sapple, we're here." Luze and the girls looked at the huge black structure. It was a square and similar to Sapple's ship. They saw quite some of these structures on the way here. They were probably used to lock up the weakest prisoners. Sapple nodded. "Okay, I'll go by myself. You guys can wait outside." "Yes." Sapple took Luze and the girls into the prison. The prison was very dark. There was a not too bright light every period of distance. Prison cells were on the two sides. The prison cells were tightly shut, and there was no sound. However, the doors had transparent material, and they could see what was inside. They started to look for people. In a dim cell, there were 4 injured humans on the ground. Their eyes were dim. One of them was a bulky old man with dark red hair. His injuries were the worst. At this moment, a white-haired old man spat black blood. The blood quickly sizzled on the ground. The other 3 old men looked over, but when they wanted to crawl up, they couldn't. They just tore their wounds and more blood flowed out. That dark red-haired man forced himself up and went to the old man. He opened his mouth. "Old you, how are you?" Old you coughed. He wanted to lift his hand, but it dropped down. "Lord Red Flame, I probably won't make it. I'm going with them." The Red Flame Saint's mouth twitched. His eyes were full of sadness. The Red Flame Saint spoke slowly. "It's my fault. If it wasn't for my descendant, you guys wouldn't be like this. Nangong and the rest are also being sold as slaves." Old Yu shook his head. "It's not your fault. Alice's talent is too amazing. If she can awaken it, it's a huge opportunity for the human race. We are all doing this on our own accord." A silver-haired old woman said, "Yeah, as long as Alice can awaken it, so what if we die? She will take the human race to a new height." A grey-haired old man grinned. "We've profited, actually. Eric wasn't caught. He has a chance to bring that treasure back to the human race. With that, Alice can at least begin to awaken. Then, we would die with no regrets." Chapter 1223, Am I About to Die? Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. After hearing this, Red Flame Saint's eyes went red. He wasn't able to speak for a long time. They all knew their lives were over. That sliver of power that the Gus race showed alone was enough to make them feel despair. A random soldier they sent could annihilate the human race. Who could save them then? They only hoped that Eric would bring the treasure back. Old Yu's pale face had a trace of blackness. His body was getting weaker. The three of them looked at Old Yu with sadness. Old Yu smiled. Why are you guys like this? I'm just leaving first. Soon, you three will be joining me. What's there to be sad about? The silver-haired old man smiled. Haha, that's true. Old Yu sighed softly. Too bad, I haven't drunk wine for a long time. If only I could get a drink before I die. Sizzle. At this moment, the door slowly rattled and opened. The three of them looked up. When they saw it was Sapple, their eyes flashed with intense hatred. They were probably about to die. If he had an inkling of power left, he would charge up and fight. At this moment, the being from the Gus race moved aside and spoke respectfully to the person behind him. Lord, is it them? At this moment, a shaky voice exclaimed. Old man. When Alice saw how pitiful Red Flame Saint was, her eyes went red, and she immediately cried. She instantly appeared before the saint and sent a wave of green light into his body. With her current power, his injuries were healed rapidly. The saint was stunned at this girl. The other three were also confused. Luze and the girls also walked in. Killing intent burned in their eyes when they saw how pitiful they were. Red Flame Saint and the others weren't able to react for a long time. When Red Flame Saint saw Alice's blue hair and her familiar little face, he said uncertainly. Alice. The last time he returned, Alice was still a little girl. Although she has grown up, he still recognizes her. But that made him more uncertain. This was the Gus race. Who knew how many light years this was from the Milky Way? Alice was only just 20 years old. How could she be here? Alice shouldn't be able to cultivate as well. And what was that healing speed before? He knew how injured he was, but Alice cured him in such a short instant. How was this possible? Alice nodded and smiled. Elder, we're here to save you. Save them? The group was more dazed. Luze moved next to Old Yu. He frowned. His injuries are so heavy. Did someone insert poison into your body? He pressed on Old Yu's body. Seeing this, Red Flame Saint wanted to stop him. Wait. Who are you? What do you want to do? This man seemed to be human, and his chi was very powerful. But Red Flame Saint knew there was no way the human race could have such a powerful being. He had no impression of this man. Alice quickly said, Grandpa, it's fine. Let Senior cure him. He's very amazing. Senior. Red Flame Saint was more dazed. Alice was only in her 20s. Her senior should be in his 20s as well. At this moment, a dark green light flashed on Luze's right hand. He used Poison God Art and instantly cured Old Yu's poison. A crisp green light flowed from him, and he used Life God Art that was far stronger than Alice used. In an instant, Old Yu's injuries were cured. If his clothes weren't bloodied, one wouldn't be able to tell he was injured. Old Yu was confused. He was dumbfounded. I did recover? I'm fine. He could feel his body filled with power. Wasn't I about to die? How did I heal? The other three were also confused. Luze scanned the other two elders. They were just heavily injured and weren't poisoned. He cured them in an instant too. Nangongjing asked desperately, Grandpa Yusta, where's my father? Nangongjing was very worried. Red Flame Saint was stunned for a moment and said in disbelief, You are Jing Jing. The saints were very close, and naturally, he was familiar with Nangongjing. He was in even more disbelief. The last time he went back to the Federation, wasn't Nangongjing the only aperture opening state? In just over a decade, he couldn't even see what this girl's cultivation level was. The chi coming off from her definitely wasn't just at cosmic system state. She was probably a cosmic cloud state. Aperture opening state to cosmic cloud state in just a decade. Red Flame Saint mumbled in disbelief. Are we dreaming? Luze and the girls were speechless. Eric said, Red Flame boss, old you, Fang Fang, old Jian, you're not dreaming. We're here to save you. Old you exclaimed, Eric? Didn't you run away? Why are you here as well? Eric replied, I'll have to explain this to you later. By the way, where are the rest? Red Flame Saint looked worriedly at Nangongjing. A few old guys weren't able to hold on and left. Xiaolin and a few other young people were taken away by them. It's said that they're going to be sold off somewhere. Luze and the girls breathed easy. At least they didn't die. Luze took a deep breath and said, It isn't safe here. Let's leave here first. The girls nodded. Red Flame Saint nodded. How do we leave? Chapter 1224, Give a Present. Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. Alice pointed at Sapple. We'll just follow him. Red Flame Saint and the others were dumbfounded. Follow the Gus race. Alice smiled. They are controlled by Sister Hesha. He listens to us. Sister Hesha? Control? But soon, they somehow grasped the situation, and there was nothing much to hesitate about. The group got up and said, Let's go. They left the room. When they were about to reach the door, Luze clapped his hand. By the way, I forgot. Isn't it too suspicious to bring them out after they're cured? Hearing this, they also realized the problem. Eric said strangely, How about getting heavily injured again? Red Flame Saint was speechless. Nevertheless, they could only grit their teeth and say, That's fine. We can be injured once more. Luze and the girls suddenly frowned and looked at the end of the passage. A powerful chi appeared, and a figure slowly walked over. His footsteps echoed in the corridor, and soon, this figure came close. This was someone from the Gus race wearing long black robes. This figure was stronger than Barbary. When this being appeared, he looked at Sapple. He said, Sapple, Barbary said you returned and brought a few prodigies. However, when he saw the people, he was stunned. He looked at the bloodied Red Flame Saint and Luze. Thereafter, a frown appeared on his face. Sapple, what's going on? Do these few prisoners belong to the same race as the prodigy on your side? Oh shit, a boss came over. Sapple was just about to explain when the individual from the Gus race looked at Sapple with confusion. Sapple, why is your mental force? Suddenly, his expression changed, and he mobilized all of his spirit force. The sharp golden light lit up the corridor. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. Who are you guys? Were they discovered already? At this moment, Sapple's face changed, and he disclosed to Luze and the girls, Masters, this is Agnes. He has truth eye god art. He can see other people's situation. The mouths of the group twitched. Agnes heard the statement and said coldly, Sapple, you are being controlled indeed. You call a few insects as master. A sharp golden sword appeared in his right hand. Sword marks appeared in the passage. Sapple flashed with blue spirit light and blocked the sword intent. Both Sapple's and Agnes' power were far beyond their imagination. The level of this being's chi was enough to suffocate a cosmic system state. This was a high-level cosmic realm state. Lily quickly asked, Ze, what do we do? Luze and the girls had serious faces. Originally, they were planning to sneak out to avoid causing too much commotion. But now, they were found. However. So what if they're found though? Luze's eyes flashed with a sharp light. Hesha. Kaiulya Hesha nodded and ordered Sapple. Attack. Sapple used a pink spirit light and slashed at Agnes with ice god art. Agnes' face changed. Damn it! You damn bastards! Luze's eyes flashed with a silver light as he gathered everyone inside. Agnes questioned, Space god art? In the next second, he grinned. You dare to use space god art in front of me while only being a cosmic cloud state? Agnes sneered. At this moment, all of them disappeared from the passage. Agnes was in disbelief. He gasped. What? How was this even possible? Even if a cosmic cloud state had space god art, that individual shouldn't be able to escape under his suppression. What was going on? Sapple charged over. He roared and sliced down. Rumble. Only then did Agnes come back to his senses. He let out a resounding roar. Die! His long sword blocked the incoming attack. The golden sword intent and ice blue axe shadow clashed together. Rumble! A terrifying explosion blared. The extensive prison was instantly torn apart. After the shockwave calmed down, two figures were revealed. Agnes' face was pale. Luckily, Sapple seemed to be heavily injured. Otherwise, that clash alone would cripple him. However, Sapple charged up again. This time, Agnes didn't feel too good. Damn it! Sapple, wake up! However, this wasn't enough to extract Sapple from the control of the enemies, and the two fought again. When Barbary saw this, his face became extremely ugly. What are these two doing? He wanted to go, but he still stayed at the teleportation hall. After all, he had to guard his station. Luze and the girls appeared a few 100,000 light-years away. Luze's face grew pale. Agnes' space-binding technique was still somewhat effective. If he wasn't restricted, he would be able to easily move a few million years. Red Flame Saint looked around. Where is this? Did we escape successfully? They looked at Luze in disbelief. Luze nodded in affirmation. We're about a few 100,000 light-years away from the prison planet. Be careful, and we won't be found. Sabrina looked at Luze. Where do we go now? Luze flashed a confident smile. Wait a moment, let me recover some power, and we can go out. He said to Ying Ying, Ying Ying, can you release a prisoner in the central region without others noticing? Ying Ying nodded. Luze grinned. Then let out all those prisoners. Chapter 1225, Destroy a Galaxy. Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. As Ying Ying nodded, a bright starlight flashed in her eyes. The dim space around the prison planet suddenly glowed with specks of starlight. A vibrant blue light pillar surged and shot into the central region of the planet. Rumble! The entire prison planet quaked. This huge commotion made Agnes and Sapple stop. Agnes' face changed rapidly. Damn it! Who is that? Suddenly, a terrifying power rose from the central region. Ha ha ha! I'm free! Ha ha ha! Gus Race! I'm back! Now that I've gained freedom, I will make the Gus Race become rivers of blood. Agnes' face went pale. This is over. These enemies were all major enemies of the Gus Race. They were at least a middle-stage cosmic realm state. This was an unimaginable disaster. At this moment, a roar sounded. I've been imprisoned for 2 billion years. Now, I'm free. With this roar, the entire prison planet shook. Those roaring voices instantly went quiet. Everyone's face trembled with despair. Cosmic Monarch State. Sapple stiffened and frowned. His eyes cleared up a little. Where is this? He looked around in confusion. Agnes almost spat blood. He was finally awake. Just when he was about to speak, a purple beam penetrated his chest. Agnes looked at his chest in disbelief as he opened his mouth and died on the spot. Sapple froze on the spot. This was the prison planet. Cosmic monarch state? Why am I here? Suddenly, a purple light flashed, and he also died. Arg! Purple light surged around the entire planet. This powerful chi seemed to know no boundary. It started to expand until the entire Gus galaxy felt this powerful chi. Everyone trembled. What's going on? Did a powerful being descend upon our race? Cosmic monarch state. In the central region of the Gus galaxy, there was a huge, black planet. Inside a palace on the planet, several beings began to open their eyes. They looked in the direction of the chi in disbelief. That's from the prison planet. What happened there? Where is the cosmic monarch state chi? At this moment, a cosmic realm state peak's face changed. He said in terror, "Is it the person being locked up?" Everyone was in disbelief. Impossible. Our ancestors personally sealed that being. At this moment, a powerful chi rose from the depth of the palace. Sensing this, everyone rejoiced. It's the Grand Elder. Has he reached the cosmic monarch state? Immediately, they heard a desperate voice. Damn it, come back. Activate the teleportation formation. Send the ancestral planet out. At least, we'll be able to preserve some seeds. Even their Grand Elder was no match. They did as they were told, and the planet glowed with silver runes before disappearing. On the prison planet, a 6-meter-tall bulky purple being roared in fury. Arg! Don't run! He disappeared from the spot. Before he left, he shot out a purple spirit force ball that exploded. The spirit light surged in all directions. All astral bodies were burned to dust. The explosion expanded until it devoured the entire Gus galaxy. Luze and the girls sensed this chi, and their faces went pale. Did that being casually destroy a galaxy like that? He quickly ate some cosmic cloud state spirit force serum and kept jumping with space transmission. Soon, he fled a few million light years away. Seeing the purple energy that spanned nearly a million light years, everyone gasped. Red Flame Saint said, "That's terrifying. Just what level did that being reach?" Sabrina said with terror, "It's a cosmic monarch state. I didn't expect that the Gus race still had a cosmic monarch state. That cosmic monarch state seems to be the prisoner Sapple spoke of. He escaped and casually destroyed the Gus galaxy." Luze and the girls pitted the Gus race. Luze said, "Okay, let's go to Chaos Star." The girls nodded. Luze looked at Sabrina. "Where is the Chaos Star?" Sabrina said, "That way, about 200 million light years." Luze nodded. "Let's head off then." In the central region of the Chaos Star realm, there was an extremely huge celestial body. It also had an equally large planet revolving around it. This planet looked very prosperous. Luze and the girls appeared on this planet. "This is the Chaos Planet? There are so many people." Sabrina nodded. "This is the trade center of the Chaos Star realm. Let's go see when that auction starts." Soon, they entered Chaos Planet. Although the Chaos Star realm was very chaotic, individuals were quite well behaved here. After all, this place was protected by the Chaos Realm Lord. He was the strongest being in the entire Chaos Star realm. There are a few cosmic monarch state civilizations behind him. No one dared to cause trouble here. Chapter 1226, Is there something wrong? Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. Where should we go to find out information about the auction? Red Flame Saint asked. Sabrina smiled. We don't need to look for it. They will promote it. She pointed at a tall building. Look there. There was a holographic advert. It consisted of words written in a universal common language, providing that the auction would be held in 5 hours. The occupants of the planet could enter the Star Realm net to check the information of the auction items. Sabrina opened her mouth and said, "This auction belongs to the Chaos Planet, so they want as many visitors to come as possible. There are also adverts on the Realm net. Nangongjing relaxed a little now. We finally made it. She was very worried that the auction would already be over by the time they arrived. Luze nodded. Can we check the items online? Sabrina, how do we log on there? I want to see if Uncle Nangong and the others are there. After hearing Luze's words, Sabrina smiled and said, I have a device here. Under her operation, they soon entered the auction website. You can check it here. This website was very simple. Sabrina clicked the auction items. There were many items displayed on this page including weapons, armor, serum, spirit fruit, metals, and so forth. Spirit beasts and slaves were included too. Sabrina clicked into the slaves column. At the very top was a spiky white-boned alien. It looked hideous and had a slender build. The information was, Lin Bone Race's extreme beauty. Very talented. Level 4 Cosmic Realm State. Extreme grade slave. Luz, his girls, Lily, Louise, and everyone in the Terran were extremely shocked. Extreme beauty seemed very eerie for this hideous face. Was this an extreme monster? Lily's mouth twitched, and she said silently, I didn't expect aliens to define extreme beauty like this. Sabrina smiled. Different races have different aesthetic perceptions. But even cosmic realm states can be caught and sold as slaves. Lu Li frowned in disbelief. Sabrina opened her mouth and said, wars between races in the Chaos Star realm are incessant. This Linbone race has probably been annihilated. Those captured alive are sold as slaves. Luze and the girls rejoiced that their race wasn't in the Chaos Star realm. Otherwise, they would be easily annihilated. Luze coughed. Let's look for Uncle Nangong and the others first. Sabrina nodded and began scrolling. There were a few thousand slaves from all sorts of races. Their cultivation level ranked from cosmic realm state to planetary state. Some slaves were sold individually, while some were sold in batches. At the last few rows, they finally found Nangong Lin and the others. Human race from a distant star realm. Slaves were brought back from the Xavier ancient ruins. Medium-low talent, star state cultivation level. 6 in total. Sold in batches. Nangong Jing's eyes went red. My father is fine, that's great. Red Flame Saint said, as long as they are alive, there is hope. Luze nodded. We'll just buy them back. There were 4 cosmic monarch states in the Chaos Star realm. It was best not to attempt a robbery. Only Ying Ying was a cosmic monarch state on their side. Just the shockwave from the cosmic monarch state battle would be enough to kill them a few hundred times. Red Flame Saint looked worriedly. Do we have enough money? Alice smiled. Don't worry, Elder, we've brought back quite some resources from the Xavier ancient ruins. Red Flame Saint nodded. After seeing that her father was okay, Nangong Jing's mood recovered. Nangong Jing smiled and said, there's still a few hours before the auction. What should we do during this time? Sabrina said, I'll buy the tickets to the auction first, and then, we should exchange some resources into the currency here. That's how we will pay for things in the auction. Luze and the girls nodded. Please lead the way, Sabrina. Sabrina nodded and took them to a shop to sell weapons and equipment. Luze sold some of the equipment he got from other beings in the Xavier ancient ruins for money. A lot of the equipment of foreign races wasn't suitable for humans, so they might as well be sold. Star state equipment was usually a few hundred common coins. Cosmic system states were a few thousand to tens of thousands. Cosmic cloud states were hundreds of thousands to a few million. Cosmic realm state equipment ranged from tens of millions to a few billion. Luze and the girls had acquired way too much equipment. They had tens of cosmic realm state equipment. However, Luze didn't plan to sell them unless they were things that they really couldn't use. After all, the strongest in their team was only a level 1 cosmic realm state. Selling too much would raise too much attention. Luze only sold 8, and that gave him nearly 900 million common coins. The other lower grade ones sold for a total of 100 million common coins. They have about 1 billion common coins now. The attendant at the shop, Red Flame Saint, and the others were astounded. They didn't expect Luze and the girls to be so wealthy. Just what did they do at the Xavier Ancient Ruins? Okay, now we just need to wait for the auction. Luze smiled. Afterward, Alice said, there are still 4 hours left. What should we do? Luze's eyes lit up when he heard Alice's words. Thinking of something, he said, we've been busy, so let's find a restaurant with good food. Old Yu laughed. I hope there's alcohol here. I haven't drunk for a long time. Sabrina smiled and said, I do know of a nice restaurant. Chapter 1227, We have lots of money. Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. The restaurant Sabrina mentioned wasn't far from where they were now. It was all part of the wealthy region of Chaos Planet. Soon, they entered a tall building made of white alloy. The doors alone were 10 meters tall. Customers from all sorts of races came in and out. Some races were less than a meter tall while some were over 10 meters tall. Most races were about 2 to 3 meters tall, so Luze and the girls were on the shorter side. There was a large foyer, and there were all sorts of shops on the side. This shopping mall looked much larger on the inside than outside. They probably used space expansion technology. Sabrina said pretty much all buildings here used that technology. Yet, not many buildings in the divine realm of the elf cosmic realm used this technology. There were people bargaining and haggling. Luze felt that he had returned to a shopping mall in the Federation. Luze sighed. Sabrina smiled and said, the restaurants are usually at the top few floors. The ones below are shops like this. Luze said, then, let's go to the most exotic restaurant here. Money is not a problem. The girls glared at him. Kyohesha said unhappily, is Alice's cooking not tasty enough? Why are we eating so expensive outside? It's so wasteful. The girls nodded. Let's just try something we haven't had before. Luze didn't dare to speak. Red Flame Saint and the others were confused. They still didn't know who this man was and what his relationship with Alice and the others was. It didn't seem to be simple. Red Flame Saint hesitated whether he should say something or not. Sabrina nodded. The restaurant where we are going to is exceptional. The price isn't expensive. It's quite worth it. The girls nodded happily. They weren't poor, but they weren't too wealthy. They were just cosmic cloud states after all, and they had a race to feed. Sabrina and the others went upstairs. There were 300 levels in this shopping mall. This restaurant was on the 288th floor. They found that this restaurant was decorated in a way that was pleasing to the human eye. The walls were black and white alloy. There were sculptures and paintings of cosmic beasts, vibrant galaxies, utopia, and wars. Luze and the girls sighed. The longer a civilization existed, the deeper their artistic heritage was. They could tell the heritage of this race just by looking at the paintings. Even Lily and Louisa, who were proud of their heritage, were amazed. While they were looking, a waiter wearing a strange uniform walked over. It had purple-red skin and a dark ring on its head. It looked quite similar to the human race. It smiled rather amicably, too. Welcome. Sabrina said, take us to the first grade room. The waiter nodded. Please follow me. Luze and the girls walked around and came before a room. The waiter opened it and smiled. Please come in. This room was larger than they had expected. It was about 200 square mi. However, there was no furniture at all. There weren't even tables and chairs. Luze and the girls were dazed. However, they acted calm and said nothing. The waiter went onto a device on the wall and soon, the group opened up, metallic parts flew out and formed tables and chairs in the air. At the same time, Other furniture appeared. So that was it. The waiter smiled. Please have a seat and order. Our chef will cook it as fast as possible. Sabrina nodded. The waiter bowed. I'll be leaving first. You can call me whenever you need. Everyone sat down and the chairs started to ripple and adjust into the shape that suited them the most. Zhang Shuiyu smiled. This is really comfortable. We should get some of these too. Luze smiled. Let's order. Ying Ying nodded. Sabrina explained. Press the table before you, and a screen will appear. You can look at the menu yourself. Luze and the girls did so. Is this star-winged dragon wings tasty? Haven't you had it? Order 1. What is this molten rock spirit? Order 1. This. Order 1. Even Sabrina felt awkward. After a while, Luze sighed. Let's just order these for now. We can order more if we don't have enough. Red Flame Saint and the others were speechless. They looked at the 30 million prices, and their hearts ached. This was called saving money? Luze saw an environment button on the screen and asked, what is this? He pressed it and chose a sea picture. Immediately, light flowed in the room, and they seemed to be immersed in the ocean. Giant sea creatures swam past them. It was dreamlike and beautiful. Nangongjing and the others were stunned. So beautiful. Sabrina said with a smile, this is one of the special features of the room. It can holographically project an environment. So that's it, let me try too. Lin Ling clicked a forest picture. Immediately, the ocean disappeared and was replaced with a huge forest. I want to try too. Alice giggled. The environment changed to the vibrant cosmos. Eventually, they settled on a warm, sunny island. After that, Red Flame Saint looked at the girls and smiled at Alice. Alice, why don't you introduce them to us? Chapter 1228, Is this something a human does? Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. Everyone looked curiously at Luze and the girls. They also wanted to know who Luze was. Alice blushed. Seeing this, Red Flame Saint had a bad feeling. Alice introduced Luze and the girls. She didn't mention the pocket hunting dimension and just said they were favored by some powerful being and were given a lot of resources. When they heard Luze was just 1 year older than Alice, their faces were strange. After all, the power Luze showed was too terrifying. They didn't expect him to only be in his 20s. Sabrina began to doubt herself. She was a prodigy too, but she couldn't be compared to Luze and the girls at all. Red Flame Saint's face went green. My precious granddaughter is just taken like that. Even old Nangong's and Lin's granddaughters were taken too. This guy took 5 in one go. He almost exploded on the spot. Was this something a human did? Old Nangong and Lin didn't beat this kid to death? Merlin and Zhu Honglian agreed too. He almost swore. He felt it was difficult to breathe. However, he was saved by this guy. Red Flame Saint wondered if he should explode. Seeing Alice with a blissful and shy face, Red Flame Saint sighed. They've already done the deeds. What could he do? When Luze saw Red Flame Saint's glance that looked like he wanted to beat him up, he sweated cold. He smiled sycophantically. He was strong, but he couldn't show his temper. This was Alice's grandpa. He wanted his best wishes, of course. He did take 5 girls in one go after all. Seeing Luze smile like that, Eric and the others looked at each other. Luze was rather dominant at the Xavier ancient ruins and destroyed the Gus race base and killed all of them. Yet, he had such a timid side? They didn't dare to believe it. Red Flame Saint sighed helplessly and said no more. Alice poked out her tongue. Then, the saint said, I didn't expect old Lin to have recovered, too. Old Lin's injuries had been troubling the 4 saints a lot. He also came out this time to search for a way to cure old Lin. Now that both of them were fine, he felt greatly relieved. Lin Ling smiled. Elder Eurista, my grandpa and the other elders have been thinking about you. After all, Red Flame Saint was the only one missing out of them now. If the other elders didn't need to guard the human race, they would want to come out searching for him. The group had known each other since the Federation was just formed. They had been comrades for 2,000 years. Red Flame Saint smiled. After we save the others, we'll go back. The other few old people nodded too. They were tired from venturing out for so long. People wanted a home to settle. Nangang Jing smiled. If Elder Eurista goes back, Grandpa and the rest would be very excited. Luze and the girls nodded and smiled. At this moment, their door was suddenly knocked. Luze and the girls looked over. Sabrina smiled and said, "Come in." That waiter from before came in. He bowed and said, "Guests, the food is ready. Should we bring it up?" Luze and the girls nodded. Ying Ying was almost about to drool. The waiter smiled and came before the table. He took out the spirit dishes from the storage ring and placed them on the table. Soon, dozens of dishes covered the table. They were all spirit food and glowed in all sorts of spirit light. Aroma spread out. The waiter bowed. "The food has all been served. Please, enjoy." The waiter closed the door and left. Luze and the girls smiled. "MHM. This is tasty. This too. Wow, this is amazing." The others also wanted to eat after seeing how much Luze and the girls enjoyed the food. The spirit foods ranged from planetary state to cosmic cloud state. The other humans were all star state and cosmic system state. They couldn't eat much spirit food. They could only eat planetary state, star state, and cosmic system state spirit food. Despite this, they only had some and couldn't eat any more. There was too much energy in this. They could already feel their progress. Meanwhile, Luze and the girls ate incessantly. It was too easy for them to digest the energy in the food. Even Lily and Sabrina couldn't eat them. Of course, the strongest was Ying Ying. After the food on the table was devoured, Luze gasped. "Should we have some more?" Red Flame Saint quickly waved his hand. "Ze, that's enough, enough. We still need to go to the auction." Luze nodded. "In that case, never mind." Sabrina looked at the time and said, "There's an hour left. We can head off now." Luze and the girls paid the bill and left. Soon, they arrived in the central region. The auction house was a signature building of the Chaos Planet. It was rather large. It was about a few kilometers tall and took over 10 square kilometers. It was almost like a small city. People were checked before they could go in. They could only enter if they had a certain amount of assets. Luze and the girls had nearly 1 billion common coins. It wasn't too much, but it was fine to enter. After they entered the front door, it was a foyer. It was over 10 kilometers wide. There were plenty of people there. They were seated based on their assets. Luze and the girls sat in the medium region. This place was so large that it could seat a few million people. Each time the auction was held, all seats were filled. Red Flame Saint and the others felt that almost everyone around them was countless times stronger than them and felt quite nervous. After a while, a metal stage rose in the air. It was a being with one horn. Its chi was a peak cosmic realm state. With this, everyone calmed down. The auctioneer grinned. "Welcome everyone to Heaven Star Auction. The auction begins now." Chapter 1229, Take Them Home. It has begun. Hearing this, Luze's and the girls' eyes lit up. They stared straight at the auctioneer. "First, it's the slave auction phase," the auctioneer yelled. Then, a peak cosmic realm state brought up that extreme beauty from the Lin Bone race up. She didn't seem shabby. She wore clothes and didn't have any injuries, but her chi was very weak. Her complexion was dim, and her eyes were dull. The auctioneer spoke. The first is a queen from the Linbone race. The Linbone royals were ambushed by an opposition force, and their entire race has been annihilated. Only this queen is left. She has reached level 4 cosmic realm state in just 100 million years. Her talent is excellent, and she still has potential. She's a great slave. Bottom price 500 million common coins. Each increment must be no lower than 30 million common coins. Begin bidding now. 600 million. 650 million. 700 million. Clearly, this queen slave was very popular. The price soon reached 1 billion and didn't stop there. Eventually, a black-hooded peak cosmic realm state bought her with 3 billion. Alice spoke softly. So, slave prices aren't too expensive. One level 4 cosmic realm state prodigy is only 3 billion. The others nodded. They were scared that they didn't have enough money for Nangonglin and the others. Sabrina was speechless. 3 billion is a very high price. It can buy quite decent cosmic realm state equipment. It's rather rare for a slave to be this expensive. The auctioneer smiled. Congratulations on guest 65. Now, let's see the next slave. The auction proceeded in an orderly fashion. The slaves seemed to have been randomly selected. But all the slaves afterwards didn't have the same talent nor power as that queen, so they were cheaper. The second strongest level 2 cosmic realm state slave was only sold for 500 million. He had no room for improvement. A few hours later, there was another peak cosmic cloud state slave. After that, the peak cosmic realm state brought up 6 figures. Seeing this, Luze and the girls sat straight. They were humans, and they seemed to be in a really bad state. Luze's eyes flashed with cold light. The auctioneer smiled. These slaves are sold in a batch. It's a race called the human race brought back by the Gus race from the Xavier ancient ruins. The audience looked at each other. Gus race? I heard a cosmic monarch state descended upon there and annihilated their entire galaxy. I heard about that too. The Gus race who came to this auction actually dodged that disaster. The Gus race is a rather strong race, and yet, they offended a cosmic monarch state master. Everyone sneered. I wonder where the Gus race on the Chaos planet is. Nangongjing's eyes flashed coldly. Kaiuyuhesha smiled slightly and said, they probably don't dare to come out now. The auctioneer smiled. I believe everyone has heard about the Gus race, but since they've placed their slaves for auction here, there's no reason we don't sell them. There is one level 2 cosmic cloud state and 5-star states. Bottom price, 1 million. Each increment must be no less than 100,000. Most people weren't interested in them. They were too weak. Instead of buying them, they might as well use the resources to train their descendants. Of course, there were still people interested. 1.1 million. Nangongjing said coldly, 5 million. The people next to them looked over in shock. So, they were of the same race. No wonder they were willing to pay so much. The auctioneer smiled. So they have their fellow race here. Does anyone want to bid more? The desperate humans heard this and struggled to look up. When they saw Red Flame Saint and the rest, they were in disbelief. How was this possible? And who were those humans on the side? Wait, why does that black-haired girl seem so familiar? Nangonglin looked at Nangongjing in confusion. This was Jing Jing. Was he dreaming? How could she be here? How could she be that strong? When the audience below saw this group had a cosmic realm state, they didn't bid more. Those weaker buyers didn't want to mess with Luze, and those powerful buyers didn't need cosmic system state and star state slaves at all. The auctioneer smiled. Congratulations on buying back your own race. Luze and the girls breathed easy. Luze smiled. Let's go out and take them home. Nangongjing nodded in desperation. At the passage, a short attendant was waiting there. He bowed. "Guests, what can I help you with?" Nangongjing opened her mouth quietly. "We bought a few slaves before. We're going to take them away." The waiter smiled. "Please, follow me." Chapter 1230, Watch Them. Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. Luze and the girls followed the attendant to a room. There were already a few people waiting there. The attendant smiled. "This is the slave collection place. Please, wait here for a moment." Luze and the girls nodded. Soon, it was their turn. A voice sounded from inside the room. "Come in." Luze and the girls came in and saw there were quite some slaves sitting on the ground. Soon, they found Nangonglin and the others in a corner. When they saw Luze and the girls, they also rejoiced. At the door, there was a desk with a bulky man sitting. His cultivation level was at level 8 cosmic realm state. This power was truly terrifying. One peak cosmic realm state was enough to destroy a not too strong cosmic realm state civilization. The elf race wouldn't be likely to stop it. The being just glanced at Ying Ying a little more. He said plainly, "Show me your pass." Luze handed the pass over. The being smiled and nodded. "Pay 5 million common coins." Luze paid the money, and the being smiled. "Okay guests, you can take them and leave." Luze and the girls were speechless. Even such a powerful being cared about money? Nangongjing went before Nangonglin. Her eyes were red as she used the green light to cure Nangonglin. Nangonglin recovered in an instant. He opened his mouth in disbelief. "Jing! Jing Jing!" Nangongjing nodded and took a deep breath. "Dad, we can talk about things outside." She waved her hand and a green light surged into the other 5 people, healing their injuries. The cosmic realm state was dazed and took a deep look at Nangongjing. Her combat power isn't the same as her cultivation level. She flashed away in an instant. Her power was much stronger than her cultivation level. She was a very strong prodigy. Whatever. The 5 humans were dumbfounded when they recovered like that. They knew how serious their injuries were, but they were cured in an instant. After a few people nodded, Nangongjing said, "Okay, let's leave here first." Nangonglin and the others nodded. They got up and nodded to Red Flame Saint. Red Flame Saint also had red eyes. Under the admiring gaze of the other slaves, they left the room. Luze glanced at the people in Nangonglin. He smiled and said, "Let's find a place to rest first." Nangongjing nodded. There were too many things she wanted to talk about. Sabrina smiled and said, "I know a good hotel." Luze's eyes lit up. "Predecessor, lead the way." They were very happy with her choice of a restaurant before. They soon followed Sabrina to a large black building. This was the hotel Sabrina recommended. Once inside, attendants came immediately. Luze and the girls booked a few suites and went to their rooms. This hotel was very special, like the restaurant before. The statues in the walkways seemed alive. The walls glowed with cosmic light. It was like they were walking in the cosmos. All the furniture was assembled automatically, and they could choose the styles. It was rather convenient. Luze and the girls gave Nangongjing and Nangonglin space. The two hadn't seen each other for a long time after all. Nangongjing had a lot of pressure during this time. The others came to the other suite. After the saved humans understood the situation, they were rather stunned. Luze was only in his 20s but was already a cosmic cloud state. What sort of godly descendant was this? A handsome green-haired man smiled. "I didn't expect we would have such powerful descendants already. We don't even have to work hard with Ze." This person was called Lu Qingfeng. He had wood god art and was a peak star state. A golden-haired beauty smiled. "I didn't expect you guys to be this strong." How is the human race? It should be doing very well, right? A brown-haired man sighed. I really want to go back. Luze smiled. Now that you guys are saved, we will be going back. At this moment, Lin Ling thought of something and said, Ze, we haven't even used up the common coins we exchanged before. Luze patted his head. Right, I almost forgot. He smiled. Then, let's rest tonight, and we'll have a good meal tomorrow and buy some things before we return. Red Flame Saint's mouth twitched. He wanted to eat again? This extravagant kid. After chatting for a while, everyone went back to rest. In another hotel, a few beings from Gus race were sitting on the couch. A level 8 cosmic realm state gritted his teeth. Damn it! Our galaxy is gone. What happened? Which cosmic monarch attacked us? They were scared that the being would come to look for them. Someone said, by the way, remember the slaves we sent to the auction? The others nodded. A group of them were bought by their own race. The ones buying them seemed to include ones locked up in the prison planet before. Impossible. The prison planet should have been destroyed with the galaxy. How are they still alive? Did they escape beforehand? Perhaps, they know something, keep an eye on them. Yes. Chapter 1231, Feel Crushed. The next morning, Luze and the girls went to find the others. Nangonglin and the others had changed into new clothes and cleaned themselves. They had recovered quite a bit of spirit. Ze, you guys are here. Are we going? Although they had gotten freedom, they still wanted to go back and were quite desperate. Nangonglin looked at Luze with eerie eyes. Luze sweated cold. He had seen the same type of look from Uncle Merlin before. Luze looked at Nangongjing, who pretended like nothing was happening. Clearly, she told Nangonglin about them. Luze rejoiced that he was rather strong now and wouldn't get beaten up like when he encountered Alice. Luze smiled at Nangonglin. Uncle Nangong, predecessors, did you rest well yesterday? Ha ha ha, I haven't been so comfortable for a long time. Yeah, thank you so much, Ze. Everyone smiled, and only Nangonglin had a stiff face. He felt more complicated. He wanted to criticize Luze, but he was just saved by him. He would seem too fussy if he did that now. Nangonglin was furious, but he couldn't say anything, so he remained silent. Luze said, since everyone has rested, let's go eat something. We can buy some things for you guys and then go back to the Federation. The younger humans were dazed. Lu Qingfeng said in embarrassment, how can you do that? We're already very grateful that you have saved us, and yet you're still going to buy stuff for us. Ze, how much money do you have? Luze was also embarrassed. Old man Yorista didn't tell you? Just 1 billion. The people were speechless. Nangonglin and the others were dazed. Wow! That much? This meant that Luze could have bought them over 200 times. Or more. Lu Qingfeng's smile froze. He felt quite dejected. Luze could understand. After all, no one would feel good after knowing how cheap he was. Red Flame Saint and the rest rejoiced that they weren't the ones being sold. However, thinking about how the meal they ate yesterday could buy Nangonglin and the rest 6 times, they didn't feel too good either. Luze grinned. He felt quite great about showing off in front of them. He said, okay, let's go. The others nodded in dejection. The hotel price was 5 digits for one night. They went to the restaurant yesterday. They went to a room and sat down. Luze smiled. Let's order some more in order to celebrate Uncle Nangong's and the others' successful rescue. Red Flame Saint quickly said, just order a few, no need to order too much. Lu Qingfeng was very touched. Luze was such a nice guy. He saved them and did so much for them. Even Nangonglin looked at Luze with softer eyes. Although this guy was wearing fancy pants, he seemed to be a nice guy. But after finishing ordering and seeing that 40 million price tag, they were dumbfounded. Just this meal was enough to buy them 10 times. They were worthless. They even wondered if Luze did this on purpose. Luze sensed their gaze and blinked his eyes innocently. What? You don't like the flavor? Should we order some more? The girls rolled their eyes. They knew he was very happy. Nangongjing pinched Luze's leg. Her dad was there. Soon, the food had arrived. Nangongli and the others didn't stop eating at all. The food was very nourishing to them. Red Flame Saint's essence hadn't recovered, but the others all improved quite a bit in cultivation. Old Yu broke through. After today's meal, quite a few more would probably break through. This meal lasted a few hours. Everyone ate as much as they could. After the restaurant, Sabrina took them to the shopping mall. There was everything. Luze and the girls didn't need anything, but Nangonglin and the others did, especially spirit fruits. They could be brought back to the race. Luze and the girls walked around and shopped slowly. They didn't need equipment nor trump cards nor divine arts. All they needed now was spirit fruits and technology. This was what the human race lacked and what the pocket hunting dimension didn't have. Eventually, Luze bought some Cosmic Cloud State Spirit Fruit Seeds and a large batch of Cosmic System State Spirit Fruit Seeds. Luze even bought 2 medium-grade Dao Enlightenment Stones and 5 medium-grade Spirit Gathering Stones. 1 medium-grade Dao Enlightenment Stone cost 200 million. The Spirit Gathering Stone was much cheaper and was only 50 million. Luze and the girls got some from the Tower of War Challenge, but you could never have too much of these, right? Luze had over 30 medium-grade Dao Enlightenment Stones and nearly 100 medium-grade Spirit Gathering Stones. The human prodigies would be benefiting a lot from this. Luze looked at the remaining balance of his card after all this shopping. It was just a few million. He smiled. We only have a few million left. We can't seem to buy anything with this. How about we buy some more food? Chapter 1232, The Human Race Isn't Simple Indeed. Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. The Chaos Star Realm has an entrance into the Xavier Ancient Ruins. The region you entered was also the Night Demon City region. Luze and the girls could enter the Xavier Ancient Ruins and go from the Night Demon City to Bloodstone City region and then leave the ruins from there. That would be closer. However, since they killed a few Bloodstone City bosses, they decided to be careful and avoid entering the ruins. With the star map, they knew the way at least. The Chaos Star Realm was also in the Eternal Song Gallery. The star map wasn't hard to find. Sabrina had one. It would take 5 months to fly back with the elf race ship. Time was no matter for Luze and the girls. They could use these 5 months to cultivate. By the time they got back, they would be about to break through to the cosmic realm state. Thus, they went to the space station, took out their ships, and soared into space. After flying out some distance, they dived into the warp dimension. Luze and the girls looked outside the window. Ling Qingfeng rejoiced. We can finally go back now. The others nodded. Their eyes were excited. They had been venturing out for too long and were very tired. Even Red Flame Saint and the rest smiled. Luze could understand their feelings. Afterwards, Red Flame Saint smiled and said, "Okay, go back and rest. Cultivate well." He looked at Nangonglin and Zhang Shuiyu. You guys especially. Look at Zi and look at you guys. You guys are their elders. You need to work harder. The smile on their faces stiffened. What was this old man saying? How could they compare them with Luze and the girls? They were cosmic cloud states for sure. Just when they were about to go back to their rooms, their spaceship was suddenly bound on the spot. An extremely terrifying chi surrounded the spaceship. Those who were just star states dropped to the ground and couldn't even stand up. Sabrina gasped. Very strong. It's a high-level cosmic realm state. What? Red Flame Saint and the rest gasped. Cosmic realm state. How could such a being with that level be targeting them? Luze and the girls didn't expect it either. Who is it? At this moment, a cold voice sounded. The low-level races inside. Come out. Otherwise, I will wipe you from the warp dimension. Luze and the girls looked at each other with cold light. This aggressive? Luze smiled. Old man Yorista. You guys wait here for a moment. We'll go out and have a look. Everyone was worried, but they didn't know what to say. There was no use in saying anything against such powerful beings. After the atmosphere fell silent, Red Flame Saint sighed and said, Be careful. If you can run away, don't worry about us. Luze grinned after hearing this. Don't worry, old man, it's going to be fine. Red Flame Saint and the rest smiled bitterly. Luze took the girls outside the ship. He looked around and saw 4 individuals from the Gus race staring coldly at them. The leading one was a level 7 cosmic realm state. The other 2 were level 5 cosmic realm state, and the last one was level 4 cosmic realm state. So it was them. Luze and the girls were quite surprised. The leader snarled. Low-level life forms, you've finally come out. Luze expressionlessly said, What business do you have with us? Gus Ray slightly said, I believe you already know the answer. He pointed at the ship. Your race should be our slave. He was locked up on the prison planet. How did you take them out? What happened to our Gus race? Luze's face was a little strange. Are you afraid that the cosmic monarch state of our race annihilated your Gus race? The Gus leader laughed and looked at Luze and the girls contemptuously. Your race has a cosmic monarch state. If you really do, you wouldn't need to go to the auction. How can the Chaos Planet be auctioning cosmic monarch state civilization slaves? Luze and the girls realized. No wonder. The Chaos Planet had a cosmic monarch state behind them, but they weren't strong enough to ignore cosmic monarch states. The leader sneered. Plus, I've followed you guys for a day. The stuff you bought the most is for cosmic cloud states. You even bought spirit fruit seeds and technology. How can a cosmic monarch state civilization lack these? Were they being followed? The group turned to look at Ying Ying. She blinked her eyes innocently. She didn't even know they were being followed. The Gus race sneered. Tell me, what did you see before the Gus galaxy was destroyed? How did you save people from the prison planet? Tell me, and I can let you live. Luze smiled. Too bad, you guessed wrong. We really do have someone behind us. Luze spoke telepathically to Ying Ying. Ying Ying, kill them. Oh. The space lines around the warp dimension rippled. The 4 Gus race immediately felt that they were bound. Their skin crawled as they gasped. What's going on? The depth of their eyes flashed with terror. Did they really have a cosmic monarch state behind them? How was this possible? Didn't they feel it was insulting that the Chaos Planet sold their race? Why did they buy those useless small things? However, all these questions were unanswered as their consciousness disappeared. Sabrina was shocked. She had guessed before, but this was her first time seeing the beings behind them attack. The human race wasn't simple indeed. Luze collected their equipment and storage rings before going back to the ship. Luze smiled. Okay, it's all solved. Let's continue. Everyone around was shocked. Red Flame Saint and the rest subconsciously asked, How did you solve it? Luze smiled. They're dead. He took out the storage rings. It's the Gus race. They even delivered us goods. They're really nice people. The humans didn't know what expression to use. The other humans felt strange upon looking at their smiles. In another hotel on the Chaos Planet, a few individuals from the Gus race were sitting there. At this moment, the leader of the Level 8 Cosmic Realm State Gus race suddenly spat blood. The others looked at him in disbelief. This Gus race said, "Vaughn and the rest are dead." They were extremely confident that Luze and the girls didn't have a Cosmic Monarch state, but they still chose to leave a backup plan. He attached his mental force to the 4 Gus beings to learn the situation and thus, received a backlash when they died. The 4 of them died instantly without resistance. It seems we have been tricked. They have a Cosmic Monarch state behind them. Chapter 1233, How do they have no awareness? Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. At this moment, no one could utter a word. The atmosphere fell silent. Following a brief pause, someone from the Gus race asked, "What do we do now, Lord?" This Level 8 Cosmic Realm state from the Gus race wiped the blood from his mouth. The means employed by a Cosmic Monarch state are mysterious and incomprehensible. I don't know if that being found us or not. We can't stay at the Chaos Planet anymore. Leave now. The others' eyes flashed with terror. The mention of the words Cosmic Monarch state alone imposed an insurmountable pressure on them. They quickly disguised themselves and ran off. On the elf race ship, everyone returned to their rooms to rest. They would be spending the next 5 months on board the transport. In order to search for resources, their cultivation progress has slowed down lately. Still, they managed to acquire a lot. Luze especially got the Undying Battle Intent Divine Art. He passed along this divine art to the girls. However, their Battle Intent God Art hadn't reached the appropriate level of mastery yet. As a result, the girls couldn't even reach beginner mastery. If everyone reached beginner mastery, they would soon be able to consider fighting overlord bosses. Luze used a golden dew in a level 8 cosmic cloud state super red liquid. Then, he used the spirit gathering room within the ship and pulled spirit force into his body. At this point, Luze's body was even stronger than his cultivation level by a huge margin. As soon as he began cultivating, his chi began to grow stronger at a terrifying speed. Others would be scared to death if they saw this. A day of Luze's cultivation was equivalent to thousands of years for other beings of the same state. A few hours later, the energy of the red liquid was consumed. Luze slowly opened his eyes. He was very happy with his progress. He had just broken through to level 6 cosmic cloud state for a week. At this rate, he would be able to reach level 7 cosmic cloud state in, at most, a month. By the time he gets back to the Federation, he should be able to reach the cosmic realm state. With his phenomena, the human race could be greatly empowered. Luze looked around. The girls were no longer there. He walked out of the room and saw the girls sitting before the dinner table. Alice just came back from outside. She flashed a smile at him. "Senior, you are done with cultivation." "I just finished cooking." Luze smiled and patted her head. "Where did you go just then?" Alice rubbed her face against Luze's palm and answered, "I was delivering spirit food to my grandpa, Uncle Nangong, and the rest. Eating spirit food is better than directly consuming spirit fruits. It's easier to digest." Luze nodded. Kyoyohesha said, "What are you talking about? Hurry and eat. Ying Ying is about to drool." Lin Ling giggled and rubbed Ying Ying's little face. However, Ying Ying didn't even move. She just stared at the tablet with her hands holding her bowl and chopsticks. Luze was stunned. "Ying Ying, were you waiting for me so we could eat together?" Was this still Ying Ying? Luze was touched. Li rolled her eyes. "Wake up, Ying Ying is waiting for Alice." The girls looked at him speechlessly. Did he have no awareness? Luze was utterly speechless. After dinner, they played games and watched cartoons with Ying Ying for a while before returning to their room. They could enter the pocket hunting dimension now, so they grabbed the opportunity. As soon as they appeared inside the dimension, they saw a cosmic system state firewolf charging at them. Halfway, it dropped down and turned to dust. "We're going to hunt beasts." Luze nodded. "Be careful." He still needed to test the divine art fusion. He could fuse 2 divine arts now, but fusing 3 divine arts was too hard. However, Luze was certain that if he could fuse the 3 ball divine arts together, their power would be on par with a cosmic realm state divine art. The girls went off to hunt on their own. During this time, they have always been doing this, and it has been a great practice for them. With their power, they could acquire more loot if they split off. A few days later, Lu was walking in the desert. At this juncture, she suddenly looked to the left. She felt the temperature in that direction drop. She was curious and flew towards there. The further she went, the lower the temperature was. Right then, she saw boundless icebergs merging with the desert. The sunlight was reflected beautifully from the glacier. It looked surreal. She even saw a few snow-white bears. They were all 8 to 9 meters tall. Lu rejoiced. They had never been here before. Is she the first to find it? She grinned and went inside while using chi concealing god art. The temperature there was getting lower and lower. Even Lu was feeling the bite of the cold. She looked around and didn't find any other beasts. Hence, she made the darkness fall over those bears. The bears roared in confusion. During this time, a ghost-like figure sliced past the level 8 cosmic cloud state white bear. Screech! The bear died. Before it dropped to the ground, the figure was gone. The first bear turned to dust. There was a god art orb that was icy blue. Lu picked it up and grinned. Ice element. Did the ice bird overlord live here? Her eyes flashed as she ventured deeper into the glacier. Rumble. A thunderous explosion occurred in the desert. Fire, lightning, and poison spread out. All the nearby beasts were killed in a hideous manner. After the explosion calmed down, a charred thing was revealed at the bottom of the pit. It twitched and then cracked, revealing the white skin inside. Luze crawled out of the charred shell. His chi was extremely weak. It still didn't work. He could only sigh then. If he tried to fuse 3 divine arts at full force, they would explode. He almost killed himself earlier. Suddenly, Luze paused. He felt the death of Lu. What happened? She was very careful, and yet, she died faster than Nangongjing? Should he go and have a look? Chapter 1234, Solo Kill Cosmic Cloud State Peak Super Beast. In the air, Luze saw the boundless region of the glacier. He was a little surprised. This was a region he had never seen before. This map was too vast, and they had never explored every area. Is this the territory of the ice bird boss then? Luze concealed his chi and went inside. Soon, he saw a white bear. It was a level 8 cosmic cloud state. It was merely an ordinary beast. He patted the white bear on the head with spirit flames. With a thud, the beast dropped to the ground as it breathed its last. Like usual, Luze then collected the drops. When he saw the ice god art orb, Luze grinned. Thereafter, he proceeded further. As he went deeper, the number of beasts Luze encountered grew. They consisted of white apes, foxes, and several other beasts. All of them were level 5 cosmic cloud states and above. With Luze's exceptional strength this time, none of the opponents could withstand any one of his insurmountable attacks. A few hours later, he moved to a cave that harbored a powerful chi. Right there and then, a 50-meter-tall white bear walked out. This white bear had ice armor on its legs and forehead. Its chi was very powerful. It was a peak cosmic cloud state super beast. The beast clearly noticed Luze and roared. The roar shocked the mountain range. Luze grinned. Perfect. He hadn't fought using full power for a long time. He would test it now. Luze yelled, and a bronze light flowed. An extremely terrifying combat will shoot up like a bronze sun. Dim and complex runes spun around in this light and fused into Luze's body. With this, Luze's cultivation level shot up. He reached level 7 peak cosmic cloud state and was nearing level 8. Luze panted. He almost increased 2 levels of power with just beginner mastery of undying battle intent. The ice bear sensed Luze's rise in power. It lifted its paw and slammed it heavily on the glacier. Sharp icicles shot out towards Luze. Rumble. The entire glacier rattled, and thin cracks appeared. There was a ditch that was tens of meters deep where Luze was. Luze appeared on the side of the bear. Bronze spirit flames burned as his chi rose again after he used body god art. Luze clenched his fist as terrifying power shocked the space. Earth-shocking blow. Luze's chi rose to an extremely terrifying extent. Rumble. Luze stopped in the air and stomped. Air waves surged. The ice bear roared. Its right palm was covered in frost and formed a thick layer of ice armor. Even Luze felt extremely cold from that. Rumble. Luze's hand clashed with the ice bear's palm. A thunderous sound erupted as the ground cracked. Quite some cracks appeared on the mountain as huge blocks of ice fell. A ditch tens of kilometers wide formed where they clashed. The two paused for a moment and then Luze disappeared. The ice bear roared and disappeared from the spot at a speed that didn't match its enormous body. Rumble. The entire mountain range was quaking, and it turned into a thunderstorm. Almost instantly, the surrounding few thousand kilometers of glaciers were ravaged to the ground. Rumble. Luze and the ice bear appeared again. The mountain had turned into a basin now. Luze received some wounds, but the ice bear looked completely fine. Luze recovered instantly. He grinned. Although it seemed that he only had the lower hand, he didn't even use his god art domain. He just used undying battle intent and other god arts and divine arts. The energy consumption was high but still manageable. He could continue to fight for a while. This meant that even if Luze didn't use the domain, he would rarely find a match in cosmic cloud state. He might even be able to fight level 1 cosmic realm states and suppress them. After all, peak cosmic cloud state super beasts had about level 2 cosmic realm state power. The ice bear roared as runes formed on its body. Its chi suddenly rose, and the temperature dropped drastically again. Divine art? Luze grinned. Blue and golden spirit force emanated on this body, forming a sea of lightning. He used lightning and water god art domain. They instantly covered the bear and crippled its divine art. Even the ice god art around it was greatly weakened. The runes on its body were majorly dimmed. Roar! The ice bear was confused. At this moment, golden lightning balls appeared. Each ball contained great power. Die! Luze clasped his right hand, and all the lightning balls instantly struck the ice bear. Rumble! Golden lightning! Water waves! The ice bear howled. A few seconds later, the howling stopped. Luze put away the domain. His face was in pain, and he had used a little less than half of his power. However, the bear was dead. Its massive body dropped to the ground. Solo kill. Now, he had already reached a level where he could kill a peak cosmic cloud state super beast by himself. Chapter 1235, Build a Sacred Cultivation Ground. Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. Soon, the ice bear's body completely turned to dust. It would leave a drop in the ground. Luze picked up everything. There was super red and purple liquid, ice god art orb, divine art rune shard, and ice blue crystal. Lastly, there was a diamond crystal. This loot was decent, but Luze was a little disappointed. After all, there was nothing new. They were on the ship, and there was probably no opportunity to fight again later. When he returns to the Federation, he will be a peak cosmic cloud state, for sure. He would no longer need the summoning crystal and diamond crystal. However, these things could still be given to the elders. He packed everything together and kept going forward. On the way, Luze encountered more and more super beasts. They were all ice super beasts. Luze killed all of them and even completed 2 divine art runes. As he went deeper and deeper, the glacier's temperature became lower and lower. At this moment, Luze felt a powerful chi. He instinctively stiffened up and stopped breathing. So strong. That ice bird overlord appeared in his mind. This chi wasn't something that a peak cosmic cloud state beast could possess. It was an overlord beast. Luze grinned as he moved towards that chi using chi concealing god art at full power. As he went deeper, Luze could clearly sense the power of that chi. Although it was released unintentionally, Luze still felt heavy-hearted. One could imagine just how powerful the overlord beast is. But Luze hoped that the overlord beasts could start fighting again. With his current power, if an overlord was heavily injured, he might be able to kill it with the girls. However, the overlords seemed to have calmed down during this period and didn't fight at all. How can they not fight? At this moment, Luze seemed to see a blue light flashed in the sky. There was this invisible wave that spread. Luze instinctively felt knowledge appear in his head. It was ice god art. Luze gasped. Other than god art orbs, that was such a thing that could help one learn ice god art? And he could use this thing in the pocket hunting dimension. One had to know that the time inside the pocket hunting dimension was paused relative to the outside world. If he could learn here, he would save a lot of time in the outside world. However, this ice god art knowledge was being passed much slower than the orbs. If he were to learn it here, it would take quite some time. With that time, Luze felt he might as well learn something else, such as divine art fusion. At this moment, Luze had a bold idea. This thing. Could he take it out? It was much less effective than the god art orbs, but it would be an extremely useful ice god art learning spot for ordinary people. By then, it wouldn't be so hard for the human race to learn ice god art, right? Luze was excited. This idea could work? At this moment, he suddenly felt cold. He instinctively used chi concealing god art domain and wrapped himself. He disappeared from the spot. Re. A sharp shriek sounded almost instantly as a huge figure appeared where Luze was before. Luze almost sweated cold. This was a 500-meter tall bird. Its body was completely iced blue. Its feathers seemed to have been sculpted by ice. It even reflected the sunlight and looked glorious. However, the powerful chi it emitted made Luze hold his breath. He didn't dare to move at all. It was too overwhelming. The ice bird looked around in confusion. He sensed a chi that didn't belong here. Which bastard snuck over? Is it those 4 bastards? The ice bird was very annoyed and shrieked. Cracks appeared on the glacier as the entire glacier rattled. Luze felt this terrifying chi, and his face went pale. Blood seeped out of his mouth. At this moment, the ice bird charged into the air. With this, 4 more powerful chi rose. Their roars filled the entire desert. Rumble. Luze was wondering. He was confused. Why did the ice bird overlord suddenly want to fight? But soon, Luze grinned. Great. When they were heavily injured, he would find the girls and see if they could kill an overlord. This idea was great, but Luze felt that their chi disappeared almost at the same time. Luze was speechless. His smile froze. They wouldn't be that unlucky, right? He really wasn't confident in beating an overlord if he was alone, even if the overlord was heavily injured. Luze felt bad. At this moment, he suddenly thought of something. He looked at that blue light in the glacier. While the overlord wasn't here, he would go see what that is. Luze flew closer and closer. He started to feel that it was difficult to move. His body seemed to have been frozen. His eyes flashed with shock. So powerful! This thing was almost like an ice god art domain. Unlike the domain, this place was very suitable for god art learning. When Luze was just a few thousand kilometers from that blue spot, he couldn't get closer anymore. Even though he used the water god art domain, he could only stay here. He could see what that light spot was. It was an ice blue crystal that was about 10 meters in diameter. The ice god art knowledge came from it. Luze was certain that if he could get close to it, he would be able to learn domain-level ice god art. If he brought this outside, it could definitely become an extremely terrifying ice god art domain cultivation sacred ground. Everyone would have a chance of learning ice god art. Pity, he probably wouldn't be able to take it, unless he killed the ice bird overlord. At this moment, a furious roar sounded. A blue beam shot at Luze. Luze wanted to dodge, but he was greatly slowed in this region. The light froze him completely, including his consciousness. Chapter 1236, Battle Ice Bird Overlord. Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. In the room, Luze and the girls woke up at the same time. Nangongjing wiped the sweat from her forehead and screamed excitedly. I just killed a level 8 cosmic cloud state super beast. I didn't even get to pick up the things, and those overlords suddenly started fighting. Kyohesha and the people on the side also looked helpless. The battlefield was right above my head. I couldn't even run away. At this time, Luze smiled and said, I found a good place. The girls looked over curiously. Alice blinked and said, What did you find, Li? Luze smiled. I might have found the ice bird overlord's base. Luze recounted what she saw there. You can learn ice god art just by being in that region? There is some treasure there, right? Luze sighed. However, after going in, I encountered 2 peak cosmic cloud state super beasts, so I couldn't go deeper and see what was there. The girls looked disappointed. Kyohesha smiled slightly. We can go there tomorrow. They nodded. At this moment, Luze smiled. About that glacier, I do know something. The girls' eyes lit up. Kyohesha came over and kissed Luze. Little brother Luze, you went there too. Luze silently stretched out his hand to hug Kyohesha's slender waist and said, when Li died, I went over to have a look too. Luze was also curious when she heard the words. What's it like there? She knew that Luze was stronger and could see much more. Luze smiled. It's the base of that ice bird overlord. In the depth of the glacier, there's a crystal that emits ice god art knowledge. Luze told them what he saw. The girls' eyes flashed. You can learn domain level ice god art there. If we can get this crystal, Lin Ling's eyes flashed with excitement. They thought the same as Luze. If they could get this crystal, the human race would have a sacred ground for cultivating ice god art. They were very excited thinking about this. Nangongjing grinned. After we get back, we'll get the elders to find a place. We have to kill that ice bird overlord. The group nodded and went to cultivate. 2 months later, Luze and the girls flew towards the glacier region. On the way, Alice blinked her eyes. Senior, are we really going to find the ice overlord now? It's really strong. Nangongjing grinned. Don't worry, Alice. Fox Demon, Z, and I are all level 8 cosmic cloud states. With you guys, we should be able to beat a level 3 cosmic realm state. Even if the overlord is stronger, we should be able to get away. Kyohesha nodded. It's been 2 months and those overlords haven't fought a battle. Who knows if they would keep fighting? We should try first. Luze nodded. Yeah, with our current power, we might not lose. After all, Luze had undying battle will. If he used that, his cultivation level would reach the cosmic peak cloud state. Seeing how confident Luze was, the girls believed he was right. They were indeed very strong now. Soon, they arrived at the glacier. With their current power, the peak cosmic cloud state super beast was just the matter of a slap. They didn't need to be careful. They pushed their way into the depths. The ice blue crystal was still hanging high in the air, radiating ice god art knowledge. Just as they went deeper and deeper, a terrifying chi suddenly rose. The glacier was shaking as a beam of ice blue instantly appeared before them. The ice bird overlord stopped there, gazing at them emotionlessly. Luze and the girls had tense faces. They had progressed a lot, but they still needed to take it seriously. Luze yelled and used undying battle will. His chi almost instantly reached cosmic peak cloud state. Luze said, "I'll attack first. You guys support me." The girls nodded. The other beasts of the glacier started fleeing away. This was too strong. Luze and the girls' power was at the peak of the desert map. It was completely different from when they could barely beat sand beetles. Fire waves spread in all directions. Fire god art domain. Luze shot towards the ice overlord. The ice bird roared. Blue light surged. The entire space seemed to have been frozen. Only Luze's fire god art domain could barely hold on. Terrifying chi erupted from the ice bird. Luze and the girls were stunned. It was that strong. Only now did they realize how strong the ice bird overlord was. This chi was at least, at level 4 cosmic realm state. Or maybe even at level 5 cosmic realm state. Luze was about to use space god art to take them away. They couldn't fight this at all. Just when they were about to run, a vibrant blue rune flashed and the frosty streams instantly covered Luze and the girls. Luze felt his spirit force being used up in an instant. The sea of fire went out, and his body and soul were frozen. So cold. His soul was shuddering. Ice divine art, ice sealing technique. It could probably seal an entire galaxy in ice with one breath. The super beasts of the glacier would drop a divine art. Luze and the girls learned it, but they didn't go deep into it. There was too little time. When they woke up, Luze sighed. Let's not look for trouble with overlords yet." "Completely agree." Everyone nodded. By the looks of it, he would have to be at peak cosmic cloud state or near cosmic realm state at least and use undying battle intent to kill the ice bird. Luze had a headache. I wonder when they will fight again. Chapter 1237, God Descending Upon Earth, 1 vs 4. They didn't get anything from hunting this time, but they have a lot of stock. They rested for a while and began cultivation. A week later. As soon as they appeared in the desert, terrifying battle waves came. Rumble. Luze and the girls saw a terrifying shockwave come at them. Countless beasts fled. Luze wrapped the girls in silver light and left. Far away, the group appeared again. "So close, we were almost hit," Nangongjing said. The others nodded. Then, they looked up at the sky. The overlords are finally fighting again. They haven't fought for 2 months. As long as one overlord was injured, they would be able to kill it. Thinking about this, they felt excited. When they looked at the distant battle, they were dumbfounded. Roar. Howl. The icebird, firebird, silver wolf, and that huge tree overlord were attacking that golden lightning overlord. Its chi was extremely powerful. Golden lightning surged around it into a sea that covered the world. Outside the thunder sea, there were twisted space blades, green light, fire waves, and frost waves. What shocked Luze and the girls was that even though the 4 overlords were fighting together, they couldn't completely suppress the golden lightning. The battlefield was like a doomsday scenario. Luze and the girls shrugged their necks. Nangongjing asked in disbelief, just what did that golden eagle overlord eat? Why is it that strong? When it first appeared, it could fight against the fire and ice overlord. But now, it was absurdly strong. It went from fighting 1 against 2 to 1 against 4. And, this included a powerful overlord like the Silver Wolf overlord. Lin Ling couldn't help but say, that golden eagle wasn't even an overlord before. How long has it been, and it's this strong already? Luze and the girls had a guess. The treasure this golden lightning eagle got from the pillar must be very terrifying. Luze and the girls nodded. They only got one of the light pillars, but there were another 2. The golden lightning eagle overlord must have gotten one of them. After the atmosphere fell silent, Lu said, "Let's wait for a while and see the situation." Everyone nodded. They concealed their chi and left the battlefield. They carefully looked at the battlefield. Now, they didn't need to hide in the sand. The battle lasted a few hours. Because the golden eagle overlord was too powerful, the other 4 overlords had to fight together. However, the 4 overlords combined were still very powerful. The silver wolf could appear out of nowhere. The ice overlord could use the ice sealing technique to interfere with the golden eagle's actions. The huge tree overlord could heal. As for the fire overlord, it was being beaten around like a sandbag. The battle was still very intense. Blood splashed down from the sky from time to time. As time went on, the few overlords became weaker and weaker. After all, their stamina was not infinite. The firebird overlord was covered in wounds. Golden lightning surged on the surface of its body. Even the healing divine art of the giant tree couldn't heal it completely. At this moment, the golden lightning eagle roared. The golden lightning around it expanded and tore apart the domains of the other overlords for a moment. It flapped its wings and disappeared from the spot. When it appeared again, it was next to the ice overlord. Its ice sealing art was quite troublesome and affected its actions. Although the silver wolf's ghost-like attacks were more troublesome, and most of the injuries on its body were caused by that, it couldn't touch the silver wolf due to the ice sealing art. Therefore, its primary target became the ice bird overlord. It unleashed terrifying chi as vibrant golden lightning shot out towards the ice bird overlord. The ice bird wanted to dodge, but the lightning was too fast and pierced its right wing. That terrifying lightning power exploded. The ice bird's right wing cracked immediately. It howled in pain. Just when the golden eagle was going to pursue the attack, space distorted around it as invisible space blades shot at its neck. The golden eagle retreated and barely dodged it. Thin wounds appeared on its neck and blood spilled. And at this moment, the firebird shot out countless fireballs towards the golden eagle. The eagle was surrounded by fireballs. The eagle soared and weaved lightning before it. The fireballs struck the lightning. Rumble! Fire waves and lightning shot out in all directions. At the same time, the huge tree shook its branches. Green light shone on the ice bird and stabilized its wounds. However, that terrifying golden lightning can't be completely removed. The firebird's fireball barrage was over. The instant it stopped, a violent shriek sounded. Lightning erupted from the fire waves. Rumble! Almost instantly, the ice bird, firebird, and huge tree overlords were struck back. Even the silver wolf was kicked out of the void. One strike and 4 overlords were heavily injured. When Luze and the girls saw this, their skin crawled. Too terrifying. Is the golden eagle overlord too strong? Can it really kill all 4 overlords? At this moment, a bolt of golden lightning shot into the sky and disappeared. Luze and the girls were speechless. Did it run just like that? The other 4 overlords were also heavily injured, so they didn't chase. They just howled weakly and left as well. Chapter 1238, Passing by Black Dragon Boss. After the 5 overlord beasts left, the desert became calm again. The other beasts wailed and didn't dare to move. Meanwhile, Luze and the girls were excited. The overlords were all injured, and their injuries seemed serious. Was it finally their time now? Nangongjing said with excitement, which one should we go after? Luze thought about it and said, let's go find the Golden Eagle Overlord. The girls were dazed. Lin Ling was hesitant. Isn't that a bit too risky? Although it was alone, it could stand its ground against 4. Even though it ran first, who knew if it was heavily injured? If its condition was fine, they would be doomed. Luze smiled bitterly. I don't want to do that either, but if you think about it, that guy progressed that much in such a short time. It can already fight against 4 by itself. If we kill the other overlords, then they wouldn't be able to stop it. If it continues to grow stronger, the other overlords won't be able to even heavily injure it. By then, they would be killed too. It would become stronger and stronger. When would we be able to kill it then? The girls realized this problem too. However, if they couldn't kill it this time, then it would only be harder in the future. Next time, even if Luze and the girls break through to the cosmic realm state, they might not be able to kill that beast. The girls nodded. Okay, let's go there then. Luze took the girls towards the direction of the Golden Eagle Overlord. In an extremely far-away region, they saw a sea of golden lightning. The golden lightning flashed, releasing terrifying lightning power, resulting in only beasts with lightning god art beasts nearby. Luze and several people looked at the desert from a distance, and there was a dignified look in their eyes. Luze opened his mouth and said, let's conceal our chi and go over. The girls nodded. They were quite worried actually after they were killed by the Icebird Overlord. As they moved along, they encountered quite some lightning god art beasts. However, Luze and the girls didn't even fight them, fearing that the Overlord would notice something. Soon, they reached the Golden Lightning Sea. The desert was crystallized by lightning. Even Luze was shocked by the chi of the Golden Lightning. Li was a bit shocked and said, this lightning power is so strong. Luze nodded. It's stronger than my lightning god art domain and stronger than the Icebird's domain. The power here wasn't too strong, but its essence was much stronger than Luze's domain. Luze and the girls looked at each other. No wonder the Golden Eagle Overlord is this strong. A trace of worry flashed on Lin Ling's eyes. Since it has such powerful lightning god art, even if he is injured, we can't pose much of a threat to him, right? Luze grinned. Quite the opposite. I'm actually more confident than before now. Nangongjing and the others looked at Luze in a daze. Why? Luze grinned. Did you forget? The stronger the domain, the more consuming it is. The girl's eyes lit up. The Golden Lightning Eagle showed such absurd power. The energy consumption must be absurd too. They finally realized why it would suddenly run. It couldn't support the domain used. Thinking about this, Nangongjing and the others were excited. There was a chance. Nangongjing grinned. Then let's hurry and go in. After a while, perhaps its spirit force would recover. Luze nodded. They quickly charged into the lightning sea. However, the deeper they went, the stronger the lightning was. Soon, they were at the very depth. There was a ditch made of golden crystals, and the Golden Lightning Eagle was resting there. Countless lightning entwined around its body. Should we go up? Nangongjing's mouth twitched. Luze looked at this eagle. It didn't seem heavily injured at all. However, if it wasn't heavily injured, why would it run? This was a rare opportunity. If they just gave up, it would be too cowardly, right? Just when Luze was hesitant, a terrifying power came from the distance. Roar! Luze and the girls spat blood and fell to the ground heavily. They looked up in shock. What was going on? What thing was that strong? At this moment, a huge being flew across the sky. It was a black dragon with 3 pairs of wings. Luze gasped. It's that guy. Luze had a very deep impression of this. When he first entered the pocket hunting dimension, he encountered this super beast. Now, he saw it again. This dragon's chi was much stronger than the cosmic monarch states they encountered before. It was either a high-level cosmic monarch state or cosmic lord. The girls looked at him. Ze, you know this beast? Luze nodded and told them the story. The girls had strange faces. Luze was only a body refinement cultivator, and he had seen a cosmic monarch state or cosmic lord. This boss was different from the other bosses and didn't destroy this region of the desert. It just passed by, and soon they could move again. When they turned to look at the golden eagle, they were dazed. It was covered in cracks and bleeding. It was barely alive. They were shocked. What happened? Chapter 1239, Strange Lightning Rune. What was going on? The lightning eagle should be much stronger than they were. The pressure could very much crush the rest, but even then, they received minor injuries only. Well, regardless, this was good for them. Luze would help that pitiful bird move on to the next life. He threw a fireball at the eagle. Rumble. A huge fire wave spread in all directions. After the fire wave dissipated, Luze and the girls saw the eagle turn to dust. They still didn't feel this was real. After all, they were very worried before. They might not be able to beat this eagle even though it was heavily injured. However, before they could even fight, it was near death. Luze said, "Let's see what it dropped." Hearing this, the girls were very excited. There were 20 drops of golden red and purple liquid, as well as that milky white spiritual liquid that only the Lord would drop. Other than this, there was a golden lightning god art orb, a lightning ball divine art rune, and a flashing golden lightning crystal. There was also a strange rune made of dim lightning. This is probably what it got from that pillar. Kyuyuhesha said. Luze and the girls nodded. They saw this rune appear on the eagle's head when it was fighting. This was probably the treasure that made the eagle turn super strong. Luze smiled. There's quite a lot of stuff. Pack it up. When his hand touched that lightning rune, terrifying lightning power surged and instantly entered his body. Luze yelled in pain and dropped heavily to the ground. He could feel that lightning power damaging his body. If he didn't have lightning god art domain, he would have been charred to death. Despite this, he was feeling immense pain. What was this thing? At this moment, that lightning power suddenly disappeared from his body as if it never appeared. Then, the lightning rune disappeared from his hand and appeared in his mental force dimension. The girls' faces changed. "Ze, what's wrong?" Nangongjing asked worriedly. Luze's mouth twitched. "I'm fine." "Just what was that?" Luze felt that he could only find out after he went out. They picked up the rest of the things. Then, Alice looked around. Are there no other treasures in the Overlord's hive? On the previous map, Luze and the girls found treasures in the Overlord hive. This time, they saw nothing. Several people turned their heads and looked around. Luze said, "Let's search the surroundings." After searching for a while, they came back to the ditch. "Did you find it?" No, everyone shook their heads. Luze said, "Perhaps, it's because this eagle wasn't originally an overlord beast. Therefore, it doesn't have that treasure." The girls nodded. That was the only plausible explanation. At this moment, they found that the terrifying lightning sea was starting to dissipate. The group raised their brows. Because the Golden Eagle Overlord is dead, this lightning sea is dissipating. Let's go too. Lu smiled. Luze took the girls away. Outside the lightning sea, they looked back. That vast golden sea of lightning was visibly shrinking. Soon, it would completely disappear. Luze grinned. "Let's go find the Icebird Overlord." The Golden Eagle Overlord was killed way too quickly. They had time to go find the ice bird and fight it. Outside the glacier, Luze and the girls appeared again. This glacier seemed normal. The previous overlord battle didn't reach the place. The group started heading inside the glacier. They encountered quite some beasts with ice god art on the way, and the group killed them casually. Soon, they reached the very depth. That ice blue crystal was still floating in the sky. Profound ice god art knowledge was emanating from that crystal. Even Luze and the girls started to learn things. At this moment, a sharp shriek sounded. A terrifying chi rose from the depth of the glacier. A blue beam appeared before them. It was the ice bird overlord. At this moment, its right wing was still covered in cracks and terrifying golden lightning. With every flash of lightning, the ice bird would tremble. It was looking at Luze and the girls with vigilance. Luze and the girls grinned. It hadn't recovered at all. It was very weak. Without hesitation, a bronze rune flashed, and terrifying chi rose from Luze. He said, "You guys support me, I'm going in." He flashed before the ice bird as a scorching chi rose. A sea of fire expanded from Luze's body and covered the sky. Frost flow seeped out from the ice bird too and clashed with Luze's sea of fire. Rumble. Mist rose. But this time, the ice bird's domain didn't suppress Luze's domain. One could see just how heavily injured it was. At this moment, Luze grinned as golden lightning surged. Golden lightning flashed in the sea of fire and instantly suppressed the ice bird's domain. The ice bird shrieked in disbelief and shot beams of ice at Luze. Ice sealing art. Luze instantly disappeared from the spot and appeared above the ice bird's head. Lightning and fire entwined in his right hand, forming a golden red fireball. Lightning fireball. Fusion divine art. A far stronger chi than the fireball alone appeared. Luze wasn't done with just one. He threw out tens of them. Chapter 1240, The Difference is Bigger. Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. Sensing the tens of fire lightning balls, the ice bird was shocked. It called and shot out beams of blue ice towards those balls. Rumble. The divine art clash created shockwaves in all directions. Airwaves swept across the entire glacier. The glacier shuddered and dense cracks appeared. Some weaker beasts died from the shockwaves on the spot. Even more powerful beasts were fleeing towards the outside. After that clash, Luze's eyes flashed with seriousness. He shrunk the fire lightning domain to the surface of his body. Red flames and golden lightning entwined on the surface of his body. His black hair was painted golden red as a terrifying power emitted from him. Rumble. He disappeared from the spot and appeared behind the ice bird. His fist was mixed with fire and lightning as he punched towards the right wing. The ice bird flashed and dodged Luze's attack while its sculpted ice claws scratched towards Luze. Rumble. The fist and claw clashed. The human and bird blinked around on the glacier. With each clash, the surrounding glaciers would be shattered. Huge ravines appeared on the ground. It seemed like doomsday at the glacier. Nangongjing and the others watched this battle in shock. Alice opened her mouth and said, "Senior, is this powerful already?" Nangongjing and Kaiyuhesha looked at each other. Their cultivation level was the same as Luze, and maybe a little stronger, but their combat power was at a completely different level. Kaiyuhesha grinned and smiled. Ze is getting stronger and stronger. The difference is being pulled out. Nangongjing clenched her fists and said in annoyance, "When we learn a domain, we can catch up." Lu Li and Lin Ling were speechless. They both wanted to surpass Luze before but were despaired later on. They don't even think about this anymore. They couldn't beat him anyway. Lu Li said, "Let's fight too." The others nodded. They couldn't enter such a battle. Lu Li and Alice couldn't even get close to the center of the battlefield. Even Nangongjing and Kaiyuhesha couldn't interfere. However, they didn't have to fight head-on. Immediately, seduction divine art, stone transformation divine art, and darkness mist went out. They used all sorts of supplementary means. This didn't have a big effect on the overlord, but sometimes, just this little minor difference was enough to change the tide of the battle. The ice bird's chi became more chaotic, and its actions slowed down more. It was gradually having the underhand in its battle with Luze. Rumble. Re. The ice bird howled pitifully. Luze was covered in lightning and fire, and his attacks left marks on the ice bird. Lightning and fire spun around its body, and its chi was getting weaker. Rumble. Another punch landed on the ice bird's right wing. Its right wing cracked and blood gushed out. Its chi dropped drastically. Re. The ice bird howled pitifully. Terrifying spirit force surged in all directions, but Luze wasn't moved by it. He appeared behind the ice bird's back and stomped heavily on its back. Rumble. The ice bird was shot into the ground by this force and smashed out a crater. Luze looked at the struggling bird as he formed a 3-meter-long lightning fireball. Terrifying chi surged from this ball. Luze's face became very pale due to using this attack. He stayed awake as he smashed the ball into the ground. The instant the ball reached the crater, the world seemed to have paused for a moment. Then, red and golden light splashed around. Rumble. The glacier shook vigorously as countless mountains collapsed. Luze panted heavily, but he kept staring at the ditch. The crater had expanded infinitely. At the very bottom, it was the ice bird's broken body. It was slowly turning to dust. Seeing this, Luze breathed easy. He finally killed it. If it didn't die, he would be the one dying. At the last moment, he didn't have any power left. At this moment, the girls flew over. Lu held Luze. Alice looked at Luze in admiration. Senior is so amazing. Hearing Alice's words, Luze felt proud hands on his hips, head up, chest up. Nangongjing and the others rolled their eyes when they saw Luze's appearance. Kaiuyuhesha opened her mouth and said, "Let's go see the drop." They flew to the bottom of the crater. The body had already turned to dust. Luze glanced across at the drops. There were the 20 golden red and purple liquids, white liquid, a god art orb, ice seal art divine art rune, a frosty blue crystal, and an ice blue crystal. Luze picked them up happily. Then, they looked at the distant space. There was the glowing ice blue crystal. Kaiuyuhesha said, "Little brother Luze, do we take this crystal now?" Lin Ling said, "It works if we leave it here. We might as well leave it here first and learn ice god art." The girls nodded. Luze smiled. Once we learn the ice god art to the domain level, we can take it out." Time didn't flow outside when they were in the pocket hunting dimension after all. Nangongjing looked at Luze. "Are we going to find other overlord beasts? It only has been a few hours. Perhaps, the other overlords hadn't recovered yet." Luze thought the same. He nodded. "Okay, let's go find other overlord beasts. Perhaps we can kill them all today. With those resources, they would be able to reach peak cosmic cloud state very quickly and break through to cosmic realm state. But I have to rest first." Luze smiled. The girls nodded. At this moment, space suddenly distorted above their heads and the silver wolf overlord appeared. Then, the firebird and giant tree also followed suit. They looked at Luze and the girls coldly. Luze and the girls were dumbfounded. Those three overlords came. But it did make sense. They would be able to sense this battle. The three overlords unleashed their power and buried Luze and the girls. Chapter 1241, Lightning Dao Rune Shards. In the room, Luze and the girls woke up. Their eyes were filled with pain, but they smiled. This death was worth it. They killed 2 overlords, and the loot was huge. After they recovered, Nangongjing smiled. Ze, let's see what we got. Luze nodded and started organizing the drops. There were the usual red and purple liquids. The overlord ones flashed with golden light. It was easier and more gentle to digest than the super liquids. It contained more energy too. The white liquid was the overlord's only energy and could change a being's talent. Luze planned to use this for himself. He gave the overlord liquids to the girls. There was also the lightning god art orb and ice god art orbs. They were just like ordinary god art orbs but contained more knowledge. Luze suspected that the god art orbs contained domain-level god art knowledge. However, he could learn the ice god art domain in the pocket hunting dimension. As for the lightning god art domain, he already had it. Therefore, Luze gave the lightning one to Kaiyuhesha and the ice one to Nangongjing. The ice god art domain was more about crowd control. Nangongjing had enough offensive power. The lightning god art domain was more about attack and speed. Kaiyuhesha lacked this. As for the ice sealing technique and lightning ball divine art, Luze and the girls already had it. Luze threw the two divine arts into his mental force dimension and planned to give them to the elders. Then, there was the golden lightning crystal dropped by the golden eagle. Luze opened it and found that it was a complete set of equipment. This included a weapon too. Luze changed into it and found it was much stronger than the Fire Wolf set. The spirit force digestion and usage efficiency nearly doubled. It could also improve the effects of lightning god art. The lightning ball divine art's power was almost doubled. With this, Luze's combat power had more than doubled. It was very terrifying. The ice bird's ice blue crystal also contained a set. It was the same as the golden eagle's equipment set in terms of spirit force usage and efficiency. However, it amplified the ice god art and divine art. Luze thought about it and decided to give this set to Nangongjing. After all, she was using the ice god art orb. Kaiyuhesha saw this and felt a little jealous. Luze had to sacrifice his body to appease her. There would always be more equipment, after all. The ice bird also dropped an ice blue crystal. This was the summoning crystal for the ice bird. The overlord's summoning crystal was still quite useful. The combat power could reach level 4 to 5 cosmic realm states. The last thing left was that lightning rune dropped by the golden eagle. Luze was quite curious about it. It was floating in his mental force dimension. It was emitting lightning knowledge. The knowledge contained was rather deep. Even though Luze's lightning god art was at the domain level, he still felt that he couldn't understand some of the things. He was quite hesitant about taking it out. After all, he was almost shocked to death in the pocket hunting dimension by it. Luze eventually decided to take it out. If he really couldn't handle it, he would put it back in his mental force dimension. Luze took it out, and it appeared on his hand. He immediately felt that his hand went numb and a lightning power entered his body. This time, it wasn't as strong as it was in the pocket hunting dimension. However, as this power entered his body was refined even stronger by this lightning. Luze was a little shocked. His body was rather strong now, but just this sliver of lightning made his body stronger. What was this? The girls looked at it curiously. Little brother Luze, what is this? Kaiyuhesha's face blushed and asked. Luze smiled. Let me see. He inserted his mental force into the lightning rune. Information about this appeared. Luze opened his eyes in surprise and joy. Li asked, Luze, what is this? Luze's voice was shaky. This is Lightning Dao Rune Shard. The people around were overjoyed. Lin Ling looked at this in disbelief. Dao Rune? This is actually a Dao Rune. Maken Thor has told them about this. This was power only cosmic lords could master. No one knew how hard it was to learn Dao Rune. However, Luze had won. Alice opened her mouth and said, no wonder the golden lightning eagle was so powerful. This was the power of Dao Rune. Even though it was just a shard, it's still much stronger than the power of the domain. The Golden Eagle hadn't completely learned its power, or else, the other 4 overlords wouldn't be able to resist this at all. Luze smiled. The eagle probably used the power of the Dao Rune and received a backlash. That's why it was suddenly heavily injured when the black dragon passed by. The eagle was suppressing the backlash, but the dragon's pressure destabilized its situation. No wonder it died. The girls grinned. This is amazing. Nangongjing grinned. Ze, can you use this? Luze thought about it and said, I can use this, but as long as I don't use the power of the Dao Rune itself, I won't experience a backlash. After digesting this Dao Rune, his lightning god art would be greatly improved. Kaiulahesha smiled. Use it, we'll protect it. Luze smiled and nodded. I'll use it first then. He sat and closed his eyes. He used an overlord purple liquid, blue dew, and a blue crystal. Then, he suppressed his excitement and digested this Dao Rune into his body. Chapter 1242, How strong are you guys? Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. After digesting the lightning Dao Rune shard, a terrifying lightning force emanated from them. The lightning destroyed Luze's body. Luze was sweating cold. However, with the life god art, light god art, and regeneration god art, he was able to recover extremely quickly. Luze's body cycled between damage and repair. However, he could feel his body growing stronger. That vast lightning god art knowledge also entered his brain. He began to learn it. His domain-level lightning god art was rising at an extremely terrifying speed. 2 days later, Luze learned some of the knowledge contained in the shard. The rest was too complicated, and he still needed more time. However, Luze was in no rush as he could control the shard now. With this, the lightning inside his body disappeared. He slowly opened his eyes. At the same time, a dim lightning rune appeared on his forehead, giving his handsome face a mysterious element. Luze panted and felt the terrifying power contained in his body. He grinned. This was too strong. In just 2 days, his body was much stronger. He could probably fight with cosmic realm states just using his body. However, it was really painful. His lightning god art domain's power has almost doubled. Plus, he also had his golden lightning eagle set. Luze didn't even know how strong he was now. He felt that he might even be able to find an overlord at its prime. Thinking about how he was slapped to death the first time he faced the Icebird Overlord, Luze shook his head. He can't get cocky. Does he need to bring his cultivation level to peak cosmic cloud state at least? At this moment, Lin Ling's voice sounded. Ze, how is it? The girls were watching him on the side. Luze smiled and raised his thumb. I'm really strong now. The girls rolled their eyes. Afterwards, Alice smiled and said, I'll go cook something to celebrate. Luze's eyes lit up when he heard Alice's words. Alice is the best. They walked out to the living room and saw Ying Ying watching cartoons on the couch. She turned around and said pitifully, I'm hungry. Alice rubbed her face. Ying Ying, sister will go cook for you now. Ying Ying nodded. Then, the 3 girls went to the kitchen while Luze, Nangongjing, and Kaiulahesha sat down. Ying Ying looked at Luze. Luze became stronger. Luze grinned. Of course. Just wait, Ying Ying. Soon, I can surpass you. By then, I'll force you to watch me eat. Luze grinned. After the meal, they planned to rest for a while first. After all, they've been cultivating incessantly during the past 2 months. They walked out. The elf race's ship used space expansion technology. The space inside was very big. Even their room was a house in a forest. There were a lot of entertainment devices such as drawing and arts. Luze and the girls had played this before with Lily and Louisa. The two girls enjoyed it, but they weren't interested that much. They came to the battling room. There was a patch of virtual reality pods. These things were passed down from advanced civilizations. They found that a few pods were being used. Seeing this, Nangang Jing's eyes lit up. Let's go in and see. She loved fighting. They went in and proceeded to a huge stage. Two beings were fighting. On the side, a few people were watching the fight. They were Nangang Lin and Zheng Shuiyu fighting. On the side were Sabrina, Red Flame Saint, and the others. A large group of humans was here. Alice ran over. Grandpa. Red Flame Saint showed a doting smile. It's Alice. He looked at Luze and the girls. Why are you guys here? Luze smiled and said, Grandpa, we finished cultivation, so we came out to see. At this moment, Nangang Jing saw that Nangang Lin was being suppressed by Zheng Shuiyu and was showing signs of defeat. Nangang Jing laughed. Dad, you're so noob. Luze and the girls were speechless. Nangang Lin was stunned, and Zheng Shuiyu used this opportunity to palm his chest. He fell back. Nangang Lin looked around and glared at Nangang Jing. Girl, how dare you talk to your dad like that? Zheng Shuiyu and Nangang Lin walked over. Red Flame Saint smiled. Shuiyu has been taught by predecessor Sabrina. Your power is amazing. Zheng Shuiyu smiled. That's an overstatement. She looked at Luze and the girls. I'm nothing compared to Ze and the girls. Lu Qingfeng and the girls looked up at Luze. By the way, how strong are you, Ze? Chapter 1243, Can Retire. Luze flashed a smile. I am not that strong. Upon hearing his words, the mouth of the others ended up twitching. After all, they once witnessed Luze and the girls show off their power in the Xavier ancient ruins. This was especially the case for Sabrina. She was well aware how Luze possessed various god arts and domains. Nangang Lin glared at Nangang Jing. Come, little girl, spar with your dad. How dare you mock your very own father? Hey! Nangang Jing was dumbfounded by the challenge. She responded by laughing it off. I don't think there is a need for that, Dad. Nangang Lin might not have the ability to withstand even a single punch from her. This time, Nangang Lin offered, let's limit both our cultivation to level 1 cosmic system state then. I want to test how strong you have grown. Before he left the Federation, he knew how strong Nangang Jing was. She used to be a weak girl who needed protection. However, in such a short time, her power managed to surpass him by a huge margin. This elicited a feeling of happiness but also complicated emotions within him. His child had grown up already. And now? Did she become cocky? Nangang Jing looked at Luze for help. Luze stood still without saying anything. He could only look away silently. After all, this was his father-in-law. With the lack of response, Nangang Jing glared at Luze with dissatisfaction before agreeing to Nangang Lin's challenge. In the next second, the two went to the battlefield. Nangang Lin said, Jing Jing, don't go easy on me. Nangang Jing rolled her eyes without responding. She was at a loss for words. Right then, Nangang Lin surged with golden light as his chi sword. Elder Nangang, Nangang Lin, and Nangang Jing all cultivated body god art. This time, Nangang Lin stomped on the stage, which then caused the ground to fracture. He then appeared in front of Nangang Jing. He swung his fist towards Nangang Jing. But then, Nangang Jing dodged his punch with ease. Nangang Lin resorted to swinging his leg. However, this kick of his was evaded by Nangang Jing without difficulty. Red Flame Saint and the rest gasped at the turn of events. What? Did Jing Jing attain this level of power already? Even though she leveled her cultivation level with Xiaolin, her father was utterly outmatched. Old man Nangang must be greatly delighted. Alice giggled and remarked. Grandpa, I'm very strong too. Red Flame Saint rubbed her head in adoration. Your grandfather believes you. Alice let out a pleased smile. The Federation has us. You don't need to work too hard now. In order to find sufficient energy for Alice, several humans had already lost their lives. These sacrifices were thorns in Alice's heart. But now, she has already grown strong. Moreover, her senior and sisters got her back. They could protect the human race now. Red Flame Saint nodded. I'm assured that the human race has you guys. After we return, I'll retire, just like those few old guys. Yes, we can retire after we get back. The feeling of happiness surrounded the room. During this time, Luze had a smile on his face. Retire? No way. They still had to manage the Federation. When it came to this aspect, the group was reluctant to take over. They found it difficult to handle something quite troublesome. As the two were exchanging words, Nangonglin stopped attacking. He complained, there is no point in fighting anymore. I can't hit you at all. Why is her power this absurd now? Nangonglin looked speechlessly at Nangongjing. Nangongjing scratched her head. Right now, she felt as though she had thoroughly broken her father's confidence, so she quickly replied, Dad, you're very strong already. I mean it. Nangonglin rolled his eyes and walked back. When his eyes landed on Luze, he wanted to say something. However, he held himself back and paused. Then, Nangonglin's voice reached Luze's head. Kid, treat Jing well. Luze nodded seriously in response. Don't worry, I will. Thereafter, Luze and the girls fought with the others a bit. Because Luze and his team were almost invincible, Red Flame Saint and the rest couldn't enjoy the battle at all. They decided to put a stop to it. They returned to their rooms to cultivate. Luze used a golden dew and a white liquid. He immediately felt he was being nourished as his cultivation level rose at an unbelievably fast rate. This speed was nearly 10 times faster than when he used Peak Cosmic Cloud State Super Red Liquid. At this rate, he would soon break through to the Peak Cosmic Cloud. He soon began to focus on cultivation. 2 months later, Luze and the girls were still cultivating in their room. When Luze decided to open his eyes, a smile formed on his face. Peak Cosmic Cloud State. He wasn't far from the Cosmic Realm State. Luze digested the white liquid from the 2 overlord beasts and reached the Peak Cosmic Cloud State. Right after, he used more Peak Cosmic Cloud State Super Red Liquid to raise his cultivation level to the current stage. Every time they entered the pocket hunting dimension, they would learn the Ice God Art domain. With this opportunity, the girls finally learned their first domain. Luze's Lightning God Art domain was also much superior to before because of the Deo Rune Shard. Now, they should be able to kill the other 3 overlords. Luze was keen on accomplishing just that. If he killed the other 3 overlords and used more white liquid, he would definitely be able to break through to the Cosmic Realm State. His combat power would rise drastically. However, overlords in their prime were definitely tough opponents. Luze wasn't certain if he could kill them. He shook his head and looked at the girls. Let's go and attempt it in the pocket hunting dimension at night. Ever since the Golden Eagle and Icebird died, the other overlords stopped fighting. Chapter 1244, I'm Too Strong. After dinner, Luze and the girls rested for a while, and it was night. They entered the pocket hunting dimension. Luze and the girls appeared in the desert. Luze said, let's go, find the Firebird Overlord first. The girls nodded. They all had an Ice God Art domain now. It was a natural counter to the Firebird Overlord. This was the Overlord beast they had the most hopes of killing. Luze and the girls disappeared from the spot. 2 months ago, they also searched around for the location of the other overlords. The Firebird's location was quite obvious. They had been there before, a long time ago. It was in the center of that sea of fire. However, they didn't try fighting it at the time, because they were too weak. Luze took the girls and kept using space god art since they crossed the desert region. Soon, they arrived at a sea of fire. The sea was boundless, and the high temperature distorted the space. Even the sun seemed to be rippling in the water. At the bottom of the fire sea, the sand had completely crystallized. In even hotter regions, there was lava flowing. It's here. Kyuyuhesha grinned. We should be able to beat the fire bird overlord, right? Nangongjing grinned as her eyes flashed with battle intent. Go in. Luze smiled. The group flew in. Luze wrapped them with the fire god art domain. Soon, they were deep into the sea of fire. At the very depth, there was an extremely large region of lava. In the center, there was a huge bird bathing in the lava. It was the fire bird overlord. Luze smiled. We found it. The girls' faces tensed up. Luze said, I'll go up first. A bronze rune appeared on Luze's body. Rumble. Terrifying chi surged out as the rune entered his body. His cultivation level shot up and even broke through the cosmic realm state barrier. It only stopped after he reached level 1 cosmic realm state. With this, Luze's chi shot up even more. The power coming out of his body pushed the flames away and formed an empty region. Sensing this, the fire bird shuddered and turned around. As it turned around, its red eyes flashed with violence. Re! The scream filled the world as it spread its wings and rose into the air. Lava was brought up and splashed towards them like a tsunami. The lava wave was over tens of kilometers tall. Ice blue light flashed in Luze's eyes. Screech! Ice god art domain expanded and froze the lava. That huge lava wave turned into an ice statue. Luze stomped on the ground. Rumble! The frosted ground cracked, and a huge crater appeared. The lava wave also cracked. Luze disappeared from the spot and appeared on the fire bird's head. The fire bird screamed, and the fire god art domain was used. The two domains clashed. They were evenly matched. Although Luze's cultivation level was slightly weaker than the fire bird, his domain power wasn't suppressed at all. He was even subtly suppressing the fire bird's fire domain. Luze was dazed, and then, he snarled. This was a fire bird overlord in its prime. Is my power this strong? Luze felt great. At this moment, a blue beam shot past the sky and came to Luze. Ze, I'll help you. Nangongjing was wearing the ice bird set. Her face was serious. The set was made of blue ice and sculpted with complex runes. Nangongjing's body was completely wrapped tightly and showed her curvaceous figure. Nangongjing's ice god art domain was also greatly enhanced by this. Although it wasn't as strong as Luze's ice god art domain, it still suppressed the fire bird's domain after entwining with Luze's ice god art domain. Re! Feeling this, the ice bird roared. The red light in the lava sea shot up. It devoured countless fire elements, and finally, the fire god art domain was stabilized. Seeing this, Luze grinned. Golden lightning surged on the surface of his body as golden armor appeared. It was also inscribed with golden lightning runes. Lightning spun on it. Golden lightning eagle set. And subtle purple golden lightning surged on the ice domain as destructive chi spread. It almost instantly suppressed the fire bird's fire domain. Lightning god art domain. The lightning power tore apart the fire domain and smashed towards the fire overlord's body. Re! Its feathers stood up, sensing this terrifying destructive lightning. Re! It flew off into the distance. You want to run? Luze grinned. He shrunk the two domains to his body and instantly appeared on the fire bird's head. Purple golden lightning swirled around his fingers as a purple golden lightning ball formed. Die! Luze pressed on the firebird's giant head. A terrifying pillar penetrated its head and shot out from its neck. Rumble. The light of the lightning even covered the sun. When the shockwave was gone, a huge bottomless crater appeared on the ground. The firebird's lifeless body dropped from the sky. Luze and the girls looked at this crater in a daze. I did that. During this time, Luze had been cultivating ice god art and lightning god art. He felt that he needed to try his best for a prime overlord. Luze grinned. I'm too strong. I'm invincible. It feels like a prime overlord beast, isn't that strong? The girls hadn't even had a chance to help, yet, except Nangongjing. Chapter 1245, Double Kill. Roar. Howl. At this moment, two roars sounded. Terrifying chi was closing in on them. Soon, two beams arrived in front of the group. It was the Silver Wolf and Giant Tree Overlord. When they saw the body of the firebird and that huge crater, they were dazed. At this moment, the atmosphere was a bit awkward. At this moment, Luze grinned. They came at the perfect time. Originally, he was a bit scared about fighting an overlord boss. But now, he was fearless after knowing his power. With his current power, he could beat the two overlords, 1 against 2. Plus, there were the girls on the side. Fight them! Rumble! Luze surged with purple gold lightning. Terrifying lightning power ravaged. His eyes flashed with sharpness, and he disappeared from the spot. In the next moment, Luze appeared next to the giant tree overlord. The giant tree overlord was a few thousand meters tall. Leaves expanded from all over its body. It felt like a tree man. The giant tree surged with crisp green light. The life force around it was dominant. However, its vast life god art domain was violently torn apart by Luze. A violent lightning bolt instantly neared its body. Lightning also surged on his right hand. Rumble. A small purple gold lightning ball formed on Luze's hand. The ball was small, but the power it contained was enough to rattle space. Even the life domain around it was shaken off. Luze waved with his right hand at the giant tree overlord, and the purple gold lightning ball turned into a beam and shot at its main trunk. The giant tree waved its leaves, creating a huge sound. A crisp green shield formed before it, blocking the lightning ball. Rumble. The shield was only blocked for an instant and was pulverized by the lightning ball. Then, the ball continued to shoot towards the giant tree. However, it still gave the tree some time to react. It struggled to move its body. The ball just brushed past its trunk and took away some branches. It left burnt scars too. Roar. Lightning power gathered on the giant tree's wounds and ravaged. The giant tree howled pitifully. Then, it used its vast life force, wanting to remove the lightning power and heal its wound. Luze grinned upon seeing this. He formed another lightning ball. At this moment, a lethal threat came from behind Luze. He quickly turned into lightning and dodged to the side. An invisible void blade sliced past where he was, leaving a bloody gash on his body. Before he could move, there was more. Luze formed a lightning ball and slapped it behind him. Rumble. The lightning ball clashed with a silver claw. Space was torn apart. The entire sea of fire was almost torn apart. Roar. A pitiful howl sounded from the void. The lightning ball's power tore apart the sharp claw. The sharp claw cracked up as blood seeped out. And then, a silver wolf was smashed out of the void. Silver flash around its body. It was the Silver Wolf Overlord. Seeing this, lightning surged around Luze's body. He was going to kill the Silver Wolf Overlord while it was injured. At this moment, a crisp green light sliced across the void and landed on the wolf's body. Immediately, its broken claw healed, and the lightning on it was cast away. Luze. Soon, its injuries were completely healed. At this point, a terrifying ice blue fist force struck towards the giant tree overlord. Rumble. It could barely form a green barrier in time to defend against the attack. After the barrier was shattered, the fist force struck the giant tree overlord and blasted it away. However, it only left a layer of ice on its body. It didn't heavily injure the tree. Nangongjing appeared before the tree and said sharply, "Zi, we will stop this giant tree overlord. You deal with the silver wolf overlord." At this moment, tens of golden lightning balls struck towards the giant tree overlord. A golden lighting sea appeared around Kaiuyuhesha. Lightning balls formed and kept striking towards the giant tree overlord. After digesting the lightning god art orb of the golden eagle, Kaiuyuhesha finally learned the lightning god art domain. She had 2 domains now. However, her spirit force quality couldn't compare with Luze. She was a peak cosmic cloud state, but she could only use the 2 domains for a few minutes. Lin Ling, Lu Li, and Alice all showed off their ice god art domain. The 5 of them all have domains, and they were all just cosmic cloud states. If someone else saw this, they would be scared to death. According to Maken Thor's description, the girls also had emperor potential. With their current power, they couldn't kill the overlord, but they would be able to barely fight on par with them. The giant tree overlord roared in pain. Seeing this, Luze rested his mind and looked at the silver wolf overlord. Others might not be able to kill the wolf and could only defeat it as it had a space domain. But Luze had a space domain too. He expanded his domain, and the space around him gradually distorted. He used lightning god art and space god art domain at the same time. The 2 domains instantly suppressed the wolf's space god art domain. The wolf's fur stood up. It bared its fangs towards Luze, but it was slowly retreating. Luze didn't mind this. The power of lightning around him entwined as he instantly appeared before the silver wolf overlord. Rumble. He shot another lightning ball. The wolf roared and barely formed a few 1,000-meter-long space blade and sliced at the ball. Rumble. The terrifying power in the lightning ball crushed the space blade and kept attacking towards the silver wolf overlord. It was struggling to evade. At this moment, Luze appeared next to it. He pressed on the back of the silver wolf overlord mercilessly. Rumble. Lightning power exploded, and a beam penetrated the wolf's body, instantly wiping away its life force. Luze then looked at the distant battlefield. The giant tree overlord was being suppressed a little. Its body was moving very slowly. Despite this, the girl's power could only injure it. Its healing ability was amazing. Even though it was injured, it could rapidly recover. The girls didn't have the means to kill it in one shot. Luze appeared before the tree and formed another lightning ball. The giant tree overlord couldn't even dodge as the ball penetrated its body. Double kill. Chapter 1246, Where did the drop go? Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. After the 2 overlords were dead, the group put away their domain. Luze's face was a little pale. The lightning god art domain was powerful, but it cost more energy. Luckily, his cultivation level reached peak cosmic cloud state, and he used 2 white liquids before to increase his spirit force quality to a higher level. Otherwise, he really might not be able to last that long. The girls also used up a lot of power. However, they just had 1 domain. Only Lu Li and Alice used up their power. The rest were fine. They looked at each other excitedly. Lu Li smiled. I didn't expect that we would be able to kill all the overlords this quickly. The girls nodded. Alice opened her mouth and said, "This is our first time killing all the overlords this quickly. Let's see what dropped." The giant tree overlord had turned to dust and revealed its drops. This included 20 drops of overlord red and purple liquid each. There was also a milky white liquid and a life god art orb. This god art orb can probably allow people to learn life domain. There was another crisp green crystal surging with life and 1 ordinary one. There was also a life-healing divine art rune. Then, they came to the body of the Silver Wolf Overlord. However, they were dumbfounded. There was just dust on its body. There were no drops. They were in disbelief. What's going on? Did some other beast steal it? Lin Ling looked around. Then, she frowned. There are no other beasts nearby. Their battle was so intense before. The other beasts wouldn't even be able to handle the shockwave. How could there be other beasts there? Then where did the drops go? The group was even more confused. After some silence, Lu Li hesitated. What about the Silver Wolf Overlord? Did it drop anything? Everyone was dumbfounded. They worked so hard for this, and yet, there was no drop. However, there was nothing they could do. They searched nearby for a long time and weren't able to find anything. Therefore, they could only give up helplessly. Then, they came to the Firebird body. At least, there were drops there. The Silver Wolf Overlord was indeed a sucker. The Firebird dropped the usual liquids, and there was a Fire God Art Orb. It could probably help one learn Fire God Art. There was a burning red crystal and a red crystal. There was a Fireball Divine Art Rune. The Overlord drops were pretty much all this sort of stuff. Luze and the girls picked the things up, and then Luze thought of something. By the way, it's the Firebird's hive here. Let's see if there are other treasures here. The girls nodded. Half an hour later, Luze was searching through the lava when he felt a powerful fire power surge in the distance. Luze immediately came to the source. At the depth of the lava, there was a dark blue flame burning. That terrifying temperature even heated the lava. At this moment, the girls also flew over. They looked at that blue flame. Nangongjing quietly said, "You found it." Luze raised a brow. "This fire. It's Alice's source flame." Kaiyuhesha nodded. "Alice is probably inside." Lu Li smiled. "It feels much stronger than the Fire God Art." Lin Ling said, "This is Alice's source flame completely awakening, right?" Luze and the girls nodded. They thought the same too. However, they just waited for Alice. A few hours later, the flames receded, and Alice flew over. There was a red crystal in her hand. It was about the size of a human head, and there were flames burning inside. The terrifying flames emanated inside. Alice giggled excitedly. "Senior, my God Art has completely awakened." A deep blue fire rune appeared between Alice's eyebrows. Deep chi came from Alice. This feeling was similar to the Dao rune shard Luze got before. They could feel Alice's Fire God Art receive a huge upgrade. Nangongjing patted Alice's shoulder and grinned. "Congratulations Alice, your source flame is the pinnacle God Art. It's finally fully awakened." Kaiyuhesha smiled and asked, "How does it feel?" Alice laughed and said, "It feels great. I feel my Fire God Art has reached domain level. There's also this indescribable feeling. It seems to be deeper than the domain. But this feeling is rather weak." Luze smiled. "You've probably reached the entry for Dao Rune." The girls were stunned. "Dao Rune?" Lu Li said, "No wonder the elders said that the source flame is the pinnacle God Art. If you fully awaken it, you have hopes of becoming a cosmic lord." Nangongjing yelled even more. "I'm so envious. Alice's Fire God Art must be really strong now. It's at Dao Rune level." Alice smiled happily. Luze looked at Alice curiously. "Yet Alice, test how strong it is if you use Fire God Art at full power." Alice nodded. Then, the flame rune on her forehead lit up as a terrifying power awakened in Alice's body. Then, there was nothing. Alice's body was burned by the flames, and she disappeared. Luze and the girls and the people around were bewildered. "She died." "Seems so. She used her body, and she died. Luckily, Alice used it in the pocket hunting dimension. Otherwise, she would be completely dead in the real world. Luze picked up the fire crystal and said, "We'll go ask Alice after we get out." This fire crystal seems to be the same type of thing as the frost crystal. Luze smiled. "Let's leave this here. We'll take it out after you learn Fire God Art Domain." The girls nodded. Luze grinned. "Let's go search for the Giant Tree Overlord Hive and Silver Wolf Overlord Hive. There should be treasures there too." Lin Ling giggled. "Yeah, perhaps the Silver Wolf's drop is in its hive." The group split up searching. 3 hours later, Luze was flying in the sky when the sky suddenly darkened. He just felt an extremely powerful suppression, and he died. When they recovered, Luze looked at Alice. "How do you feel?" Alice's face was a little pale. "Not too good. If I use Fire God Art at full power, I will die." Luze and the girls were speechless. Nangongjing said solemnly, "That's right, Alice, we all saw it. You died indeed." Chapter 1247, Where's the portal to the next map? Luze coughed. "Alice, next time you enter the pocket hunting dimension, test how much power you can use." Alice nodded. Luze rubbed her head and smiled. "Okay, let's split the drops." The girls smiled. Luze gave the girls the Overlord red and purple liquids. He kept the 2 drops of milky white liquid for himself. The Overlord God Art orbs were Fire God Art and Life God Art. The fire one was most suitable for Alice, but now that she already learned it, there was no point. The others could also learn the Fire God Art domain through that crystal. Therefore, Luze put this God Art orb away. This thing was equivalent to a God Art domain. It was best to give to the elders. Luze thought about it and gave Nangongjing the Life God Art orb. Her fighting style was aggressive and upfront. If she could heal, she would be safer. Li, Lin Ling, and Alice's cultivation level were too low. Just 2 domains were already quite heavy for them to use, much less the third one. At the same time, the 2 overlords also dropped equipment crystals. The Firebird one was given to Alice as her Fire God Art was the strongest. As for the Giant Tree Overlord, Luze originally wanted to give it to Kaiyuhesha, but she didn't have Life God Art. It wouldn't be very efficient. Thus, Nangongjing gave her Ice Bird set to Kaiyuhesha, and she wore the Giant Tree one. Wearing the Ice Bird set and using Ice God Art domain, Ice Sealing Art, Seduction God Art, and Stone Transformation Divine Art, Kaiyuhesha's interference capability was brought to the max. If it's one-on-one, ordinary people wouldn't even be able to move to face Kaiyuhesha. As for Nangongjing, she was pretty much unkillable now with the Life God Art domain, Life Healing Divine Art, Body God Art, and Super Regeneration Divine Art. Just the 2 of them combined could fight level 3 to level 4 cosmic realm states. As for Alice, after she wore the Firebird set and accompanied with the Source Flame fully awakened, her offensive capability became absurd. However, her cultivation level was too low, and she couldn't unleash its full power. Li and Lin Ling looked at the other 3 girls and felt envious. Therefore, Luze could only compensate them with his body. As for the 2 crystals, it was the summoning crystal for the Firebird and Giant Tree. They had 3 Overlord summoning crystals now. Although these things were useless to them, the elders would be able to have a cosmic realm state trump card, if they had it. With this, the human race would be absolutely safe. After all, they had no conflicts with cosmic realm state races. The advanced demon race was perhaps one, but there was the elf race. They didn't need to worry. Then, the group began to cultivate. There was still a month until they reached the Federation. Luze planned to bring his cultivation level to the absolute limit of the cosmic cloud state. Then, when he got back and made some setups, he would be able to prepare to break through. 2 days later, Luze had panted. He felt that all the cosmic clouds in his cells were filled. He looked around. Only Nangongjing was still sitting on the bed, cultivating. There was a lush green spirit light surging around her as the vast life force expanded. Was she learning Life God Art Orb? By the looks of it, she would soon be able to learn the Life God Art domain completely. After all, she was using an Overlord purple liquid right now, with blue dew and blue crystal. The learning ability was insane. Luze got up and walked out of the room. The other 4 girls were relaxing in the living room. Ying Ying was munching on a golden piece of meat. "Senior, you finished cultivation?" Alice smiled. Lu Li flicked her hair. "We left food for you. Go, eat." Luze looked at the table. There was indeed food left. Clearly, Alice and the girls prepared this just for him. He felt touched. At this moment, Luze saw Ying Ying peek at the table from time to time. He was immediately nervous. Stupid Ying Ying. She already had something and still wanted the food on the table. Luze hurriedly went to eat. After the meal, Nangongjing soon walked out of the room. Her chi was calm, and she didn't control the intense life power. She seemed very gentle right now. Kai Uyuhesha smiled. "Yo, the T-Rex doesn't seem that violent now." Nangongjing's smile froze. She glared at Kai Uyuhesha. "Fox demon, what did you say? Am I not gentle before?" Then, she started to fight with Kai Uyuhesha. Seeing this, Lin Ling couldn't help rolling her eyes. Immature. Before she finished, she was dragged in by Nangongjing and Kai Uyuhesha. "What did you say, Lin Ling?" Soon, even Lu Li and Alice were dragged in. Luze didn't feel happy. How could they exclude him? But after he joined, the scene soon became indescribable. Ying Ying was still on the side. After a while, they went back to their rooms and entered the pocket hunting dimension. He dragged the girls inside that dim portal dimension. Then, as they looked at the map selection, their faces became strange. There were still only 5 maps. Where is the next map? Kai Uyuhesha asked with some doubts. "Yet, we killed all the Overlord beasts, didn't we? Where is the next map?" There were clearly more new maps. Otherwise, where did those bosses come from? After the atmosphere fell silent, Luze said, "Let's go check out the desert. Perhaps we missed an Overlord." Chapter 1248, Revived Silver Wolf Overlord. Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. Luze and the girls appeared in the desert. Luze took a deep breath. "Let's go find the hives of the Giant Tree Overlord and Silver Wolf Overlord. Also, keep a lookout for hidden overlords." Nangongjing and the girls nodded. "Let's split up." A few days later, Luze was flying in the sky when he suddenly saw a flash of green light. He quickly shot in that direction. Soon, Luze came before a vast boundless forest. The forest was surging with green light. A vast life force emanated and nourished the land. Luze glanced across the forest. There were quite some emerald war horses and other beasts. As they passed the giant trees, they would digest the life force emanated by the trees. It looked very peaceful. Luze grinned. It seemed to be here. He flew over the top towards the central region. At this moment, all the beasts roared and soared up when they sensed Luze's chi. Luze grinned. Did they consider him an intruder? Purple golden lightning flashed in his eyes. Rumble. Terrifying lightning exploded as the lightning sea expanded from Luze's body. Destructive lightning struck on these beasts. These beasts are all cosmic cloud states, and there are even a few peak cosmic cloud state super beasts. If it was before, Luze could only run. But now, every lightning bolt was enough to kill a super beast. Almost instantly, a large region of the sky was cleared out. Seeing this, the other beasts fled in terror. Luze didn't chase them. The girls also sensed Luze's chi and looked over. Then, they flew in his direction. Luze soon came to the central region of the forest. It was a region made up of tens of kilometers tall trees. In the center, there was a region of land that was tens of kilometers squared. Luze came to this piece of land and saw a few flashing green lights. One was emanating an intense life force. It was a crystal. It was probably the giant tree set. There was a life god art orb. There were also drops of dew. There was golden and blue dew, but their chi was much more intense than the ones they found in the oasis. There was also a crisp green dew. There were 20 each of blue and golden dew. There were only 10 crisp green drops. Luze grinned. It seemed they were the giant tree overlord's treasure. He happily put these things away. Rumble. Just when Luze was planning to leave, 2 terrifying chi soared up in the world. Luze gasped in disbelief. He was very familiar with both of these kais. One of them was Nangongjing, and the other was the Silver Wolf Overlord. Luze was really confused. Wasn't it dead? He saw it with his own eyes. How did it come back to life? Luze didn't have time to think and disappeared from the spot in a flash of silver light. Nangongjing learned the life god art domain and had the giant tree overlord set, but there was still some power difference with the Silver Wolf Overlord. He used space transmission at full speed. In just a few minutes, Luze came to the battle. In the sky, crisp green light, ice blue light, and silver light intertwined. Rumbling sounds filled the world. The nearby beasts were scurrying away. This scene felt familiar. The original Overlord battles were like this. Rumble. Nangongjing fell back to the ground, splashing some blood on the way. Luze immediately appeared behind her and carried her. Her armor was cracking, and her right hand was gone. However, her golden eyes still burned with intense battle intent. After sensing Luze's chi, she turned around. Ze, you're here. Luze looked at the Silver Wolf Overlord. It was planning to chase up on Nangongjing, but after seeing Luze, its eyes flashed with fear. It stared straight at Luze while retreating slowly. Luze wiped away the blood on Nangongjing's face and then treated her. In an instant, her right arm grew back. Luze rolled his eyes and rubbed her head. You're getting beaten up quite badly. Nangongjing rolled her eyes. Its cultivation level is higher than mine. When I reach the cosmic realm state, I can blow it up with one hand. Luze grinned. Watch me blow it up, now. On the side. Luze appeared before the Silver Wolf Overlord. The Silver Wolf growled in a threatening tone. Then, it disappeared from the spot with a flash of silver. Luze flashed in silver too. The next moment, the Silver Wolf Overlord turned around and saw Luze not far from it after it teleported a few hundred kilometers away. Luze surged in lightning and instantly appeared before the wolf. Terrifying lightning power expanded and wrapped it inside. The space domain around the Silver Wolf Overlord was instantly suppressed and even began to crumble. It had just been 2 days, but after Luze digested more white spirit liquid, his cultivation level was even higher. Luze's hand flashed with destructive lightning as he punched the wolf's head. Rumble. Purple golden lightning penetrated its head. Rumble. Its life force was instantly wiped away. Luze put away his domain and grinned at Nangongjing. Nangongjing was quite annoyed. Afterwards, Luze said, by the way, why is the Silver Wolf Overlord here? Why were you two fighting? At this moment, a few more powerful chi came close. It was Kaiyuhesha and the other girls. Silver Wolf Overlord! Lin Ling exclaimed. Kaiyuhesha raised her brows and looked at Nangongjing with a puzzled look. What happened? Nangongjing rolled her eyes. How would I know? I sensed Zi's chi before and was going to have a look, but this guy suddenly ambushed me. I would have died if I didn't learn the life domain. Luze watched the body slowly turn to ash and frowned. But didn't this guy die last time? How did it survive? Chapter 1249, 9 Lives. Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. After Luze spoke, the girls could not help but frown. It was too eerie. It was plain and clear that the beast died last time. How come it is alive right now? The group could not prevent the crawling feeling in their heads. This was simply spooky. Moments later, the silver wolf's body turned to dust, and yet again, there were still no drops. No words dropped as everyone remained speechless. Nangongjing asked in disbelief, will it be revived again later? Alice blinked as her face scrunched up. Following the long silence, Kaiuyuhesha said, perhaps this isn't the real silver wolf overlord. When her words fell, Luze's eyes flashed. True enough, if the body was not the actual one, then a permanent death wouldn't be possible. This should be the case, isn't it? Well, they couldn't discount the possibility of resurrection as well. Luze frowned at the thought. Whether it's a clone or not, we just need to keep searching. When he made the remark, he paused for a brief while before continuing, we shouldn't separately look for it this time. That might only leave us with an opening and give it a chance to ambush us. Upon deliberation, Nangongjing nodded. Even if it was Nangongjing, she was lucky to not have been killed in one go. If she failed to be cautious in the next encounter, she can't tell how long she would last. At this moment, Kaiuyuhesha said, by the way, Ze, did you find the hive of the giant tree? Luze nodded and flashed a smile. There are some valuable resources. We'll see later when we get out. After hearing his reply, the girls felt delighted by the knowledge and responded with a nod. Thereafter, they began to search for the hive of the silver wolf overlord. This time, they weren't far apart. If anything happened, Luze was around and could handle it immediately. Dozens of days gradually passed. Luze was in the middle of searching for the silver wolf overlord's hive. In the next second, Luze saw an enormous cliff rising into the air at an extremely high distance. It soon reached the level of the clouds and showed no signs of stopping. Luze couldn't help but feel taken aback upon witnessing the scene. Could this be the border of the sand desert? Tall mountains were extending from the fourth map into the desert. It just wasn't this absurd. There seemed to be a continent above. Clearly, this couldn't be the path to the fourth map. Just as Luze felt puzzled by the scenery, the girls had already flown closer to his position. Obviously, they saw the same spectacle. The group began to discuss with each other. Li said, Luze, that's the sixth map, right? Luze shook his head. I don't know yet. Let's go over and see. They nodded, and a hint of hope manifested in their eyes. When they neared the cliff, they saw it completely. It was black and looked very sturdy. It was tens of thousands of kilometers high. To them, this was like flat ground. They didn't know the width as it extended to the edge of the horizon. When they neared the cliff, they felt tens of terrifying chi. Roar! All of this chi belonged to cosmic realm states. The group glanced at each other. This seems to be the sixth map. Only that map would have this substantial number of cosmic realm states. They could sense quite a few stronger than the silver wolf overlord already. The corners of Luze's mouth twitched. He sported a speechless expression. Did we find the silver wolf overlord's lair? Everyone shook their heads. Li frowned. How come we cannot find it? After being silent for a while, Luze looked at the cliff and said, let's search around this cliff. They had spent this long time and almost flipped out the entire desert. The only area they hadn't searched was around here. There were various powerful beasts gathered on the cliff. They sensed several beasts that could slap them to death on the spot. They wondered if they could even go up to the sixth map alive from here. If they found the silver wolf, the sixth map's portal would automatically open. A few hours later, Luze and Lin Ling both stopped and suddenly looked at the cliff. What's wrong? Nanggong Jing asked. We found it. Luze smiled. Luze finally sensed space fluctuations. Everyone grinned. Then, let's go over. When they went closer, even the girls could sense the abnormality in space. Silver light flashed in Luze's eyes, and immediately, the space before it formed a portal. They went inside, and the scene changed. It was a small dimension that was a few hundred kilometers wide. It was very spacious, and at the center, there was a human-sized grey crystal pillar. It was glimmering with 7 golden spots. Suddenly, a huge silver claw slapped towards Luze. Luze grinned. Found it. He punched towards the claw with purple golden lightning. Rumble. Roar. A pitiful howl sounded, and the silver wolf overlord fell out of the void. The girls used all their means and attacked the silver wolf overlord. It was buried by all sorts of spirit force. The wolf's voice grew weaker and weaker. When the spirit force was gone, the silver wolf's overlord looked pitiful. However, it wasn't dead. At this moment, a lightning ball penetrated the silver wolf overlord. Rumble. The lightning instantly wiped away its life force. At this moment, the golden pillar in the center lit up. A silver wolf's figure was drawn out. Luze and the girls were stunned. Did it really resurrect? So, is it that simple to be revived? Luze appeared before the grey crystal pillar. He wanted to take it into his mental force dimension, but he couldn't. Kaiuyuhesha said, You can't take it, little brother Luze. He nodded. It seems that this guy needs to die a few more times. Luze noticed the golden dot starting to disappear when the silver wolf overlord was revived. He saw there were 6 golden dots left. Did this guy have 9 lives? Chapter 1250, Usage Criteria of the Crystal Pillar. Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. Soon, a golden cocoon formed. In just half a minute, it cracked, and the silver wolf overlord appeared before them. It just opened its eyes, and before it could move, Luze punched it on its head. Rumble. A lightning pillar penetrated its head, and the wolf died on the spot. Luze grinned. Kill this guy sooner, and we can go home. The girls nodded. Soon, the silver wolf overlord appeared again. This time, the silver wolf overlord didn't even have time to open its eyes, and it was killed. In a short while, the silver wolf overlord died 3 times in a row. Lu grinned. Just 4 more times, and it's fine. It's reviving so slow. Moments later, the wolf appeared again. This time, it planned to use Space God Art and run. However, Luze used both Lightning and Space God Art domain to suppress it. Therefore, the wolf died to Luze's fist again. Its body turned to ashes, and the ashes were piled up high. The next time, the wolf tried to struggle. It used all its power trying to escape but was pressed back by Luze. Then, Luze blasted its head apart. In the final 2 times, the silver wolf overlord chose to give up. It didn't even move after reviving and seemed to wait for its death. Luze felt embarrassed, but he still killed it. As the silver wolf overlord died for the 9th time, the golden dots in the grey pillar had completely disappeared. The crystal pillar floated in the air. This time, the body turned to ashes and left behind drops. Seeing this, Luze's mouth twitched. It's finally dead. He almost couldn't handle killing the silver wolf overlord again and again. After all, he was a kind soul. The silver wolf overlord clearly gave up resistance. Let's see what drops are there, the girls said curiously. Luze nodded and picked them up. 20 drops of red and purple super liquids each. 1 drop of white liquid. 1 Space God Art Orb. It can probably be used to learn the Space God Art domain. 1 Space Blade Divine Art Rune. There was a silver crystal that distorted space and an ordinary silver crystal. Based on previous experience, one was the Silver Wolf Overlord set and the other was the Silver Wolf Summoning Crystal. Luze picked these things up and then looked at the grey crystal pillar. They were very excited. This thing could allow the Silver Wolf to have 9 lives. It was definitely good. Luze grabbed it, and this time, he easily took it into his mental force dimension. Luze felt great. That way, he didn't need to fear death in real life. He smiled. Okay, the Silver Wolf is finally dead. The portal to the 6th map should be open. Kyohesha smiled and said, "Little brother Luze, are we going to check out the 6th map?" Luze shook his head. "Let's go learn that Fire God Art domain first." The girls agreed. Then, they left the Silver Wolf Overlord Hive and headed to the Fire Sea. A few days later, the group was learning the Fire domain. At this moment, Luze felt a huge pain in his body, and he died on the spot. The group woke up in their bedroom while shaking with pain. I wonder which super beast is it this time? Judging from the feeling of death, it's a beast with a heavy pressure? Or it might be that space beast. I wonder if those beasts are cosmic lords or emperors. After the discussion, the pain from their bodies dissipated. The girls looked curiously at Luze. "Ze, let's see what we got this time." Luze smiled and nodded. He took the things out. The Silver Wolf set empowered Space God Art and Space Divine Art. This was originally the most suitable for Luze, but now, it was different. After Luze got the Lightning Deo Rune Shard, his Lightning God Art was far superior to his Space God Art. The Silver Wolf set wasn't as effective as the Lightning Eagle set on him. Luckily, the Silver Wolf also dropped Space God Art and Space Blade Divine Art. Luze gave these two to Lin Ling. Lin Ling had Spirit Eye God Art and could find weaknesses. If she had the ability to appear in and out of nowhere in the powerful Space Blade God Art, she could kill enemies without them even seeing her. Therefore, the Silver Wolf set was also given to Lin Ling. Li felt bad. On this map, there was nothing suitable for her Darkness God Art. Luze comforted her as usual. The Darkness God Art was a very powerful elemental God Art. There would eventually be something suitable for her. As for Overlord Red and Purple Liquid, it was shared between the girls while Luze used White Liquid. He still had 2 white liquids left. After using that up, he would pretty much be at the extreme of Cosmic Cloud state. Finally, it was the most important thing. Luze took out the grey crystal pillar. With the death of the Silver Wolf, it shrunk to only 20 centimeters long. It looked very small and cute. There was grey light glowing inside the pillar and runes appeared. "Senior, how is this used?" Alice asked. Luze scanned the information inside and laughed at the girls. Li rolled her eyes. "Why are you laughing like a pervert?" Luze smiled stiffly and was speechless. "This is perverted. I just feel it's very useful." "What does it do?" Luze grinned. "If I put the soul mark of myself and those who have my chi into the pillar, they can acquire 9 lives.